SWB audio capture, not registered.
Hello, everybody, and welcome to the Top 32. This is day 2 of the Enter the Battlefield Infinity CCQ. The players are out there and ready to try and take home that invitation to the North American Championship. And, of course, they're part of the $15,000 that are on the line here today. Yesterday, we had 8 grueling rounds of Swiss where they were out there duking it out, questing it out to find out who was going to be in the top seed and the 32nd seed. We found our 32 top players, and we are so excited to get started for the top cut today to crown the ETB champion.
That is all 100% true because, I mean, it's very exciting to see where this meta is headed. We saw some decks that were surprises. I mean, we saw a Amethyst Emerald discard, which I think I accidentally just summoned them, maybe possibly on the featured round.
That could be the case.
But either way, we saw, I mean, guys, there's some dogs, but there's more than that, all right? It's more than 50% dogs. So everybody, wake up, get active. We are about to jump right in to round number, I guess it's not even rounds anymore. We're in the top 32. That's just how it is now. It's single elimination.
We are in the top 32, and it does look like we will have Kyle here as player 2. If you were watching yesterday, Kyle was able to take down Doug, who was playing the Ruby and Sapphire items. Kyle is, of course, on that Emerald and Amethyst discard package with the Prince John, with the Diablos. So many different Diablos in that deck that he can choose to shift onto, from the Maleficent Spy to the Obedient Raven to the Spiteful
Raven. My favorite Raven, the spiteful one.
the really mean one.
Yes. And it's very exciting to see different paths forward as far as what is going to be viable in this current meta. We talked about Emerald Steel because that was second place down at the Enchanted Citrus Clash. But it's exciting to see Kyle say, yeah, we've seen Bird is a word, but let's try a little riff on it. And we're seeing it to some success here. Now, we don't know what his opponent here is playing. Jamie J, which is quite fun of a name here. That's really going to be one of the biggest things in this top bracket is what are you sitting down across and who's going first. Higher seed will be going first throughout the entire bracket. We did see that some players, they don't mind going second in this meta. We saw some players choosing on that Dogs deck to say, I'll go second because I like it more. I vibe it out more, and there's science behind it. But I assume most players will be choosing to go the first route if they can go first. But, yeah, the excitement is high. We have 2 tournaments going on in there. While we are winding down on the Infinity Tournament, people are just waking up to the Core Tournament, a Revival Tournament, which I believe is a 3K. We will get to see, we will not be streaming the Core Tournament, but it's just exciting to know that no matter what's happening in this room, there's a lot of good Lorcana happening.
Yeah, it's going to be really exciting to see what happens. I think I may have heard that Jamie is running a little bit of Blurple, but don't quote me on that. That's just the rumors I was hearing, as I do see a Hades in hand, the Infernal Schemer, as well as a Sven. So let's lock it in. We have an Amethyst versus Amethyst in the top 32 here. Kyle, like we've said, is going to be on that Emerald and Amethyst discard approach, as Jamie is going to be on the classic Blurple. We thought that Blurple maybe wasn't the strongest pick in this meta just because it does feel a lot like a core constructed deck currently, although you do have Popsicles, Bell, as well as Tamatoa, which helps you get early pressure on the board or defend against early pressure while you're playing a Bell Accomplished Mystic with that Popsicle on turn number 1. And then Tamatoa, of course, making sure that your hand is always very, very, very healthy. So this will be an interesting matchup to see. I think that these discard decks sometimes like to feast on the opposing Amethyst decks, but sometimes can struggle into them if they're able to draw cards over and over and over again if their Diablo does get removed off the board. And they have things like Sven and Elsa that can help get rid of those Diablos, but they can't do it super early.
And I think that's such a good point about the timing of it, because when we look at mirror matches, we know Amethyst, a lot of the things are going to be very similar, but then it's what's the difference between Emerald and Sapphire? And Sapphire gets you to do cooler things faster is the short version.
Yeah.
So we're starting off on the races, and Kyle says, I'm not going to do any cool things quite soon because I'm just going to ink a chip and pass. So that is not what you want to see in this deck. You want to see a Diablo because this deck is famous for the turn 2 Diablo shift. But right now he's saying, let's have a slow measured start and just hope my opponent also forgot to do something on turn 1, which is very possible. Blurple doesn't always have something. Inking a Let It Go and moving right into a popsicle. As you said, a popsicle is a hallmark of any Sapphire deck right now. You get to draw a card, and like you said, you can cash it in for a Belle, or Apprentice Inventor. She's got a lot of trades that we've talked about.
Oh, I said Accomplished Mystic earlier.
Well, there's so many. She's been doing a lot in community college.
That's true.
But here we go. She's on the board. She's a 3/3, and suddenly the Blurple deck is looking like it's the deck that puts pressure on early, which is not what you always saw in the Blurple archetype.
Yeah, interesting from Kyle. I mean, he does have 8 different Diablos. Well, I got not 8 different Diablos, but he does have 8 options in his deck in the form of 4 Obedient Ravens and 4 Maleficent Spies that he could play on turn number 1. Didn't find any of them, so we're going to go Spiteful Raven into the ink, Spiteful Raven onto the board. So we do have the shift option available to us. We could have shifted on this turn, but you don't always want to necessarily do that. Before you need to, make sure that your Diablo is safe before you shift. And Jamie wisely here singing Friends on the other side before a Diablo hits the board, the legendary one, of course.
Yes, and I think that's, like you said, I mean, he has to outpace the discard, and this is such a good way to do it, because, yeah, he might lose that Belle if Diablo decides to challenge, but that's a 2-for-1, basically. You got 2 cards. Diablo, you might lose him in the melee. So in this case, it is not the worst gamble to take, and as long as he can outpace the card draw, he's definitely going to outpace when it comes to the size of the characters in the top end of this deck. So he just has to survive these first few turns, and then it gets to the point where it is these haymaker of characters coming down on the top end.
Yeah, big character after big character after big character. The way to beat Blurple traditionally is to just go wide because they don't have a board wipe. They're not Ruby Amethyst. They don't have Be Prepared. They don't have Under the Sea. They don't have Malicious Mean and Scary combo. They don't have these options available to them. So if you go wider than they are able to handle, as Ursula comes down and is able to snipe out one of these friends on the other side, we're going to take a closer look at the hand. We do have that Belle Accomplished Mystic in hand. Merryweather, of course, the new card that everybody's talking about, Sven and Elsa. So we have all of that anti-Diablo tech sitting in the hand right now, and things are looking a little bit dire for Kyle, as this is a very strong hand for Jamie.
Yeah, there is a card, Vision of the Future, but Kyle just got his own Vision of the Future, and it is just not good. It is basically an answer to anything he probably wants to do on these next few turns. Like we mentioned, he can go wide, but he didn't have anything on turn 1, which makes me believe he doesn't have the kind of hand that is necessarily great at doing that. He probably has plans to get to the part where his deck fires off. Now, the thing with Emerald is, I mean, you made a great video saying that Emerald is flexible, so it generally can do a little zigging and zagging. Pull the Lever is a great example of that, but he's going to just have to probably shift into a go wide and start doing some challenging option, because Jamie is about to take off into full flight, and there is Demona. This is what you said, there's no board wipes.
Yeah.
If he keeps building up his board, that's a board wipe right there.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, because they played these one character a turn most of the time. We could see Merryweather come down here. We also have the option to go Sven, which is probably why we didn't see Kyle shift and exert there, although he may not have the Diablo in hand. Merryweather does come down onto the board. This Merryweather, I think, is scaring a lot of people, not only in Infinity, but core constructed as well. A 4-cost 4/5. That doesn't seem so threatening, but when it comes down on turn number 3, and it also has wards, so you can't remove it with things like And Then Along Came Zeus or Strength of a Raging Fire, or we don't talk about Bruno. She can be really difficult to get off the board, especially when paired with things like Cheshire Cat, Inexplicable, as well as that Belle Accomplished Mystic, which can come down onto the board and move damage off of that Merryweather onto something else, as Merlin Crab comes down, boosts up the Spiteful Raven, and challenges in to that Belle Apprentice Inventor.
And as we talked about, that Belk is kind of a little sacrifice that maybe Jamie isn't so sad about taking, just because that Diablo represents, like we talked about, that shift Diablo, which is one of the reasons that you run so many Diablos, is because he really did want to shift it, I assume, at some point in his life, but that window has closed. And now, like you mentioned, that ward keyword is so powerful in this Blurple deck. Steel is very, it's one of the colors that you will definitely run into between Emerald Steel and Amber Steel, and it basically just makes it where you just have to wait for the train to come across, and the train has entered the station, and there is Merryweather doing exactly what we said she would do, which is come in with that Elsa 5th Spirit, and like we said, 3 damage. Doesn't feel so bad when you get to use it as a little trick for later with that Bell.
Yeah, Bell or the Cheshire Cat can take advantage of that damage. Very useful. I think this card is going to be a menace in both formats, as we're going to sing a Sudden Chill here. We opt to get rid of the Sven. There's no really evasive threats on the board right now, and if there were, Elsa could clean them up nicely, as here comes the Diablo we've all been talking about this entire game. He finally makes his appearance on the board. Doesn't shift, just gets played down for 3. We'll see if there is an answer for this Elsa on the next turn, so our Diablo can potentially start questing. There was another Elsa in hand, but we're just going to get Demona down and draw 3 cards for Jamie, and we can challenge in to the Diablo. It looks like we are wondering, can I draw off of these Demonas?
Yeah, and that's such a good point, is because we talk about how things resolve, and in Disney Lorcana, it's not necessarily a stack. So a couple things are happening. We are able to exert characters as they come in. However, there's also, you are going to be drawing 3 cards. So Jamie will be drawing 3 cards, as will Kyle, but then Kyle looks at Jamie draw 3 cards. He says, I think I'm drawing 6 cards. So just getting the order of operations there, but I do believe that Kyle will be able to draw 6 cards here, which is a nice sending off present for this Diablo that probably will not be with us much longer.
Yeah, the Diablo does get exerted down here, and the card draw should trigger here for the Diablo, as when Demona comes in, the characters get exerted, I believe, first in the wording, and then the cards are drawn. So she doesn't come in, draw cards, and then exert, in which case I think the Diablo may not get to draw cards there, but the judges are just double-checking, making sure. It looks like Kyle has...
He just said, I've never had this happen.
Yeah, it's a really interesting interaction. I actually didn't even think about it until it happened just now, and I'm not sure Jamie considered it either. He's like, oh no, maybe my opponent will be able to draw a significant number of cards here. I believe Kyle has 2 in hand, so he could draw 1 here and then 3 more.
Now, it is interesting because it is you draw up to 3 cards. So now I'm trying to think, does the opponent have a cap then? Because it says you may draw up to 3 cards, but then I'm assuming it doesn't matter because it's 2 different triggers, right? You're drawing up to 3 cards, but then your opponent did the same thing, and then you're choosing to draw 3 cards off of the fact your opponent, because Demona doesn't have a permanent cap on the 3 cards. She's saying you just draw up to them.
Yep.
But I think these interactions is such a interesting thing, and why it's important to watch these tournaments, practice, because I saw someone talking about when they have a Diablo in place, if you're doing a Tramp Street Smart Dog and you draw 7 cards, and you have a Prince John, you are drawing and discarding 7 cards. So if a Tramp Street Smart Dog in the face of a Diablo is a very, very interesting interaction, and here is another one right here. And there we go. We are going to head in and resolve and find out moment of truth. Kyle says, yeah, that's 6.
4 cards, yeah. All the way up to 6, as you mentioned, for Kyle there. Super interesting interaction. Jamie could have avoided that by playing Elsa on this turn and then going for Demona next turn, but I think that's just not something we've considered at this point, and it's cool to see these new cards that are in core constructed. They've never seen Diablo before. Demona's like, who is this guy? He
I've
gets
never
to draw
met him.
3 extra? That's crazy.
Yeah.
I said up to 3.
And he said,
not up to 6.
First off, read my whatever, Arcanum, Narcanorum.
Yeah.
But there we go, and now it is turnaround is fair play. We have an Elsa Spirit coming in, exerting the Demona, which is fun here because this Demona has her Stone by Day ability. So now she's stuck. She is going to be staying sideways because Jamie drew 3 cards off of that Demona, didn't play any because he was out of ink, and then this exertion is a very funny thing, and that is a Demona war you will see, but Elsa is another way to do it, which is why this force interaction is a very fun part of Amethyst.
Yeah, and we saw the Elsa target the Tipo there. We could have gone for Merryweather, however, the Elsa on the opposite side would have been able to challenge into our the Spirit, take her out quite nicely. So want to try and get a little bit more value out of our Elsa at this point. And Kyle staying cool, calm and collected. Jamie has done the standard opener here for Blurple, which is turn 1. Turn 2, we ramp. Turn 3, we play our 4-drop. Turn 5, we play our Elsa. Turn 6, we play our Demona. Let's see if he has the turn 7 Hades.
And I think that's why Blurple, it's one of the strongest and weakest deck at the same time, because so many other decks are doing, how many things can we do per turn? And Blurple is generally, I'm doing one.
Yeah.
That's what I do. I do one cool thing per turn. Now, they all synergize so beautifully together, which is why it is one of the more powerful decks. But Kyle, on the other hand, he has the same purple technology available to Jamie. So we see this Elsa Fifth Spirit. We talk about Plan A was discard, but now we've firmly engaged into Plan B, where we're just playing nice, good Amethyst cards that are drawing cards, rushing in. Unfortunately, we are not going to have this Elsa Fifth Spirit, so he's probably going to want to go wider. Like we said, one card at a time is never anything you want to do against a Blurple deck.
There is that Bell Accomplished Mystic, as we mentioned earlier, moving that damage off of the Merryweather, who's just there at the top of the screen as a Junior Woodchuck guidebook comes down. Shout out JDZ Quest. Yep. As you two have gotten 2 reveals on stream this weekend, still waiting for Aladdin or Mama Odie.
Could happen.
Hit the board.
Anything can happen in New Orleans. But we've got this Prince John where we are going to do a little tiny bit of synergy here. That Prince John, because he's discarding a card, he will go by Jamie discarding a card, Kyle will get to draw one. And the thing is, we talk about Jamie needs to keep drawing cards. He's not having a great time. He just discarded the 1 card in hand. Now the Junior Woodchuck Guidebook will aid in that journey. But this discard time, we talk about the start of the game being a good time to do it, but the end of the game, when you only have 2 cards in hand at a time, is also a great time to start firing off this Prince John package.
Yeah, definitely. We see Jamie playing around that, though, with the Junior Woodchuck Guidebook coming down onto the board. It was not cracked open for the cards, but we will likely do that on this turn if we have the ink available, or if we'd like to. Have to keep in mind that Prince John is on the opposite side of the board. Blurple cannot really interact with that card at all, as we see the Let It Go into the Inkwell here. We are going to get a quest on here for 5 with these characters. Again, Merryweather is the character that is just off screen there at the top. We opt to keep our Junior Woodchuck Guidebook.
I think Jamie, he quested for 5, but Kyle's lore total went up.
Yeah, so those could be swapped.
Oh, it's completely swapped. Okay, so Kyle has no lore. Okay, because I was like, that's a good way to steal lore, though, is just every time your opponent goes up, you tap yours up. But there we go. But we will go ahead and do the friends on the other side, which is a very perilous thing for Prince John to be doing. He does not like to be exerted. He's a little bit of a scaredy cat himself. However, Kyle is trying to go back into control position, and the window's closing, unfortunately. This Blurple deck has fired up on all cylinders. Jamie has access to a ton of tools right now, so it is up to Kyle to try to turn this corner. And at a 0 to 9 lore deficit, it's not going to be easy.
No, definitely not. The Blurple player way ahead here, but we've seen Kyle fight back from perilous positions previously as, excuse me for all the alliteration there, as we're going to pass it back over to Jamie. He likes a little bit of alliteration himself with the JJ initials.
Jamie
there.
J loves a little alliteration. I just know
As
it.
does Garrick G.
Garrick G is a big fan. Third person is another thing we're a fan of. But it's one of those things of, like, what do you have available to you on your board? And Jamie just has a hit factory here. I mean, he has the potential to draw cards off of either Dumbo or the Elsie. He has the potential to draw cards off of his Woodchuck Guidebook that he has not cashed in for his redemption yet. He has a lot of ink. He only has 1 card in hand, but I mean, next turn he can draw up to 4. I don't see what's the card underneath the timer.
That's Merryweather still.
Oh, okay. So he can exert the Elsa, he can exert Dumbo, and he can draw. So he can draw up to 5 cards next turn if he wanted to, including the card he draws per turn. So the discard strategy is waning for Kyle, and then it's can you outvalue Jamie? It's very hard. Outvaluing a Blurple deck when they are past 7 ink is one of the hardest things to do in the game.
Oh yeah, that is completely true, especially when you are playing this Emerald and Amethyst strategy. The way you remove cards off the board is never letting them hit the board via your discard package, and too many have hit the board at this point, as Kyle got off to that really slow start, no 1-drop, wasn't able to shift Diablo early, which is what he would really like to do. And this is sometimes the issue with the Diablo decks. They rely a little bit too hard on the namesake that is that Diablo-devoted Herald. They like to full send for him because he is so powerful early on in the game. You can shift him there on turn number 2. You can shift him on turn number 1 if you want to, but most of the time we do it on turn number 2 just to make sure that everything is free and clear for our Diablo to get exerted. But we can see sometimes when the Devoted Herald doesn't show up, things can get out of hand pretty quickly, and when Blurple has so many answers to the threats on the opposing side of the board, it's difficult to come back.
Yeah, and the threats keep coming here. We have this Madam M Fox being able to rush in, get that Elsa right back to hand to deploy later to exert something further down the line, and then just taking 1 damage off that Prince John, who's perilously exerted. And now it's just he still has 4 cards in hand and 3 ink available, so there's still more mischief he can manage. And Kyle just, he's still sitting at 0, so he has to do this very hard thing where he has to not only stop Jamie, but then continue to stop Jamie for the rest of the game because he's at 12.
Yeah, the problem is also that Merryweather just sitting there ominously as we see her bottom right corner there in the top of the screen. But that is a character that Kyle has not yet been able to get off the board, and he did have the opportunity to do that earlier in this game. He opted to challenge into a Tipo instead of the Merryweather with the 4 damage, and that ended up biting him a little bit as the Bell Accomplished Mystic came down, moved 3 of that damage, and got rid of his Elsa anyway.
Yeah, I mean, we talk about Rapunzel traps being that you don't want to leave damage on the board for your Rapunzel to draw cards off of, but now there's just traps everywhere when you have Amethyst on the board. So it's just one of those things you need to be very, very judicious of, is the juice worth the squeeze on some of these challenges? And now we're at the point where we're just going to draw 2 more cards saying, listen, if you ever thought about doing any kind of discard shenanigans again, don't, because I am sitting at 13. I have a healthy clutch of 4 cards in my hand, or 5, well, no, it's way more than 5 cards in my hand. So it's hard. I can't imagine an easy path forward for Kyle, but he's going to go ahead and start with deploying that Prince John again and saying, listen, you have a lot to discard.
Yeah, I think we should not talk about Bruno here. We're done talking about Dumbo as well. Send that back to the hand, shuffle him up, and we will discard 1 card at random, and Prince John will draw a card for Kyle here.
And that is a lot of work for what I would consider a little bit of payoff. I mean, he gets to draw 1 card, but the chances of hitting the card you really want is pretty slim. Because what do you even want? The 1 card, he has 5 other ones. That's
a pretty good one.
That's a good one. Because as we saw, that Demona is very powerful when she has lots of friends hanging out with her. And she does certainly have a good assortment of allies with her. However, that did cost a total of 5 ink for him to deploy. And yeah, he's not able to do a ton this turn because now Jamie still has a nice, comfortable 5, soon to be 6 cards in hand. But, oh, Demona,
Yeah,
that was nice there.
Hold on. You are still locked down. You are a stone gargoyle at this point. And the Demona, a really interesting card in this matchup because traditionally, Prince John's a pretty tough character to deal with. You got to get a board wipe down like a Sisu, empowered sibling, or a Be Prepared or something like that, just to get him off the board. But Demona can exert him because she does not target him. She exerts all characters on the opposite side of the board, and then you can challenge into him. So that is a little bit of an interesting card in this matchup. We saw how she was able to draw additional cards for Diablo, so there is a give and take with this Demona against these Emerald discard strategies for sure.
And one of my favorite matchups, or favorite pairings, is Amethyst in general, just because any card you like, don't worry, we can do it again with the bounce mechanics that we saw with Madam Mim headed back into the game. In this case, we're going to go ahead and have the Elsa go in and exert the Crab, which is always good to get rid of Merlin Crab on your opponent's turn because, yes, he can go ahead and give 3 to a character, but it's just only advantageous on his turn. So now we have that Merlin Crab off the board, and we're getting our board nice and wide. A Dumbo just to keep the mix going. That was bounced back to the hand possibly with the We Don't Talk About Bruno. And he just goes ahead and passes. He's trying to get that Demona to stand back up. Unfortunately, he couldn't quite get there on this turn. So Demona's just kind of laying down, taking a nap, and just menacing.
We're taking our time, slowly getting over the finish line here with Merryweather questing for 1 every single turn, as we're going to take a look at the hand here with a Maleficent Spy. We have another Demona. We do have a Hades in hand as well as a Popsicle.
My brain restarted. I'm so sorry. There was a hubbubaloo outside.
Yeah, there was a ruckus.
There was, and I was like, I must know what we're ruckusing about. But I think they talk about 3 free packs, and everybody loves that. But there we go. It's wrong lever, and we know that we saw pull the lever, but it was inked, unfortunately.
Yeah.
So that is just a bounce back to the hand in this case. So pretty much all Kyle is able to do is delay that Demona from readying, delay the board from being in critical questing capacity. But he's still not making big headways into winning. He's only got 4 lore. So, I mean, the minute that Demona stands up, if I'm Kyle, I'm getting a little nervous.
Yeah, and we still have that Merriweather just off screen there. Jamie liking to keep his cards very far apart, it would seem. Does not like them to get huddled close together as Hades, the Infernal Schemer, comes down, putting the Genie, wish fulfilled, into the Inkwell.
And there is a popsicle, just for good measure. I think popsicles are very funny because it really is just, pay 1, draw a card. Now, we talked about you are able to play that Bell Apprentice Inventor if you want to, but really it's just nice. Sometimes there is a Tamatoa. You will see a Tamatoa sneak in there every once in a while. I think that's why Blurple is still being played, is because you kind of have access to some of the most powerful cards in Disney Lorcana history. But just questing up to that 15, we still cannot ready. That Demona, she gets knocked down, she doesn't get up again. I think she might be down for the rest of this game.
Unfortunately for her, as Chip is going to come down onto the board, forcing a discard on Jamie's side. But Jamie's been able to keep his hand so healthy throughout this game, and this is the problem with going discard into Amethyst, is we're going to use the pull the lever to draw 2 cards of our own. And now we do have a pull the lever in the discard. If we have a wrong lever, we can use that to drop a character to the bottom of Jamie's deck. It looks like we might be singing a song here. We're just looking for more answers. Kyle has to have almost 10 cards in hand at this point. Just hasn't been able to put the threats on board and keep them on board consistently, as Jamie has had the removal over and over and over, and Kyle agrees. Let's scoop it up and go to game number 2. See if we can get that Diablo Devoted Herald on the board a little bit sooner.
Yeah, you can definitely see a little bit of desperation in that play there, because Jamie was desperately trying to get to a point where he could ready that Demona, and so he was trying to discard cards. He couldn't, and so that Chip was like, okay, well, you're finally giving in to his plan of saying, please, for the love of all that I have, just get rid of some of these cards so I can ready my Demona. That Demona stayed exerted for approximately 3 turns, which is crazy because she is a very, very excellent challenge option at, I believe, a 6-5.
Yeah. Jamie taking that one down there in game number 1. That was very impressive on his side, not allowing the Emerald and Amethyst deck to really get anything going at all. The Diablos were removed almost as soon as they came down. The Prince Johns weren't able to do much, forced to get exerted there by singing songs, and it was just not easy for Kyle to stick anything onto the board and keep it onto the board for any length of time.
And now I think we mentioned, I mean, when you have these top cut, it's going to be whoever has the higher seat goes first. So I believe in this case, I mean, Kyle did go first, but he just missed that turn. So things just didn't go so great for Kyle in the start. So I think, like, if we can see those engines fire off, Kyle's going to have a very, very different game as far as comfort level. Because as we talked about, I mean, Jamie's deck is a little fragile in the beginning. One of the things we talk about, did you hit ramp on 2? It is like the most thing we talk about it to the point where sometimes we get so used to it happening. We see he has 2 T-pos in hand, so he will hit ramp on 2. But that's something that you kind of talk about is I have to make sure my deck goes right, but maybe my opponent's deck will go wrong. So Jamie definitely got to see Kyle's deck go a little bit wrong there. But if Kyle can fire off on all cylinders, Jamie has a slow start. That's just how Blurple works, unfortunately.
Yeah, I mean, we can get that bell down on turn 1 and sing Friends on the Other Side on turn number 2. That's not a bad way to get some cards in hand, but outside of that, you're right. We have to take our time, ramp up to that turn number 4, or that ink number 4 turn, I should say, which is typically turn number 3 for these Sapphire and Amethyst decks. And we know he has access to Sven, so we need to be careful with those Diablos. We need to get a Maleficent Spy out onto the board to see what is going to come down. But even if we have something like a Snow Fort, which I believe Kyle does have in his deck, that is not going to be good enough to withstand a Sven challenge. It can withstand an Elsa challenge, but if Sven is on the board or Dumbo is on the board, our Diablos are in trouble.
Yeah, and it's to the point where you also just start to wonder if Kyle even is going to try to even tamper or deal in the Diablo arts because of how tricky it is to get that to stick. I mean, I think it's worth it if you're able to get a little bit off of it, but I mean, he knows that his opponent won't be drawing too many cards too early. Oh, there we go. Okay, so as far as we're missing the popsicle technology, we have Tipo, but he's like, look at this. Look at this. This is not my favorite hand.
Oops, all sapphire.
Yeah.
As Jamie's hand is not what you would like to see. We do see Scuttle in the hand. Very interesting. Want to go with that all ward package with the 4-drop Merryweather, 5-drop Scuttle, but things are looking pretty safe right now on the side of Kyle. If he does want to get those Diablos down, now is the time to do so. We don't talk about Bruno. Does he have the shift available? Let's go Ursula first. Did you find a friends on the other side? No, but we did find an Amethyst card in Demona. Now we are just making sure that our Diablo is going to be as safe as possible, and he is, as pull the lever does hit the discard pile, so we need to keep that in mind for wrong lever later in the game. And we sing friends on the other side. So really the perfect turn number 2 as Kyle gets an additional 3 cards in hand thanks to the friends plus the Diablo.
Yeah, that Diablo is so fragile. And one of the things that's kind of rough about it is it's a ton of card economy that you're losing to get to this. You have your Diablo shifting, discarding an action. So he is playing another action that friends, but it kind of keeps the card economy at least a little net neutral, refilling that hand back up because he needs to. Step 1 of the plan is done. Can he get to phase 2, which is taking advantage of what other things in there we go. That's a great way to do it. Stay in the game by just drawing cards. Tipo is not a threat right now, but he is entering threat country as we get to that 4 ink on Jamie's side. So getting as much value as we can off of Diablo as when we have him.
Yeah, Diablo definitely has some friends on the other side. We'll see if something like a Prince John is able to come down. That's his best friend, I would say, as Snowfort. Pretty good friend to have as well.
Yeah, that Snowfort we've seen in a lot of other decks, primarily the Dogs deck, because it just goes ahead. It helps the math by adding resist, by adding +1 to the strength. We're making it where your opponent is going to have a little bit of a hard time coming to terms with the math of the challenges. And item removal, is that at all? People are putting it in, but not at the rate you would expect to see in a deck or a meta where items are pretty much ubiquitous in so many of the top decks. Now this is looking a very different game. Jamie's sitting very comfortable, and friend of the show, JDZ, in the chat saying, "What are the chances 2 Amethyst decks would meet in the top 32?" That is such a good point. We saw no Amethyst yesterday, and the bracket gods are always cruel and put the 2 decks that you're like, listen, don't touch each other, and they're like, we're going to fight very early on.
We're supposed to see each other in the finals.
Yeah, not like this.
Madam Mim Fox comes down, returns the Tipo to hand, and removes the Ursula on the other side. There is Prince John, one of Diablo's best friends. Sudden Chill comes down onto the board, sung by Diablo, removing that Merryweather from hand. And Kyle right now in the driver's seat, but things can change pretty quickly here for Jamie. Like we mentioned, he has so many different answers to the Diablo, but right now Elsa's not going to get it done as Snowfort is out there and protecting our devoted Herald. We do have the ability to sing friends on the other side to get some more options here, keep the hand as healthy as possible. That way we don't lose too many cards. We saw how efficiently Kyle was able to discard cards out of his opponent's hand in yesterday's feature match between the Ruby Sapphire items deck, but Blurple is a different beast all entirely.
Yeah, and it's kind of making – that's when Blurple can look the silliest, is when it's only doing one thing per turn. It's just going, all right, I try this, and meanwhile –
here's a guy.
Yeah, here's a guy. He's probably going to stay around. I mean, Ward is the scourge of the targeted removal clan, and Scuttle is a nice, sizable 5/5. Whether you have a Snowfort or not, that is a pretty great challenger for anything that might be on the other side. Unfortunately, he does not have evasive, but we talked about Sven. Sven could come in at any moment, so right now he just needs to stabilize. The wider the board gets, the more the math becomes very unfavorable to Jamie.
Here comes another Sudden Chill paired with a Genie, and a second Merryweather is going to hit the Inkwell. And Kyle feeling pretty confident right now with his evasive strategy with that Snowfort out there. We've mentioned Sven a couple times here. Sven's really the only character that can punch through that Snowfort right now because he does challenge for 5 with that Challenger +3, so would be able to take down a Genie, but they'd go even in that trade, as would a Diablo here, so you'd be going 1 for 1 if you decided to do that. but might have no choice coming up here soon. As we mentioned, there's no real board wipe in the Blurple deck. We have a pseudo board wipe in the form of Demona, but you need characters that can challenge on the board, and there she is, and we're going to have to give up the cards to Diablo yet again, as Jamie is going to just draw 2 cards here, giving Kyle an additional 2 as well.
Yeah, 5 cards for, or yes. So yeah, Kyle drew up to 5, or 3, and then like you said, the 2 that Jamie is. So we saw that interaction in game 1, so that was much quicker. They said, we know, we've danced the Demona Diablo tango before. And we're seeing some parity, 3 characters on each side, and now it starts to be where Blurple feels a little bit better, because while the board is wider, it is now getting to the point where the characters are more substantial. Unfortunately, that Madam M. Fox, while she is swift, she is not evasive, so just kind of hangs down, I think just questing there and saying, well, what are you going to do? You're probably not going to go ahead and swing back at me, so I'll get a quest in. And then it is now time to see what Kyle will do with his extra cards. Take a little peek.
Yeah, there's the Hades Infernal Schemer. That'll help get this Diablo or this Genie off the board when we can't find all of our evasive characters, and that will come down on the next turn. Kyle could discard the entire hand on the opposite side here. It is not out of the realm of possibility, as we are going to see our 3rd friends on the other side with the same Diablo this entire time. Don't tell me we got 4. No, it's the 3rd Sudden Chill. What are you going to get rid of? There goes Jumbo Jr., Dumbo, 9th one in the universe, into the discard. And we have Lucifer, which is going to grab the last 2 cards, and he was able to discard the entire hand. No Hades Infernal Schemer for you, Jamie.
I love that you said he could discard the whole hand. I was like, he wouldn't. He couldn't. And Lucifer is so good at doing it, because the beauty of that combination is the Diablo is able to see, do you have any actions?
Yeah.
And the fact that he had no actions made that Lucifer all the more tempting, because you could technically only discard 1 action with Lucifer, but he doesn't have any, so he had to discard everything. And there is my Demona coming in and getting more and more cards for Kyle. But Jamie has to do it. He has no cards, so now is not the time where beggars cannot be choosers. He has 3 cards. He is very not probably wanting to exert that Demona.
Yeah.
But he can use the other one to challenge, but it's just one of those things. If you do, she's going to be down for a while, unless you have some kind of song you can do to empty your hand where you don't have that 3 once it's time to ready. So these are Kyle's deck is making Jamie absolutely stay on his toes this entire match.
Yeah, it's troublesome. Not to mention that Snow Fort on the opposite side is going to make these challenges a lot more brutal, right? You'd love to go Madam Mim Fox into the Maleficent Spy here, but then if you go Scuttle into Lucifer, you lose your Scuttle. So might have to challenge in with Demona here into the Lucifer, take 3 damage back, which is insane with that Snow Fort on the board, giving an additional strength plus that resist. We can go Scuttle here into the Maleficent Spy and keep our Scuttle around. Jamie does have the option to either sing a song here or ink. That way his Demona will ready on the next turn. But the issue with getting cards out of your hand is Kyle wants you to do that. He doesn't want cards to be in your hand. That way it's easier to get rid of all of them, as the Scuttle is going to take out the Spy. And Madam M said, I might as well gather some lore here.
Now, we do see a McDuck Manor in the hand, and I think it's so funny that Blurple has become the greatest pain of all time remix, because, I mean, there's so many things you can do in Blurple, and in this case, McDuck Manor is kind of a great thing to do if you have time, but unfortunately, Jamie doesn't. It's interesting, because, I mean, it feels like Kyle's having his way with this game, but, I mean, he is only at 1. It's 1-3, so I think Jamie, if he stays patient, it could pay off. He doesn't have a way to get rid of that Snow Fort. 2 Diablo, Spiteful Ravens coming down, which are good at challenging, especially with that Snow Fort. They can go ahead and deal 4 damage if they so choose. And then 1 more Diablo. It's the Diablo reunion special.
Yeah, a bunch of Ravens on board. We have a conspiracy going on, and the conspiracy theory is get as many Diablo Ravens of any kind, any flavor, down onto the board and get to questing. 3 of them are evasive. 1 will draw a card when banished. So powerful are all of these birds flocking together, and Kyle really putting this game together in a way that he wasn't able to in game number 1, and it's all thanks to that Diablo Devoted Herald, which has been on the board since turn number 2 in this game and has drawn, I don't know, 20 cards this game at least.
And you know Diablo is one of the most feared cards because so many decks were built around, okay, how do I get rid of Diablo? Which was crazy because the meta didn't exist yet. And Diablo wasn't good until maybe week 2, but people were like, no, I need some cannons, I need some angels, I need whatever I can do for anti-Diablo tech. But Diablo is making a splash here, and the more Diablos, the better. It's a backup plan, Plan D for Diablo. But speaking of backup plans, we have a Junior Woodchuck guidebook created and drawn and produced by JDZ. Just kidding, it was revealed by JDZ. And then we have Scuttle. So basically, we're talking about backup plans, and both of them are just doing that over and over again. Their Plan A is characters, Plan B is some more ways to get cards to play more characters. Unfortunately, like Jamie, with this Demona, it's very funny seeing this anti-synergy where he wants to draw cards, but not too much.
Yeah.
Because of the fact that if he doesn't choose to start using those Demonas, we saw one laid down and never got back up for 3 turns last game.
Yeah, Diablo Devoted Herald does get hit with a Let It Go as their fourth Sudden Chill is used to shift another Diablo. But I'll tell you this much. He's not off the board. He's in the Inkwell, still haunting Jamie as he can be still used for ink as a second Snowfort is going to come down, make things even more difficult. We have some really big and resilient characters on the opposite side of the board, but how big and resilient can you be in the face of double Snowfort? Here we get to questing. Finally, with all of these evasive characters, Kyle really taking his time, being patient, and we own the evasive realm right now. There are no Elsas, there are no Svens, there are no Dumbos on the opposite side. Let's see if we can find something with the Junior Woodchuck guidebook to try and battle back. But like I mentioned, if you challenge into any of these evasive characters with your Sven will get banished thanks to that double Snowfort.
Yeah, that double Snowport, I mean, it's doing a lot of heavy lifting when we pass turn because then we have that ability of gaining resist. So it's not only, they're definitely going to hit back for 2 more because of the 2 Snowforts, but then you also have that resist. So everything just has to work extra hard. We might have to double. So there is that Sven. Sven, how long are we going to have you with us? And the answer is probably for 1 challenge right now.
One challenge and that's it.
Yeah.
You can't even take down Genie at this point.
Yeah. The hero's journey of Sven. And he's making the math here. He's like, Sven, I'm so sorry. You know you just got here. I know you did, and you're a good guy. But you are going to go ahead and challenge into that Diablo. And he says, oh, wait, no damage markers. Because he has now been banished with a capital B. And we just keep going. And that is the what the plan is for Kyle is. He says, you're going to have to work for it. And we saw the Sven come in. That's 4 ink already gone. The Scuttle can do some challenging, but unfortunately to no one. I mean, he's just down there exerting. He's just going to quest possibly.
Yeah, I was going to say it might just be time to quest it out. I mean, he just quested for 2, 4, 6, 8, 9 allure there. So Kyle needs to respond here. I don't believe Kyle can win the game on his turn. He has 2, 4, 6, 8 himself. So he needs to get rid of some characters on the opposite side of the board or the game will be over as Jamie has all of these huge characters that quest for 2 right now.
Now, as someone definitely put it out in the chat, if there is a Cricky, that will help very much on this because what's going to happen is now Kyle does have to respond. He has to make sure he gets the game off board. This is a good place to start. We saw a pull the lever go into the discard, so Demona.
He knew that was the bottom card of his discard. He's like, yep,
I remember
that card going into the discard pile.
I remember 20 minutes ago I put it there myself. So he's able to go ahead and send with that wrong lever, and there's a chipping away at the hand, putting that McDuck Manor into the discard pile. So this is the control that you want to see. And now if he does some challenging, basically he can swing into the characters and make favorable trades, and then Jamie can't build back after it. So this is a very, very powerful maneuver what he's doing here, attacking the hand size first, then the board second. With the crab, 2 Snowforts, he can do some very powerful things here.
Yeah, Ursula is going to take out the Scuttle with the help of Merlin Crab. One of the Spiteful Ravens here is going to remove Scuttle, the other going to remove Demona, and now we're just going to keep our evasives on the board, our most valuable ones, and Prince John said, I might as well get off my lazy rear end and do some questing as well.
Yeah, that's why sometimes I think about Prince John as an item that you can redeem for 2 lore at the end because
True.
He just kind of hangs out and he's like, all right, I'm done doing the things I do. And there we go. Both players have shown why they brought this deck to the tournament. They now have a win each under their belt, but now it is time to see who will advance into the top 16 in our top 32 at the ETB CCQ 15K parenthesis Canadian currency.
Parentheses Canadian currency. I love that. As Jamie is going to be on the play here, we know that the Blurple can be super oppressive when it is on the play. It gets all of those advantages. That one turn earlier, thanks to the Sapphire ramp, the Tipo, the Sail. We saw the opening hand for Jamie in the last game. All Sapphire. That's not what we want. The Amethyst cards are the cards that deal with the opposing characters early in the game, and then you can use the Sapphire cards later in the game, such as Hades, and let it go to clean things up. But the Amethyst cards need to work in concert with the Amethyst cards. The Amethyst cards need to work in concert with the Sapphire cards, or things are just not going to go well. That's why you put 2 ink colors in your deck. They need to work harmoniously together.
We have not seen a mono deck yet.
No. It could happen in
it's
Infinity.
legal.
I think it could happen one day. Not quite yet.
Not today. And like we mentioned, we hinted at it, there wasn't a lot of Amethyst we saw yesterday on stream, so it is a little sad to see these 2 Amethyst players meet like this. We will work on getting you guys a breakdown of what our top 32 looks like, but we just know that the meta is not shaking up to be an Amethyst heavy meta because all the colors, if you combine Infinity, has some card draw here and there. But it is now time to go into this Game 3 where we've seen 2 things. We've seen both decks work and both decks not work. And I think both players have taken advantage of that, right? Like, we've seen Kyle kind of struggle to get the Diablo plan online in Game 1. We saw Jamie struggle to do really cool stuff in Game 2. And now it is – but, I mean, all that to be said, Jamie was close. I mean, Jamie got very close, and that's why Blurple can be – the control decks in general – are oppressive is because they can lose, in quotes, for most of the game and then come back. That's their whole thing. But I don't think he wants to have that story. I think he wants to win in the beginning, keep winning, and then win at the end as well. But now we're going to see which one takes off. Will Diablo take flight or will Blurple do Blurple things?
Let's find out.
Blurple is harder to make a joke about.
In the top 32 of the end of the battlefield, CCQ, Jamie goes for 4 cards there. It was nearly an oops all Sapphire hand again. That's not what we want. He did have an Elsa, which was interestingly sent back into the deck. Maybe not favoring that character as a Diablo answer, especially when Snow Forts are in the deck. Might want to look for Sven's early on. As we do decide to switch up where the deck is going. That's what's interesting to me. In game number 1, Jamie had the deck at the bottom of the screen, his right side. Game number 2, it was at the top of the screen, his left side, and it didn't work out. So maybe that's a little superstition there. I kind of get that way when I'm playing trading card games. I like when I draw my opening hand, I'll do it a certain way. If I lose, you're retired for the day. We're going to draw our opening hand a different way as we take a look at Jamie's opening hand.
It sounds like you guys are both ambidextrous.
That's true.
Yeah.
And I love that pun.
Thank you. So we have this Maleficent Spy coming in and being like, what do we got over here? We see our first Tomato that we've seen the whole game, but unfortunately we're going to see him be Ink here. He's happy as a clam, but he's also happy to be Ink. Then it becomes, do we have a Popsicle to do that explosive turn 1? It does not look like he does. So it's kind of one of those things where, sorry, Belle, you don't get to play today because that's the time you're useful is as a free card. But it's time to ramp. We have Tipo going down. You can ink any card off of this Tipo, but it is a character, which is one of the nicer things to have, is something to respond to this wide board that we know is going to happen on Kyle's side.
Yeah, Tipo just sits there a while. He can always come in for a challenge or quest for a little bit. He's similar to Prince John in that way, just kind of innocuous, maybe not as threatening as a Prince John. Let's see if Kyle has the turn 2 shift. That's what carried him in game number 2. Here is the Spiteful Raven coming down. 4-2 here. We do quest with the Diablo Maleficent Spy. Do we have the ability to shift here? We do not, as the Devoted Herald is hiding somewhere in the deck and not coming out at this point. Kyle might be in a little bit of trouble here as Jamie is going to get into his turn number 3, that all-important Ink turn 4. Does he have the Merryweather?
Yeah, that Merryweather we've seen has had some pretty good impact. The good news is having 2 Diablos means that even if a Sven comes roaring across here, he is pretty much not going to be able to get rid of the Diablos at all, like both of them. So Merryweather is a good play here because, like we saw, she's a 4/5. She can do a lot right now. We only have 1 evasive Diablo. We don't know. I mean, you have to top deck it or be very good at being cheeky about not having it. And we are just going to keep building that board, setting up for that Demona board wipe in quotations. But setting up is something that Kyle is doing as well with his Prince John and then just questing with this very spiteful Raven.
Yeah, going in for a quest here. Interestingly, wanting to gain that lore here, I thought maybe we might see a sudden chill come down, but I think you do quest here no matter what. Of course, he is evasive, but you know your opponent is packing Elsa's in the form of the 5th Spirit, and that card is going to come down, exert Diablo regardless, and take that character out. So you might as well get a quest in while you can, although that will give up your Maleficent Spy if the Elsa is in hand, but maybe you have something in your hand that you have in store for that Merryweather if it gets exerted. But Jamie here really thinking things through. This is an important turn. I think these turn number 4 and turn number 5 being super important for these Amethyst and Sapphire players. As we do have the Elsa, we're going to get this Maleficent Spy exerted, as I mentioned, and both Diablos might not be long for this world as they do get banished by Merryweather and Elsa.
And then Tipo says, I can quest. And just gets a little cheeky quest in there because we're at the point now where Tipo was just kind of hanging out to see like how, what the temperature of the room was. And now we just have a Prince John by himself, which is one of the least scary things because he's just standing there. He needs some friends. Now, we talked about that he can still do the discard shenanigans, and Kyle can fill his hand off of him. But Kyle's only at 3 ink. He can't do everything next turn. And so Prince John, if he wants to sing or do anything, it puts him in a place where he will not be doing that again, because Merryweather would be happy to challenge into that Prince John, who is very frail. In this case, yeah, there we go. He's going to say, I have to do it. The discard plan's not happening. Diablo's not happening. He could still take advantage of the discard while we have Prince John on the board, but he's electing to fill up his hand, singing friends on the other side, inking up with this pull the lever, and then possibly... There we go. Chipping away his hand, being able to get a discard from Jamie, drawing another card, and saying, Prince John, we hardly knew ye.
Yeah. Prince John, sometimes you got to do what you got to do. You got to get your hands dirty, but unfortunately for Prince John, he is very fragile, so he will get challenged down here quite easily, but we just see how anemic sometimes this deck looks when you're not able to find those devoted heralds. Kyle was able to win a game yesterday with 0 devoted heralds hitting the board, at least not until late in the game, but he did that off the back of double Prince John and multiple discard songs in the form of Sudden Chill, and he also had the action of Pull the Lever, which was able to discard cards out of the Ruby Sapphire player's hand as Demona comes down again and finally doesn't have to worry about Diablo drawing additional cards.
Someone was like, listen, that was scary, guys. I've never seen that bird before. He is absolutely terrifying, but he's not so scary in this game. I think it's very fascinating to see how Chad is like, not Diablo, I hate Diablo, but these discard decks, like he said, they're fragile. If they don't do what they're supposed to do, then it just looks silly.
Yeah.
You have 1 or 2 characters coming down. It's just a silly little fair
little
deck.
Characters at that.
Yeah, and so now that you have Jamie with these giant powerhouse 4/5, 2/5, 6 or 5/6, you're just like, okay, good luck 0-1, you got this.
Yeah, I got a little 0-1 Diablo just dirtling as Lewis is going to hit the Inkwell here. Maybe we have a Genie that can draw us a card, try and get us back in this game. No, it is going to be a Madam Mim Fox, unfortunately. That's all we got. She's going to challenge into Tipo, but luckily for her, she will deal 4 damage back to any of these characters on the opposite side and take a big chunk out of their willpower. But we have to keep in mind, Bell, Accomplished Mystic, is in the Blurple deck list on the opposite side, and that could punish us here, but we don't have many other options, it seems.
And shout out to Belle that she was an apprentice mystic, and then she became an accomplished mystic. We joke about her like doing dabbling, but she really is. She's doing it all. She's reading. She's she had that emerald card where she's just hanging out and reading. Then she's inventing stuff. She's building stuff. So she is doing it all in this deck. And here she is. She's like, did you guys just? I heard a bell, is what she said.
She said, I heard a bell, and the bell is me, as she comes down, removes the damage from Merryweather over to that Madam Mim Fox, and now we start questing here with Demona, with Elsa. Interestingly, not questing. Oh, we do quest with the Merryweather. Why not? She cannot be taken down by the combination of the Merlin Crab and the Diablo Obedient Raven here, so might as well get the lore, as the judge is asking our players a little bit of a clarifying question or giving them some information that they need. Shout out to Arcus Umi out here
Yeah,
Judge
shout out to me and Alex
Lord
got a
adding it
tattoo.
up.
Listen,
You did.
if you're not getting a tattoo with the head judge, are you even casting? You two didn't get tattoos with her. I
That's
did.
true. So I'm not casting. I have
Every
no clue
tournament,
what I'm
and the
doing.
thing is every tournament I do this, and it's really getting kind of expensive. It's painful. I'm like, all right, head judge, let's go get a tattoo. But anyway, we have this poor. He's an obedient Raven, but
Yeah.
he's not. He needs friends. He's not. We've seen this where you can actually just go send your Raven in to just blow up into a pile of feathers and turn into a card. So that might be what he does. But before he does that, before we get to desperation, we are going to go ahead and pull the lever, draw 2 cards, and say, are one of these 2 cards the ones I need to wipe a board of some of the scariest characters we've seen in this game?
In all of humanity, yeah. And I mean, you're right that Diablo is obedient. He'll do whatever you say. You
Yeah,
want me to
go.
challenge in? I don't deal any damage back, but I'll do it for you. As Sudden Chill is going to hit the discard here. Maybe we just play a Diablo the old-fashioned way. No, we're going to put the Demona at the bottom of the deck. That's not a terrible answer here. Slow down our opponent just a little bit. And while things do look dire here for Kyle, Jamie is running low on resources in hand. If Kyle is eventually able to deal with all of the threats on board as he was able to deal with Demona there, he could find his way back into this game. The issue is Merryweather cannot really ever be targeted by anything that Kyle has.
No, you can only target her with your words and your scowls. Now, we do talk about how, I mean, anything that targets the whole board does get around ward, but unfortunately, I don't think Kyle's got a lot of that kind of magic in his spell book. So we talk about Obedient Raven. Now, Obedient Raven can have a crab hang out with him.
Yeah.
We got Merlin's crab. Unfortunately, his board is so big. And now with an evasive, whereas even with the power of a crab friend, it is just not going to be so good. So we're just going to keep getting the pressure up. This Dumbo is a card that has come into and out of the meta. Card draw is so easy for Blurple that they're at a point where they're like, do we even need a Dumbo? But he's still a great card at a 3/3. And you're able to draw cards off of his evasive pals and still get a lure. That feels bad that they get a lure and a card. Pick one. But he is the 9th wonder of the universe, and there we go.
Whoa.
More cards, please. There's no Demonas on the board, so there's no fear of drawing too many cards. So friends, a quick, easy 2 cards into the hand, and then why not? A little quest here for 2 off of that bell. Accomplish Mystic.
Yeah, I just mentioned a second ago how Kyle wasn't in the worst position despite what the board was looking like because Jamie didn't have a lot of cards in hand, and then he drew all the cards for his turn. So unfortunate for Kyle. We have a really uphill battle to fight here, bringing a deck that probably not a lot of people expected to go up against, but again, relying so heavily on the Diablo Devoted Herald. You have so many different targets to shift onto, but if you don't have the big bird, the little birds don't matter as much, as Chip is going to come down and, as you like to say, chip away at our opponent's hand here. Sven, who needs him? There's no Devoted Heralds on the opposite side of the board, and we don't talk about Bruno. Not super effective right now, especially when you have to pay the full retail value for it.
Yeah, I mean, it's so hard to imagine a way forward because, I mean, you got to either outvalue him or either outvalue him in questing power or challenging power. And we are not seeing either of that on this board right now. Chip is a 3/2. That's cool. But unfortunately, like we said, it's kind of looking like Space Jam where they've absorbed the power of the basketball. And now it's the whatever the team is. You know more on Space Jam.
Monstars.
They're the Monstars. Then Chip and Diablo.
This was my moment.
This is rise. And now I think he's just jazzing. He's just showing all the cool cards in the Blurple deck just for fun. A McDuck Manor, Popsicle to draw a card, a Junior Witcher Guidebook to say, but wait, there is more. So I think Jamie is showing why people bring Blurple, because it does have access to some of the greatest cards available to you in the game. Now, are you able to do all of it all the time? No. But if you're able to stop your opponent and truly be a control deck, it really feels like you are the top dog in this meta.
Yeah, this had to be a matchup that Jamie wasn't too disappointed to see. Now, we did see in that game number 2, it can be oppressive, these discard strategies, but when you draw so many cards so consistently and you have so many different answers and characters that, quite frankly, cannot be answered easily in the form of Merryweather and Scuttle by Kyle unless they're discarded, you have to feel pretty good, especially when you're on the play here, and showing why this deck is probably favored into the Emerald and Amethyst strategy. And Kyle puts out the fist bump. Jamie gets it done in round number 1 here of the top cut, top 32. Jamie is punching his ticket to that top 16. 4 more wins, and he will be invited to the North American Championship. Blurple, I didn't hear no bell. The only bell I heard was Bell, accomplished mystic.
Bell with an E at the end.
Yes.
And that was a very, very exciting game because we talk about going into this tournament. We're like, okay, Amber Steel, dogs, maybe items. But these were 2 decks that we didn't really talk about as being a contender. But they did contend. They made it to day 2. They went through a room of over 200 Illumineers from all over Canada. And even there were some Americans that got in somehow.
Yeah,
we don't know.
Maybe some Europeans. Who knows?
Maybe. And they, the chat is cracking me up because it's like Diablo is not the best deck in format. I need you guys to know this.
He barely squeaked in. I don't know if there's a single other Diablo.
I think Dale.
Dale made it in.
And maybe if he got knocked out, they'll probably be cheering because no matter what, Diablo is a very decisive bird. Divisive. Indecisive.
He's decisive and divisive, and somebody over there at Ravensburger, and maybe it's in the name. Diablo is what? A raven, okay? Ravensburger, spelled the same way. Ravensburger, some people say that. But
some people, they're wrong.
They are wrong, but somebody over there at that company loves this bird because every single time a Diablo gets printed, the card's insane.
Yeah.
Right? The Devoted Herald, the Maleficent Spy, the Spiteful Raven, the Obedient Raven, and now the Stone Servant, and the one in Ruby as well.
There's only one bad Diablo.
There's one bad Diablo.
It's the Faithful Pet, and he's fine. He just works with Maleficent.
Yeah.
But otherwise, Diablo,
all good.
It is the pantheon of the best cards in the game. You can say, they like Hey Hey. But if they like Hey Hey, then why is Diablo getting all these good ones?
Yeah, they love Hey Hey, but hey, you're not getting any
You're not Diablo.
cards.
You're not that guy, pal.
Yeah, exactly. And Diablo has an enchanted, of course.
Yeah, and I mean, looking at this, I'm sorry, chat. There's a Diablo in the top 16. Dale Bolito, he did pilot
Shout
his
out to Dale.
Yeah, shout out to Dale because he said
great player, great guy.
I interviewed him. I said, "Why did you bring this?" And he said, "I wanted to play Diablo." So it is, like we said, it's divisive. People, you love him or hate him. Use Diablo to make burgers. No, we don't do that. Diablo's nice. He's like, listen. In a world where everybody's drawing 40,000 cards, maybe a little discard's not the worst thing to happen in the world, all right? Discard, it's called the circle of life, okay? It's in the Lion King. You have to have balance in all things. So, do we like discard? No, you brought cards because you wanted to play them. But for every good thing, for every aggro, there must be a control. For every card draw deck, there must be a discard. It's just...
You have to balance the scales in that way. I mean, you said it. And Maleficent did something to this bird when this game came out in the realm of Lorcana. She gave him all of her magical power because really we don't see Maleficent in the game too awful much. Maleficent Dragon, of course, the monstrous dragon, one of the best cards in the history of Disney Lorcana, and of course the 1/1 that quest. And then we did have the 3-drop, the 2/2 that drew cards, and she was very powerful in the set 4 format in Ursula's Return. And the reason you played that card was because you had to go up against who? Bucky and Diablo, and you needed more cards in your hand. She could come down, draw a card, and then exert to draw 2 more cards with friends on the other side. So it's interesting. Maleficent had to, take down what she created.
She did. We talk about Diablo being good, but unfortunately, Diablo's time of our pumping him up is down because it is now time to talk about Blurple. We have an interview with Jamie J, who took down this top 32 match. So JDZ, go ahead and take it from here.
Huh? Maybe. Oh, and greetings and salutations, my fellow Lumineers. Me, your boy JDZ, and we're back with top 32 action. First round is just complete, and I have Jamie J, our winner, playing the Sapphire and Amethyst strategy. That's right, in Infinity, it is still viable, and he brought that deck to this tournament. So congratulations on your win. And I got to know, why did you bring that deck to this event?
It's just my favorite color combo. Always has been. I love playing Popsicles. I love the Tamatoa package. It crushed me when they banned them, but you know what? They're back here, and we get to play with the cards here, and it's been a lot of fun.
Right on. So you load this deck, and you're thinking you're going to play against a lot of the dogs. You think you're going to be playing against a lot of maybe some of the Ruby Sapphire decks and some of the things in Infinity. You load into the top 32, and you're playing against an Emerald and Amethyst deck. What were your thoughts on that matchup?
It's a pretty good matchup for me. I feel okay with it, better than some of the other matchups. But it was a great game. I I had a lot of fun, and I'm glad I could turn out the win.
We saw you were leaning heavy on the Demonas to kind of exert all of those characters, but we saw in game number 2 it kind of got out of hand. He was drawing a ton of cards. He was able to get tremendous value from your Demonas with the Diablos. So what went wrong, and what adjustments did you have to make in order to take down that very evasive deck?
I probably favored the Ward characters in the mulligan, and I probably should have looked for a few more evasive answers to deal with that. Couldn't find my L says. We got the Snow Fort down, and that the strategy for my deck against Snow Fort is hope they don't have it. So that was a bit rough, but being able to find the evasive answers in game 3 was helpful. And I know he couldn't find another one. I think he had three in game 2, and game 3 he was only able to find one. So that worked out for me.
Right on. All right, so you're going into the top 16. What are some of the matchups you're looking to see, and what are some matchups you are trying to avoid?
Honestly, I feel like I'm playing with house money, so I'm just happy. I'm just happy to be here. I'm whoever I get to play against. Just looking forward to playing against some good players and meeting some cool people, and that's all I'm looking for today. So. Right
on. That's a great answer. There are a lot of people out there rooting for you. You are the lone Sapphire Amethyst player still remaining in this top cut. So you got a lot of fans out there watching and hoping you can make a deep run. So with that, where are you coming from? And tell us about yourself really quickly.
Well, I'm one city over from Burlington, so okay. This is nice and local. 17 minutes from my front door. And I'm glad to see that we were able to have an event in this area. We missed not having a DLC this year in Canada, so I'm glad that there was something nearby for me to travel to.
Right on. Jamie J out here on Sapphire and Amethyst, hometown hero, trying to defend the base, keep Blurple alive for all the Blurple crew out there. But Jamie, before you get ready for that top 16 match, we're going to give some special shout outs. Anybody at home that may be watching or anything that you want to say to the people that helped you get here?
I'll thank my wife and daughter because my wife is looking after our 4-year-old right now while I'm here. So I kind of told her I didn't think I'd make day 2. So it was I had to get home and be like, so I did finish in the top 32, so I'm going to go back tomorrow. Is that okay? And she was like, yes, absolutely. So she is 8 months pregnant, so that was a little bit of a hiccup in that. So she's shout out to her because she's right on.
Shout out to the wife, man. We can't do it without family. This is a family game. But Jamie J, congratulations on your victory in top 16. Maybe you can get it done. Put Blurple back on the map. Good luck.
Yeah, thank you very much. I appreciate it.
Take care. We're going to kick it back over to the booth. That is.
Do you want me to bring it or you?
I'll bring it
Okay.
in. Oh, we're here.
Yeah.
I brought it in. And welcome back,
Nailed it.
everyone. We just finished a top 32 of the Enter the Battlefield CCQ 15K Infinity Tournament. And we got to see that Amethyst is still here, guys. It's just you can pair it with different in colors, and you are able to do some pretty cool things. And Jamie J said, listen, I'm going to take this all the way to the top 16. The interview, was he a Canadian? He's a Canadian.
Shout out.
Shout out to Canadians.
Shout out to Canada.
Yeah, shout out to like all of the provinces. There's a lot. Shout out Saskatchewan. Shout out Alberta.
Yeah.
None of it. We'll have all of it. So, you name some.
I don't really know that many.
Well, there's not that many. I think there's like 9. There's New Brunswick.
Shout out
Ontario. Shout out Ontario. My Quebecers. We love Canada. And listen, I can't name all 50 states either. So I know if you're thinking like, oh, Americans, we don't even know our place.
Sure.
So this has been very fun. It has been very exciting to be in Canada because it is, I don't know if you guys know this. It's very similar to America in some ways. But then you go somewhere and you're like, well, that's a little different. You get to the candy section and you're like, Mr. Big, Wonder Bar. We don't have that. I wonder if I'll have one of these.
Yeah.
So it's been very, very, very fun. Is there a song, Color? We have Color in the chat saying Nova Scotia. I know there's Labrador. Is that a province or a place? We don't know. And that's the thing. We love all of you. Thank you, Garrett, for picking up an annoyance from me. Canadians are from Canada and Canadian.
Yeah, I like to say Canada sometimes because they're Canadians.
But you said. There's Canadians and...
I said shout out Canada.
Canada.
Yeah.
Wow. And
They
then
should
the
be
zoologist here saying, I went to Canada for work, was able to relive my childhood as they have Toys R Us. And, Newfoundland and Labrador. Yeah.
Color bringing up the Animaniacs. Do you know either of those songs, all the states? I can do some of the countries.
That was a mistake. That was a throw, Color, because now Garrick is going to be like...
I'm going to sing Animaniacs the rest of the day. United States, Canada, Mexico, Panama, Haiti, Jamaica, Peru, Republic, Dominican,
Color, delete chat mod. He had a little bit of a Animaniacs phase.
I did, but I used to play super, competitive bar trivia.
You did.
And to help me out with that, I memorized all the countries of the world. Shout out Yaka Warner. And I memorized all of the 50 states and their capitals and the presidents. Shout out Wacko Warner.
Yeah, and Dot.
And Dot.
And we do have Katie, the Judge Phil saying, Katie, yes, stolen valor. I am now a lore guide, Judge Phil. Because of this tattoo, it's a mark. If I show it, I can now be a lore guide in any tournament of Disney Lorcana across America. But no, I did get it, but I got it a little bit different because I don't want the stolen valor of the lore guides. I have not even taken the 8-question quiz because I'm afraid I'll get it wrong. And then
I'm scared I will look like a. Well, I could just take it and never mention it to anyone ever again. But there's data out. Somebody knows that I failed.
Yeah, somebody. And it's probably
in a computer somewhere.
Greg Cooper. He checks it every day. He looks in he's like, ooh.
Get him banned.
Or Stephen Cooper looks, and probably Greg also is
Greg
looking.
Tito. Shout out
Greg Tito. Shout out all of them. So we're going to probably go to a quick break here momentarily. We're vamping. Honestly, guys, we can do this. We can jazz forever. But I do have to go finish my hair. It's not done yet. It's not awake. I'm awake, but my hair is not. Garrick and I, we do have a little bit of, we got to make some TikToks, guys.
We got to make some content.
And we got to, there's this guy. You guys are going to love him. His name is JD. JD, he's on a quest. And we're going to get him in this studio.
Can you believe it?
We're going to get him. He's in the trailer, but we're going to go knock on it and say, JD, you're on in 5.
He's literally right there.
He's been right here this whole time.
His little sholler is
yeah. Oh, JD has been in it. That's true. JD is actually, he's always with us. It's like I can steer Hero's voice. Baimaku says, I want a lore tattoo. Get one.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Pip it up.
Yes. I thought lore guys had to get tattoos. Yes, they get a pip for every time they make a judge call. Okay. Wow. He's coming.
Yeah, we can hear you.
Yeah.
On that. No, we can hear you on that
Yeah.
microphone.
I know. Just put it on so you can hear me.
Oh, you want the?
I'm talking to you.
Yeah.
Wow.
I'm talking to everyone. If you guys want to
All right.
stay.
So with that being said, we're going to send it to a quick break.
No. You can stay if you want. If you want to.
I like this. Now we're just doing it. We're going to the break,
Okay.
and then we'll come back.
We'll be right
My
back.
bad.
Don't touch that down.
Yo, greetings and salutations, my fellow Illuminators. Me, your boy JDZ, and we are back with more Enter the Battlefield 15K CCQ here in beautiful Toronto, Canada. We have the top 16 is underway right there. We can, and we saw a phenomenal match. We saw some Amethyst for the first time.
Oh, yeah.
In forever, it felt. And we got another high-impact, high-profile digital Lorcana match coming your way. And I'm going to bring you this thing with Garrick from Garrick's Lorcana Lair, Garrick from PodCon, Garrick from the Questcast, Garrick from everywhere around the realm of digital Lorcana.
Crazy
Greetings,
you didn't
friend.
mention this is not a podcast.
Hey, I told you, you fired. You quit on me, man.
I'm fired?
You're not fired.
No, he leaked it, everybody.
I'm kidding.
I
kidding.
will not be back this Wednesday. I've been fired.
Kidding. I'm kidding. I would never do that. You're going to leave me before I ever leave you. Believe that. But, Garrick, how are you feeling? What do you think about that last matchup? Amethyst, Infinity,
Super cool.
thoughts?
Yeah, super cool. Not my favorite flavor of amethyst. Would prefer to see a little ruby in there, a little cherry, and grape. That's what I like to go with if I'm going with flavors myself. But nice to see Blurple in here still fighting strong and going into the top 16 here. We have a really exciting matchup here. Two very, very, very well-known players within the Disney Lorcana community. Patrick Cote from the World Class Cards going up against Haymaker from the Slab Sharks. The Slab Sharks, interestingly enough, every single one of them was playing Emerald except for one.
Yeah.
And the one that didn't play Emerald didn't make top cut. You got to lock in with your team.
Yeah, rock in with your team. I think that's a thing. You know,
Yeah.
when your team is doing something, especially a team like the Slab Sharks who converted quite well in this tournament, I think you got to kind of ride with the homies that got you there. As Patrick Cote is going to be another
Amber Steel song.
Amber Steel player. I mean, he went to the Disney Lorcana Challenge World Championship last year, trying to get back active and get back there again on the Amber and Steel. He is also a local hero to this region. Shout out to all the French Illuminaires around the community as well, is because this Illuminaire, they're actually restreaming this very tournament in French on the, I believe he's a member of the Les Uninkable podcast. They're actually restreaming this in French, so supporting his community that way, but also being a phenomenal player here, trying to get back to that Disney Lorcana Challenge World Championship on Amber and Steel. So Emerald Steel, Amber Steel, this has kind of been a matchup of this entire tournament. What do you think about this breakdown of these two colors as they collide?
Yeah, it's going to be a really interesting matchup to see here. I do like the Amber Steel right now in this format. I think it is slightly favored into these dogs deck. It really just depends on how things shake out. There are a lot of key integral cards in this matchup that can decide it, from that Ursula Deceiver to Mowgli to Bare Necessities. These are the type of cards that are going to decide this matchup. If Haymaker is able to get things like Ursula Deceiver down, you can grab those Storms, grab those Zeus, grab those Strengths out of the hand and prevent your characters from being removed that way. But another character I really like, I'm not sure if Patrick is running in his deck, is Dale, ready for his shot. I think that is a card that can completely flip this matchup on its head and make Amber Steel even more favored, as you can get those Rapunzels active, get those Ursula Vanessas active and challenging for 4 and 5 respectively.
Yeah, and I think it also depends on how Haymaker's deck is constructed. We saw the Slab Shark reveal some new technology yesterday with that Eleanor being added to the strategy, and also leaning heavily on Under the Sea and that new Mickey Mouse, the Expedition Leader. So if you're playing that build, and maybe you still have access to cards like Snow Fort and those things, that could determine how this matchup could be a little bit different. Or if he's playing some of your favorite new Benja technology, Benja could be a different maker if Haymaker's leaning on the item version of this deck. So we're going to start this thing off underway. The top 16 has begun with a turn 1. Cinderella, Ballroom Sensation, doing her thing, ready to sing some songs as soon as that next turn.
Love this card, Cinderella, and he does have Dale available to him in the deck, but no turn 1 for the dogs deck here is not what you want to see, as Akud Edamudi is going to be sung by the Cinderella, giving us the ability to play a character for 2 ink cheaper that could let us get a 4-drop out, and we do. The Ariel Ethereal Voice coming down onto the board. This is the exact start that you want if you are Patrick. You want that 4-drop down as soon as possible. Angel, also another great option. Not sure if he is running that card in his deck, but the Ethereal Voice here going to help keep the hand healthy and remove threats on the opposite side of the board. As
Ursula Deceiver will take a sneak peek of the hand, maybe going after that Storm right now if you feel that that is going to be the problem for you. But we have that Bare Necessities. It's called Les. I can't even try to read the French version of that. It looks cool. I think the French cards are quite cooler than ours.
Yes, I'm not going to even attempt a French act. I was about to, but let's just
it
not
might get you
canceled. As we pass
there.
back over to Patrick here, who finds Pete Games Referee. Not necessarily a card super impactful here in this matchup, but I know you'd love to boost this Ariel, sing a song, and draw a card. You could potentially find that Snow Fort in the hand of Haymaker and take it out before he's able to deploy it here, or you just get a spectacular singer down onto the board. I think that is the correct option to go for here. Let's take a look at the top 4. Do we miss? We don't.
Got one on the last possible minute.
Bare Necessities, not necessarily the one you want.
It might just be worth it. Like you said, if you can snap one of those Under the Seas, maybe you can snap one of those Snow Forts, or more importantly, just get a sneak peek of the grip and see what Haymaker's holding on to and see what those lines are. Patrick is, a world's qualified player, so he's elite by all intents and purposes. So just knowing perfect information of what your opponent's curve is going to be has some immense value there.
Gotta be careful here exerting this Cinderella. We know that Tramp Enterprising Dog loves to combo with Ursula Deceiver and take out characters that are not expecting a beefy challenge coming on the opposite side of the board. We can sing a Bare Necessities here, but it's risky to do so, and we don't take the risk there as the Tramp could punish you big time.
Yeah, and also maybe you want to hang on to those songs as well to get some more value from this aerial, ethereal voice. It's not currently boosted right now, and you have 2 songs, so that's essentially 2 card draws, and maybe your opponent doesn't have the card, and maybe the next turn they can get it. So if you do have like an Under the Sea or something like that, you don't have the ability to sing it, so you're going to have to hang on to it for some time anyway. So bird in hand, twice in the bush, you know the vibes.
Yeah, could grab it out of the hand, though, before a Bobby Zimmerowski or a Tramp Street Smart Dog has the opportunity to dump it out of the hand. But no 1-drop for Haymaker it's really bad. It's not what you want. This deck has so many different options to get down on turn number 1, and that Decisive Dog is what they love to do. And I think every single time we saw a Dogs deck on stream yesterday, they either started off with that Decisive Dog or at the very least had a Bobby Zimmerowski come down onto the board pitching a Lilo Escape Artist. They were so consistent yesterday, and like we mentioned, this entire team minus Dale was playing this deck, and all of them able to make it here into the top cut.
Yeah, Dale and I believe Lazaro. Shout out to Lazaro as well. I don't think he was planning, and I think he was the Illuminator that was not able to convert, as we are going to send Ursula number 2. You understand that there was an option for you to get a hit in, so that's plus, but still you have not really generated one of those super wide, very aggressive boards, and you're kind of playing more of a Patrick Cote style game. If this game goes long and you have a very narrow board on the dog side, you kind of feel a bit compromised there. Those songs will start to flow as soon as next turn. And Haymaker looks a little bit perturbed there by the hand cards there.
Man, I would be too. Going Ursula on 2-3 is not great, especially when there are no high-value cards in the hand, as the Dapper Rascal is going to hit the Inkwell there, dropping a Finnick just for the fun of it.
Maybe just trying to extend a little bit, get some bodies out there, get that Tramp moving potentially. As we will take this as an opportunity to boost the aerial ethereal voice. You really haven't had no pressure from the opposition side as we rip the storm off the tizzy there. Haymaker hates to see it with a little bit of a nod showing to his opposition as you get a 2-card draw in the process there. It might still be an opportunity to send this Bare Necessities, or do we hold for another draw next turn?
Depends on if we have another song in hand, I think, but we also have Aerial Spectacular Singer, so we can go and grab a song from the deck. I don't think I would love to exert either of these characters again. Just worried about as we miss again. Or sorry, we didn't miss the first one. We almost missed, but we do miss here. And we are going to decide what cards we want to put at the top of the stack and what cards we want to put at the bottom. And there they go. But this deck does draw so many cards despite having a whole new world. We could see those cards again, so I think sequencing those in the proper order is correct, as we do decide not to sing with either of our aerials here. Still worried about a potential Tramp who could challenge in and take out your valuable singers.
Yeah, you need to keep those songs around, keep those resources flowing, as Haymaker is still kind of stuck in the mud. You haven't really deployed those aggressive opens. No willows, no ladies, no dogs, no tramps. You usually like to be slamming a Tramp here and really trying to apply some pressure, but you're kind of hanging out with these single questing 1-3s on board. But I do love the flavor of seeing the aerials staring down the Ursulas, as now we're getting a little bit wide there, Garrett.
Yeah, there was the Enterprising Dog that Patrick was concerned with, and he comes down. We will combine with the Ursula here to take down the Cinderella. That is the least valuable target on Patrick's side, so it's not nice to see her go, but a lot better than any of the triple aerials that we have out on the board right now. We can sing on our next turn a Bare Necessities, which will net us an additional card thanks to the aerial ethereal voice.
Yeah, but now we got a little bit of pressure, though. That Mulan is looking quite tempting there with her 1-4 stat line, as just trying to build a little bit. As we reveal the hand, there is that Dale, and also the Eleanor technology has been revealed. This is a card that has really shocked and surprised this tournament, has been the theme of the day, the 4-cost uninkable 3-4 with 3 effects, essentially, that if you have characters that are exerted, I believe 3 or more characters exerted on your side of the field, you will draw 1 card, deal deal 1 damage and gain 1 lore. And this thing was actually popping off in the Switch portion when we saw it. So I don't know. There's still some debate around the dog community if this card is too legit to quit or fake. But it seemed like it was working quite nicely, and these Slab Sharks are leaning heavily on this Eleanor character.
Yeah, it looked extremely real to me as it was dealing damage, drawing cards, and gaining lore yesterday, and that's exactly how the Slab Sharks had drawn it up. Diego able to take a decisive win off the back of the Eleanor in games 1 and 3 yesterday, as Patrick, considering inking this final Bare Necessities in hand, does have an Akud Edamudi, which we can sing either on this turn or the next turn if we want to net an additional card off of it.
Yeah, it's getting to that point where Patrick is still in a pretty nice position, even coming off of that slow start from the Haymaker. But you need to start getting something moving. You need to start establishing some type of threat, or maybe get more pressure aligned. I'm not sure what the top end is. We saw that it was a Cinderella Stout Hardy that found her way to the bottom of the deck with that aerial whiff. But your timeline is starting to get a little bit restricted here if you don't find some of those powerful removal songs, as there is one right there. Strength of Raging Fire has to be great for Patrick to see in this spot.
Yeah, one more character, and we have enough to get this Mulan off of the board right now. Only can deal 3. We have the ability to sing that song and deal 1 damage for each character on our side of the board. So that will deal 3 at this moment.
As we just go ahead and take this opportunity to pass now. So Slab Sharks, Haymaker will go and get a quick little ready. 4 characters in play. Tramp now is a viable threat. Also, this deck does play Under the Sea. And I know that the Amber and Emerald, it's kind of been in retrograde a little bit in this Infinity format. Under the Sea is a card that is quite touch and go. Dale hits the board now, and all these characters have become robust challengers. As Ursula is going to do her best to take down her nemesis Ariel.
However, we should keep in mind that Mulan does not quest for 4 now. We need to remember that Dale only makes the characters challenge and receive challenges with their willpower. It does not grant additional strength. So we saw a little bit of a mistake yesterday where we thought that the Snow Fort plus the Dale ability gave us more strength than we actually had. But no, that is not how that works. It doesn't matter if this Mulan has 50 strength.
Right.
She will challenge for 4.
50 strength Mulan. I mean, what would it take to get to a 50 strength Mulan?
I think we need an Alice growing girl out there.
Let's get those lines of play in the chat. If someone can set up the tech we need and how much ink is required to get that Mulan up to 50, I'd love to see it. I'm sure a playing in Alice, the Ranger playing Alice growing girl would have to be involved with that scenario in some form or fashion. As Patrick now still starting to feel, you have to be feeling the pressure. This Dale makes things very complicated for you, and that Strength of Raging Fire with no board doesn't feel as viable as a card as it would be if you had it played a little bit sooner.
These draws are so bad for Patrick. He's got a lot of different cards in hand that deal damage, but the issue is that he doesn't have any characters to boost up his Strength of Raging Fire. He finally finds a Cinderella here, as I believe he just drew Let the Storm Rage On and Beyond the Horizon off of his Akud Edamudi. He can play that Cinderella for 3 if you would like to, or he may have a character hiding in that hand. It's all foil, so it's kind of hard to discern what is going on in the hand from the camera, but I believe he does have 2 Strength of a Raging Fire plus a Beyond the Horizon and Cinderella. I could be mistaken on one of those cards, but most definitely we have a Beyond the Horizon, a Strength of Raging Fire, and Cinderella.
Very possible. I think he might be taking a little gamble here. There could be an opportunity to maybe run the risk, and you want to keep your character ready, but you could have potentially hoped to get another draw and maybe get in top deck a character, but never mind. We're not going to take that approach. We're just going to get that Dale off the board. You probably will lose this aerial here, but I guess that's a risk that you just had to take as the game is all going towards Haymaker here in this spot. 4 characters in play. We have that Eleanor who's looking like she is going to be in a prime position to potentially trigger and resolve her unique ability if Haymaker wants to take that line. But we also potentially could have some Tramp technology being deployed here. A lot of angles this deck can play.
Yeah, all the characters not showing up for Patrick right now. They're all the songs and the characters they need to be sort of intermingled within the deck, because you need them both to work together, as we are going to get a double challenge into the aerial here, as we are going to get our other characters exerted, which means the Eleanor ability will trigger. We have 3 characters exerted, which means we can deal 1 damage to remove the aerial, draw a card, as well as gain a lore. So right now, Haymaker seems to be in the driving position despite the fact that he had no turn 1 character, went Ursula on 2, hit a Bare Necessities, hit Ursula 3, another Bare Necessities. It's not the start you wanted to see from Haymaker, but Patrick's deck kind of let him down as the aerials missed and sent so many valuable characters to the bottom of the deck.
Agreed, and it's so sad. I think he might be in a spot where he has to manually deploy this Beyond the Horizon just to give yourself some options. As, again, like you said, Haymaker had a super slow start, but Patrick had a slow everything after.
Yeah.
I mean, the start, those Ursulas did do a lot of heavy lifting. Even though you only nabbed some Bare Necessities, that's ink. That's cards that you get to play. That's potential draws from those ethereal voices. So you kind of just ran out of steam, as it may be. If we have to play the very late game Aurora, you hate to see that. The holding court Aurora, you want her on turn 1 and probably turn 1 alone, essentially, as now she's late game. You don't want to see that princess there.
Yeah, we do have Strength of Raging Fire in hand. We can use that to get rid of Mulan if we would like to. That is a high value target there, and we can pay the ink from hand to do so. We don't necessarily need to sing it and expose our aerial ethereal voice, which is like the only character on the board that's doing anything right now. Considering exerting her here, which is interesting, we are going to sing Strength of Raging Fire. We want to draw a card, hopefully a character we can put on the board, but it's another Aurora as he shakes his head. That's not the character you wanted. You left all this ink open for a potential character to put down onto the board that will help you battle back, but Aurora right now really, she's holding court, but she is not going to hold much presence on this board.
You would have loved to see a potential Beast Tragic Hero in that spot to be able to deploy in that situation. But at the same time, the Eleanor looks nicely across from a Beast Tragic Hero because she could just put a damage on that character and stop you from drawing as well. So there is some additional utility from this renowned Diplomat as Haymaker is starting to feel a little bit more relaxed in this spot. 4 characters in play. Looking on the opposite side, 2 princesses and 1 aerial ethereal voice. Is it time to challenge and banish this aerial to get that draw engine off the board?
Yeah, I think if you have the opportunity to do that, you definitely should. There's the Snow Fort. That'll help. Here comes our own Aurora holding court, which can discount several cards in this deck. We know that it can discount Mulan. Eleanor also counts because Aurora not only discounts princesses, but queens as well, as Eleanor is going to be able to take this out. And look at the card underneath the aerial. And then along came Zeus. You needed that so much earlier, and that unfortunately was the card that was put under the aerial ethereal voice for the boost ability, as we are going to get a damage onto one of these Auroras, draw a card, and gain a lore off this Eleanor, who is looking like the MVP of the tournament thus far.
I'm so impressed with this Eleanor card, and it's getting to the spot where you might have to throw these holding court Auroras into this renowned Diplomat and challenge and banish this character just to get her off the board, because you're pinging, you're also gaining lore, so you're kind of increasing your win condition there, while also, drawing a card too. So it's doing so much. And this Amber and Emerald, they can go quite wide naturally within their normal play pattern. So it just fits kind of good in there. I don't know what the downside could be, as the Snow Fort technology has been deployed as well, and now the challenging is going to be even more difficult. So these holding courts couldn't even challenge in if they wanted to due to that resist.
Yeah, they can both quest here, and we can play in Ursula. No, we can't play in Ursula Vanessa. She doesn't have the requisite tags to gain that discount. So Patrick on that turn just had to pay 7 for Beyond the Horizon, and he did choose both players. So Haymaker did have to get rid of his hand, and he did have that all-powerful Tramp Street Smart Dog in the grip. So we got that out of the hand at the very least, but looking at Patrick's hand, it doesn't seem that impressive even when he drew. And look at this, another Eleanor going to come down onto the board, and we're just going to get to questing immediately, as now we're going to be able to deal 2 damage, draw 2 cards, and gain 2 lore off of these Eleanors, as boom, there goes one of the Auroras, and I believe we have double Ursula Vanessa in hand for Patrick, and it's just not going to be good enough. I think he said, I've seen it all. Let's go to game number 2, as Eleanor shows that in pairs she's even more oppressive, and wow, what an excellently built deck by the Slab Sharks. Even with that slow start, able to take control of the game thanks to Patrick's aerial sending all of his valuable characters to the bottom, finding nothing but songs that he couldn't really use off the top of the deck, and Haymaker able to take it in game number 1, and I believe that he was on the draw there.
I want to think so, and I just realized I was today years old when I realized that those Eller effects do stack.
Yes.
I mean, that's crazy.
Of course.
If you can get that set up, you get out front. That's 2 lore, 2 cards, 2 damage. That's a fire the cannons every turn.
That's a fire the cannons. That's a friends on the other side, and almost a pirate's like you get and gathering knowledge and wisdom. It's crazy.
That's kind of good. Hold on. If there was, that's a pirate's like. If there was a card that said,
It's
hey,
gathering knowledge.
If there's a card that says gain 2 lore, draw 2 cards, deal 2 damage, how much would that cost?
I don't know, man.
It would probably
we
be
have Eye to Eye, which gains
2
lore
lore,
and,
draws
and
2
draw
cards
2 cards
for both sides.
and both sides, and it doesn't deal the damage, and that costs what 9?
9 inkable 9 costs seen together.
2 of these characters together only cost 8.
Uninkable 8. I don't think.
And they quest as well if you want them to.
And they get challenged. We just saw Eleanor was also challenging
This
as well.
Eleanor
and
seems
it's
so
3
good,
4.
man.
That's very relevant as well because
Yeah.
it can wear Rapunzel quite nicely.
It can, yeah. It can synergize with your Rapunzel Gifted with Healing. We saw the Aurora holding court in both decks. I love what the Slab Sharks have built here, innovating on the dogs with the new strategies here coming in Wilds Unknown, seeming right now to be a very impactful set on the not only the core constructed format, but Infinity as well, as we saw Dale go into the Inkwell for Haymaker in that game number 1, too.
Yeah, so we got Patrick though, who is stuck between a rock and a hard place now in this game. It seems like your deck is not lined up quite nicely with the Snow Forts, with the Eleanors, with all of the chips. We saw Haymaker came out with a pretty slow start, I would say, by all stretch of the imagination. But maybe the deck is built in a way that you're not trying to flood the board so early and lean on the tramps. I'm not even sure if this deck is playing the Lady Miss Park Avenue as an option to kind of refill the hand.
Don't need her.
Nani, I don't think you're playing the Nanis either. I don't think you're having those types of effects. So maybe this deck is not as low to the ground as I originally thought. And Patrick has to make those real-world adjustments and adjust on the fly to what this strategy is trying to do. I think he's a great player, and that's another indicator, good signs, good markers of a great player. Are you able to adjust your flight plan en route, make the quick decisions to determine, hey, this is what my opponent's trying to do, here's what I need to do to combat that?
Yeah, with Eleanor, Rapunzel, Tramp, Street Smart Dog drawing so many cards for you, you just don't need that Lady Miss Park Avenue, it would seem, as the Slab Sharks not favoring that, and Haymaker hasn't lost a round all day, so all tournament, so got to be feeling good with, again, with that super slow start, it just didn't matter. The deck seems very strong and very well positioned here, but if we were 1 card different there in that match, if we were able to get that, and then along came Zeus, sing that down onto the Eleanor, things could have changed completely into Patrick's favor. And like I said, these are the cards that really matter in these matchups, the Ursulas, the Bare Necessities, the Mowglis, and we saw how impactful those Ursulas were, taking 2 Bare Necessities, making sure we could get our Snow Forts down onto the board, as there's the Nani, and we are going to get started here.
A little bit of Thomas in Infinity format. Thoughts on that? Thomas, get out of here. Okay, that's my thoughts. We got Nala. Okay.
Yeah.
We got Lil John.
Yeah.
Okay. We got other guys. We don't need this Thomas guy. Get him. Hit the road, dude. You didn't put enough work. You're not the OG.
Too new. You gotta respect
the OGs, man. You're not my 04, dude. I'm sorry, Thomas. I love you. But you're out of here, dude. No, but seriously, Thomas, the reliable 1 cost 04. Hope that's a stat that remains in Digital Lorcana probably forever. I think that's such a funny stat line. And I want to see them all be added. And in Infinity format, you can play so many of them. And I think I would like to have a nice little menagerie with my 04s until those tags start to matter a little bit more.
And here we have the reliable start here that Patrick had in game number 1. Cinderella, Ballroom Sensation, singing that Akud Edamudi, getting down the aerial, ethereal voice. Now, we just need to make sure that our characters and our songs come in a timely manner so we can use this aerial to her fullest ability, as we were not able to do that in the last game, as Mulan is going to hit the board here early. The resourceful recruit, always an ever-present threat on the board.
Love to see that if you're Patrick. Glad you had a chance to avoid the Ursula, so you will have the opportunity to sing maybe a multitude of songs. You can go with a 4-cost song and a 3 or lower cost song this turn and potentially remove all the characters off the board. You have a Zeus and potentially a Strength if you can deploy and develop some more characters as well. So this could be a decisive turn for Patrick, as we will take the opportunity to sing the Akud et Amudi unboosted ethereal voice, but you still have an option to sing another song if you like.
And here she comes,
the big girl.
Yeah, you love this card.
Big fan of Namari. I think this card is a sleeper. Works quite nicely against some of these high willpower characters, that she can increase her strength for every card in discard pile.
Yeah, this is the card that a lot of these players have been favoring since last week when Alvin Lorganes was able to win that CCQ out there in San Diego. Namari, a character that can challenge so well that the Snow Fort most of the time does not even matter. And she has the ability to fix your hand. So we saw last game Patrick really struggling with the card options that he had available to him in his hand. If you have those issues, Namari can go ahead and try and fix those for you every single turn, as you will be able to draw and discard, but that happens before you draw your card for turn. So we do need to keep that in mind, as does Patrick throughout this tournament.
Yeah, it does. I think that is a super, super solid point. But Patrick still, I think this deck, whenever I see Amber Steel on the opposition side, it feels like they're just drawing a ton more cards. It feels like Patrick really hasn't had the opportunity to deploy the Amber, and the draw engines haven't been coming in a nice manner either. No Beast. No, the Ethereal Voice really hasn't been popping off just yet, as a Thomas is going to get a strength increase due to this tramp and be able to take down the Cinderella Ballroom sensation before kicking it back on over to Patrick, as you could potentially challenge into this, Thomas. But is that bait? Is that what Haymaker wants you to do?
Oh, no. I am not challenging my Namari into this 0-4. I don't want to see another Enterprising Dog come down onto the board and punish me for that. I definitely don't want to see a Dale come down onto the board and potentially punish me for that either, especially with the Grandmother Willow discount. We can use that in concert with other cards in our deck to increase the strength on our side. Do not want to see that, as we are going to get a boost onto the aerial ethereal voice here. We could have a devastating song to sing down onto one of these characters, removing them quite easily with our singing ability.
Let's see if we can find it. I believe you have the Strength of Raging Fire already in tow. I believe you're just trying to sequence the thing in a way where you can have the most characters in play before you deploy that Strength of Raging Fire to get tremendous value from it. Currently, I think you can only get up to 3 characters right now, so you really can't take down the Mulan, or I guess you can only take down everyone else except for the Mulan in this spot. But like you said, that Tramp Enterprising Dog is just going to be a threat, as we will rest in peace my grandma. She got hit by a bazooka there. Strength of Raging Fire takes her out.
Strength of a Raging Fire does come down, and we do opt to challenge him with the Namari. So with that Strength of Raging Fire, getting rid of that Grandmother Willow, now I am not really worried about another Enterprising Dog coming down and punishing me for that challenge. So with the removal in the hand, I think that is the smart play. Without that, I would have been hesitant to challenge into that Thomas with my Namari, but we were able to find the Strength of Raging Fire. We played it from hand, protecting that aerial ethereal voice, as that is such an impactful card draw engine in this game. Whispers in the Well showing why it is such a powerful and sought after set. We saw the Demonas in the last match. We're seeing the aerials here, and you love to see all the new sets intermingling with the classics.
That's the beauty of Infinity format for me in a nutshell. I'm a big fan of Core. I like Core format usually, but Infinity format has proven to me that it is something that should be supported. Just this last little run that we've been on, it's been 3 weeks in a row of doing covering Infinity formats, and I got to say that it has completely grown on me, and these players are really demonstrating that if you get out there and put the work in and test and train and try to craft new strategies, you can have success in this Infinity format. And it's not just so, oh, you only can do this, you only can do that. I think there's room to grow. There's a brand new world with brand new possibilities, but you still got to catch them all, okay, and be the best that you can be. Type beats. There you go.
Yeah, Haymaker right now in the tank thinking about what he wants to do on this turn, as another Thomas is going to come down, favoring that 0-4 Amber character, as Lilo, Escape Artist, one of the best cards right now in the game for putting on consistent pressure throughout these matches, especially when you're trying to get over the finish line and forcing your opponent to answer something every single turn.
Yeah.
Those Lilos can start adding up quickly, especially she only deals 1 damage, but that 1 damage over the course of a few turns adds up.
And she will also synergizes nicely with the card of the tournament. I believe that Eleanor. She does come and exert it, and you just need another exerted body sometimes to trigger Eleanor's ability. It will require 3 characters to do so. Lilo's just always going to represent 1, and that is a very unique include in the build, as well as we will find. And then along came Zeus via the Aerial Spectacular Singer, but now you have to think about who you're going to sing this thing on, and I believe it's got to be that Mulan. Whenever I see that resource recruit just hanging out there, I think she is such a big threat to me because she can pile on that lore so quickly.
Yeah, she definitely can. We are going to hurl a Thunderbolt, and then along came Zeus, is going to target that Mulan resourceful recruit. Namari getting the vocal cords active there and singing a little bit of a song. Again, we are valuing our aerial ethereal voice as our card draw engine right now, and it is working out as she has drawn multiple cards in this game and will continue to do so as we continue to find songs. And again, Namari is a big part of that, being able to constantly fix our hand. If there's something we don't like, let's take another look and get rid of that other card and take a look at the hand for Patrick. He is packing the Dale, ready for his shot. I think all these Amber Steel decks should be packing at least a couple of those. I think it's too valuable with your Rapunzels and your Ursulas not to consider that card, and Patrick seems to agree.
Yeah, just being able to accost these locations with a little bit more consistency. That Dale, it is kind of funny though, seeing Dale and Namari side by side. I think 5 is still a pretty successful willpower. So I guess even if you nerf Namari, if she's sitting at like a 20 strength, now she's only swinging with 5. I guess
how much strength do you really need?
Come on, Namari, let's relax a little bit. You're buff. We get it. I get it. You don't have to flex on everybody else. We are going to go Tramp now. The punish is there. It is not as swift and immediate, but Namari does fall with the Tramp on Tramp boost, and now it's the option here. Is it time to start a questing, or are you going to try to hang on to this board a little bit more for Haymaker as you're assuming these control responsibilities?
Yeah, really tough decision. Both players just trying to control the board right now, and we do decide to get that Lilo Escape Artist questing. The first 2 lore of the game is on board. I don't think Haymaker ever wants to exert too many characters and put them in a position where they might get removed until Eleanor comes down. That way we can start utilizing these characters to deal that damage, gain that lore, and draw those cards that we need. Right now, Patrick does have a Let the Storm Rage on in hand, so we can draw 2 cards off of that and remove a character off the board. Most likely this Aurora, as we can challenge into the Lilo with our Aerial, or we could go with the Storm onto the onto the Lilo if we would like to elect to do that. Also have Bare Necessities available to us, but I think a challenge should be the way here.
You got to be careful. I think it's all just so dangerous. There's so many different things to think about, and I'm sure Patrick Cote's mind is all over the place. You saw that Haymaker has access to the Dapper Rascal. You see this Tramp there. That could be a potential shift available to take down some of your stuff. You also understand that Rapunzel is a card that Haymaker could also have access to, and this Thomas wears that 0-4 nicely, and that 3 on that Aerial Ethereal Voice is also a nice little include there. So decision all around. So you have to kind of sequence this correctly. I think Ariel might be gearing up to sing. You might have to peel off this Thomas.
Yeah, I agree with you, because if a Dale comes down on the next turn, Thomas can take out the Ethereal Voice. Tramp can take down Aerial Spectacular Singer, as Dale does come down for Patrick. We'll see if Haymaker is able to respond with a Dale of his own or what he has available to him right now, but just petering a little bit is Haymaker in this match thus far, not able to find Eleanor yet, and it seems like this Slab Sharks build leans on that card quite heavily.
Yeah, this is a tough spot for Haymaker. I think Patrick now has put himself in a position where you have closed the gap a little bit, but the Dale on Dale as Lilo and the Enterprising Dog is going to take down the Ethereal Voice, so cutting off that draw engine but leaving Dale and Ariel active. So a little bit of call and response from both of these Lumineers. They are locked in and engaged. This is a top 16 of the ETB CCQ. And we got an absolute knockdown, drag-out brawl as this Ariel Dale versus Dale low resource game. We holding on to that Rapunzel, hoping we can get some tremendous value from that gifted with healing.
We have Akud Edamudi here, which we're going to look to take a look at the top of the deck here, and it looks like we find another Ethereal Voice. Very timely there. I don't think you wanted to just play that Rapunzel out for no reason. So let's look at a card at the top of the deck. Let's also boost the Ethereal Voice here. We can also sing Bare Necessities if we'd like to draw an additional card, but we'll offer up a Dale versus Dale trade potentially. Depending on if you want to sing and who you want to sing with, that all matters a lot. And I think you might be okay with going Dale for Dale here if Haymaker wants to take that trade. But no, we're going to wait a little bit, stay patient, keep that Bare Necessities in hand as Lilo is going to return to the board. We draw a card for Haymaker. That could be Snowfort, and this Bare Necessities could pay off in a major way. Ooh. As Haymaker passes. It's not something he could play. It's not something he could ink. Let's see what it is.
It might be either under the sea. This Bare Necessities hold might prove to be a wild gambit that pays off for Patrick Cote, who is digging now with another spectacular thing. We find another song, and then along came Zeus. So again, the patience.
Yeah, that's enough. What is that card in hand? I want to know what Haymaker had. Can we take a peek at it?
He won't flip it. Oh, it was the Dapper Rascal, I believe.
Okay, all right.
It was the Dapper Rascal. So we did get it done, and that is how this matchup can go. 1-1. We got a game number 3, Garrett, for the Enter the Battlefield CCQ. And, man, what a showcase from both of these Lumineers so far. They are, as advertised, playing to the highest possible level of their capability. Amber and Steel versus Amber and Emerald. Haymaker is going to start this thing off on the play this time, I would only assume. And you came out a bit anemic there in that game number 2.
Yeah, Haymaker, another slow start. We'll see what he is able to do here on the approach. I believe this will be his first game on the play, as Patrick is the higher seed here. 7-1-1 is more points than 6-0-3, I believe. So if I'm remembering correctly, Patrick did start off the match with that turn 1 Cindy. Haymaker did not have a turn 1 play. So let's see if things switch up here.
As the altars are critically important, I think on the draw, maybe Patrick might have to change the scheme a little bit. I don't know if turn 1, Cindy, maybe you're playing some of those underdogs. I know you're a huge fan of the underdog angel. Some of the Ember Steel community has kind of moved away from the underdog angel in the Infinity format.
Yeah.
But what are some other turn 1 plays on the draw? Maybe is it Aurora?
Yeah, it could be Aurora. Cindy is always great to get down, especially if there's an option to let the Storm Rage on or just potentially sing that Akud Edamudi. That's what you want to go for. I think there's not really anything else in the deck. But yeah, I've been playing the Angel Siren Singer, but it might be the Aurora move. I think the Amber Steel deck still in a lot of flux here as people are trying to figure things out, and the texture of the Infinity format is changing every single week, it seems. So we will have to see what these decks decide to do next week, as they have changed a little bit from Alvin Lorgane's list that won the CCQ in the last week. But he really did reignite the Amber Steel community as they came back and showed out in a major way at this tournament.
Yeah, there will be, I'm certain that Amber and Steel will be played at a significantly high level at the Disney Lorcana Challenge next weekend in Dortmund. So hopefully you guys are all tuned in to that stream. I'm sure it's going to be a phenomenal show, and we will see what changes can happen. I know I've heard stories and inklings of some of the events that happened this weekend in Europe already. There was a CCQ in Belgium. There was an Luminaire that made all the way to the top 2 with a Ruby and Emerald deck, playing Leviathan and Return of Hercules. So anything is possible in the Infinity format, and I think that the more information we get from this event, from all the other events leading up, I think we'll start to set the tone on what is to be expected in that great tournament next weekend.
That's true. Anything is possible, and shout out to Kevin Garnett.
Let's go. Anything is possible.
Exactly. Thank you.
That's very motivational.
Certified ball knower.
We know ball here, big time. KG. KG is kind of the GOAT a little bit. A little bit of underrated there for Kevin Garnett as Patrick Cote is slowing down the chomping speed of the gum. I like to watch when these Illuminators are chewing gum.
You do love the gum meta.
The gum meta, there's a lot of information with how fast and slow these Illuminators are chomping on that gum and what type of gum they use as well. It all matters, man.
Yeah, I know you like 5 gum.
I like a 5. I like a bit of mint, peppermint, the blue, the blue type there.
That feeling when you chew 5 gum.
Yeah.
The feeling when you win a CCQ. That's what Patrick's trying to feel a little bit later. I'm a Trident guy myself.
Trident's not bad. The flavor just does not last as long as I would like.
Interesting.
Yeah. It's a whole little gum meta right there. So if you guys are chomping on that gum, maybe the opponent can start picking that up too, and maybe they can start processing that information. Because right now Patrick got a no chomp. You see, he's
chomp. He's locked in, laser focused. Lots of chomp. You're saying a lot of chewing is stressed out.
A lot of chomp is stress.
And then the least amount of chomp is
chill.
Yeah.
If you're chomping hard, you're stressing.
Okay.
If you're chomping nothing, you're chilling.
Yeah. Michael Jordan, a big fan of the gum in his games. Did you pick that up from watching his highlights?
And he knows ball, obviously. He's out there getting mad chomps in it when he's cooking them. But he's cooking, though. Jordan was a different breed, different animal there. As Haymaker going no gum meta, but Haymaker's on knee shake meta, as you can tell by the table moving from time to time.
Oh, dude, I'm always on that meta.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Knee shake rocking the table a little bit on the camera. As hand on head is another indicator there from the Slab Shark. As we are thinking how we want to start this game off. I like a little hand on temple, a little want to hand cover eyes is another little indicator there that we can use.
We do have Cindy Akud on Patrick's side, but we do have also a Beyond the Horizon in hand as we finally find a decisive dog here on turn number 1. That is the play that you want to go for, but a street smart dog going into the Inkwell, not necessarily something you want to see, but Cindy pass is going to be the play for Patrick. Could go for a little bit of a song next turn, but always got to be worried about that Grandmother Willow and that Tramp coming down and punishing you for getting that that Cinderella exerted, but it might not matter if you are able to sing a Cood and get another character down onto the board. Like I mentioned, Angel, I don't believe Patrick is playing that card. We haven't seen her yet, but a great way to sort of slow down these dog stacks, especially when they're not exerting. They're just sitting there, and you got lots of targets in the form of Aurora holding court as well as Lilo, as we are going to take a look at the hand.
And we are going to get another positive nab with this Ursula Deceiver. There are 3 songs in hand, the 2 Akud et Amuti, and also the one of Beyond the Horizon. We're going to call that, I'm not even going to try to pronounce the French pronunciation of Beyond the Horizon, unless that is literally an English version. It's just have a little low res there. My bad. As we are going to take one of those Akud et Amuti, probably the correct choice, as it has a little bit more value here in this early game. Unless you can slam a 2 cost 4 Singer 4, which you have in hand, and maybe you can set up an early Beyond the Horizon here to help fix your hand a little bit more.
Yeah, we'll see if the Cinderella is able to make it that long. I doubt it because we do have the ability to challenge into her next turn. All we need to do is play a single character, but we do have the same start 3 games in a row. Cinderella singing Akud et Amuti into this aerial, ethereal voice. We do have the Beyond the Horizon available to us, but we saw Haymaker counting out his cards in hand and thinking, how punished could I be from an early Beyond the Horizon? Can I get these cards out of my hand in time, or will my opponent just choose not to have me cycle with the Beyond the Horizon because it is their choice? It looks like we have a bunch of choices for Haymaker on this turn. Surely we'll see a Grandmother Willow come down onto the board here and follow that up with something else.
I think that's a very fair assessment too, Garrick. I think Haymaker seeing the area or the Ursula Vanessa curve into Beyond the Horizon and electing not to break it up is an indicator that I don't care if you do this to me. And Patrick has to recognize that and not even go for that play because you see your opponent sees your best play. You got to change it up. I think that's a stellar heads-up maneuver from 2 great players. A little bit of gamesmanship that kind of goes overlooked from time to time, as Cinderella, ballroom sensation, will find her way into the discard pile via the Lady Challenge, using her unique ability not only to quest but also to get her game on and swing on some characters.
Yeah, unfortunately, that Akud et Amuti sniped out there by the Ursula Deceiver, was able to nab that song, and I love that's a flavor win, and I believe that Disney Lorcana has so many amazing flavor wins. I love that the design team really keeps that in mind as she takes the song out of her opponent's hand, and if he had that song on this turn, we could be playing this very powerful Namari. We saw how good she was in that game number 2, but unfortunately don't have access to that. If we want to boost and sing a song here, I'm not sure that Ariel is going to be able to stick around for too long. We have the ability to get a Spectacular Singer down. We have the ability to play out a Let the Storm Rage on and remove this lady if we'd like to, but it looks like we are going to boost, and we might be singing that Let the Storm Rage on to get rid of Grandmother Willow is the option here, and such a great target. Have to get that off the board as soon as possible, and it looks like we did find an Ursula Vanessa to get down onto the board after that double draw.
Kaboom. Kablow. She gone. RIP, my grandma, again, as Grandmother Willow. Phenomenal card in this deck. I think in this matchup, you need to get rid of it as soon as you possibly can. Haymaker picking up the speed on that hand shuffle as well. Looking at the hand, we got another Dale over there. Dale, Beyond the Horizon, and the Rapunzel. So now we're getting to that position where you start to have to consider these Rapunzel traps. Currently, as it stands with no Snow Fort, Rapunzel's not going to be doing too much for Patrick there, as Haymaker has to be in consideration of trying to get the Ethereal Voice off the board. Maybe have your own Rapunzel.
Yeah, I would love to remove this Ethereal Voice easily if we can. Tramp Street Smart Dog is a character that obviously is a threat to the opposite side of the board. Nothing that they can sing to get rid of it easily unless their board is extremely wide and Strength of a Raging Fire can come down as. And then along came Zeus. Only deals 5, only 5, but Tramp Street Smart Dog has 6 willpower, if you can believe it.
Insane. I think this card is so overly powerful, and I have been convinced, I mean, by the Tramp hate Illuminati community that's out there, they have convinced me that Tramp is a card that probably can be removed from this game in some form or fashion throughout the Infinity format, the core constructed format. I think this card is just incredibly powerful and strong, only because, not even just because of its individual strength, it's just the synergies that are available in this strategy. They all blend so nicely together with the way that this card works, with the way that the boards can get so wide and also sticky as well. I think the card is phenomenal. And it can sing at a 7 cost. So it's just a tremendous card.
Yeah, I got to agree with you there. Haymaker was considering a triple challenge into that aerial ethereal voice, although no, the triple challenge wouldn't even get it done because the lady only gained 1 additional strength there from the Tramp Street Smart Dog, so that character is going to stick around. Haymaker would have loved to have the Enterprising Dog there to get that card draw engine off the board. We saw how threatening it was in the last game and how important it was for Haymaker to remove when he had the opportunity to. But right now, it looks like Patrick a little in the driver's seat here. I think he likes his position with this card draw engine established, has Dale available to him should his opponent ever get his characters exerted, and can really turn that Ursula Vanessa into an amazing challenger, as we're going to take a look at the top 4.
Yeah, and I love that approach from both of these players, too. You see that all these Amber players with that Dale, they kind of keep the Dale in hand, very similar to how the Emerald players used to do with Cricky back in the day, just as a surprise attack. When you your opponent is going to typically play around the reality of a Dale, but you just hold it and wait for your opponent to play into it, and then you can get those tremendous value trades that only Dale can provide. So we are going to go for this aerial. We have some decisions to be made, and did we snab a song there?
We did. We got Let the Storm Rage On. It was the final song there for us. We're considering singing a little bit here. We are going to let the Storm Rage On, as the Decisive Dog is the target there. Draw 2, thanks to the aerial ethereal voice there, consistently keeping that hand super healthy for Patrick, as he does have the ability to sing a little bit more here if he would like to, but that would, again, expose his aerial to a challenge, as we did just have the Street Smart Dog come down and fix the hand a little bit for Haymaker.
This is more prototypical of what I usually experience when I am on the other side of an Amber and Steel player. They have a ton of cards in hand, a lot of songs, and it seems like they're clearing my board while also advancing their own game state. This is very different from what we saw in game number 1 and also game number 2, as Patrick Cote is, when you see them inking a Strength of Raging Fire, you know something is not looking good for you, as that's one of their best cards. Kicking it back on over to Haymaker now, who is running out of time, and your resources are dwindling. 1 card in hand only, and we're considering on probably bringing that Lilo back.
Yeah, the difference maker in that game number 1 was the Eleanor. We haven't seen her yet. And I think that is the reason why Haymaker is a little bit behind here. Yesterday we saw his teammate Diego Saz so consistently go turn number 1, Lady Decisive Dog, turn number 2, Grandmother Willow, followed by Tramp, followed by Eleanor. And if you're able to do that opener, I think this deck is quite unbeatable, but not able to do that here 2 games in a row, and things are looking difficult for the Slab Sharks player. As did he just play that Lilo and pass?
No, I think he's still surveying the field. Maybe want to get some surveying the board.
Oh, you're
maybe
right.
want to try to get some challenges in, or maybe you're thinking of a way that you can play maybe a Tramp to boost some more strength and get something out of there. This also can boost a little bit of strength here. So if you wanted, you could send 2/4 into this Ursula Vanessa here, and then you'd have to worry about the rebuttals on the previous turn, on the following turn. Or maybe you can even send the Tramp in and get some questing going with this Mulan. You have options, as hand now on tempo, which is another indicator there. You're really trying to get that brain firing, as this is a very, very tough spot. These challenges will matter. This could potentially just be the game here.
And it looks like enough is enough. We are going to get these characters questing now that the snow fort is down. We feel a little bit more safe, and I don't think that is a bad decision at all. We do have the Dale available to us for Patrick. However, even with the Dale, the Ursula won't be able to take out something like Mulan with that resist thanks to the snow fort.
Yeah, so Haymaker recognizing the position might be starting to falter a bit, electing just to go on this questing campaign. Let's get exerted. Let's put the lore on and put the pressure and see if we can win it that way. Typically in trading card games, whoever has the most cards in hand are going to be the ones who usually come out on top. Not necessarily in Disney Lorcana. It's all about who can get to that 20 lore first.
That tempo is so important.
Yeah, tempo in this game is just more important than any other trading card game that I've ever experienced, because you just got to get you know where your goal and where you have to be, and it's not that difficult to win from a position where you are out-resourced.
We might be singing, and then along came Zeus down onto this Mulan, which could help get that character cleared off the board. That's the 5 damage that we needed. Let's draw a card off the aerial ethereal voice, who finds another, and then along came Zeus. We can sing this down onto Tramp and challenge in if we want to get him off the board. Here comes Dale. We are going to double challenge into the Tramp Street Smart Dog there, taking 3 back for our troubles. If both of these characters remain on the board, we have that Rapunzel in hand, which can be absolutely devastating if that does come down onto the board. But we're seeing the power of that Dale surprise attack. Everybody put their armor on, and we are gonna get challenging. Enough singing, ladies.
Yeah.
It's time to get active.
Get to work. That's exactly. Get active, get loose, stretch out a little bit, and let's get physical there as you put those songs down. Let's pick up some challenging. And I think you're absolutely correct, Eric. I think it might be worth some investment of missing that lore to get these 3 damage characters off the board right now. We were talking about how critical that tempo can be, and it will cost you a fair bit of that, but giving Patrick 3 more cards here would be almost insurmountable, as this is another decision. Haymaker's thinking about it, and I think he might have to just commit and get it done. But that Dale, ready for his shot at the top of the board, absolute phenomenal dynamic card from this set. A lot of people speculated it will be one of the best, and it is proving to be everything as advertised.
This position for Haymaker right now is so unfortunate for him, just because he does need to challenge in here. That 3 damage, like you mentioned, is too much to let that Rapunzel draw off of. But do you want to get rid of your Ursula right now and leave the lone Decisive Dog? A single song will get rid of that character. We are going to go on a quest here, leaving that Ursula Vanessa up and active. Haymaker in a really tough position, making really difficult decisions as we're going to slam this Rapunzel gifted with healing. It's time to gleam and glow. It's time to draw 3. It's time to find the decisive song that could get us up and out of here and into that top 8. Do we have the song to get the decisive dog off the board here?
That was oh, that felt so bad. He was moving that ink so fast that he was just fumbling and bumbling trying to get that Rapunzel gifted with healing onto the board. And this one, I think, might be uphill for the Slab Sharks there as the Ursula will take out the Ursula. Thoughts? That seems pretty cool. Ursula on Ursula. And Ariel in tandem as well. They're working together in harmony as these princesses, along with Dale, who can be an honorary princess for today, I believe.
Yeah, he's got his crown on.
Yeah.
Shout out to him. Lilo's going to come back. At least that is a card that we can put onto the board every single turn and try and get a little bit of advantage. We set the card down here that we drew for turn. It'd be super unfortunate if we couldn't add an additional card to the board right now. Could be Eleanor, could be a tramp that we can't get onto the board, but it looks like we're thinking about playing it now.
Yeah, this is Tramp. Tramp will be able to empower the lady. I guess at this point you're committed to this quest. You got to get the quest on. You got to just keep sending it. You've already committed to the race, and you're kind of getting caught up here. But you got to keep running. You don't want to just stop in the middle of the track. So Haymaker committed to the plan. You got to ride it out.
We do have double Zeus in hand. If we let those Thunderbolts rain from Olympus, this game might just be over.
As I think you might have to just completely, you see your adversaries on this questing campaign, so it might just be time to put the end and trip the legs up as they are running to the finish line. We are on our way. This is the top 16. We are at the ETB 15K here in beautiful Toronto, Canada, just in the suburbs of Toronto, but still Toronto nonetheless, as we're just doing a little bit of arithmetic, feeling out our challenges. Ariel might be thinking about singing or challenging, and that resist one of the Snow Fort does play a part as we will take down the Lilo. We are able to do that due to Dale's ability through the resist. A lot of mathematics here happening on this board right now.
Yeah, absolutely. We'll see if we decide to sing and remove this tramp. And then along came Zeus. He hurled his Thunderbolt down onto Tramp.
That was pretty good.
Got to get a little growl in there sometimes, you know.
One more time? Can I get a little?
He hurled his Thunderbolt.
That was quite good. I am very impressed with that. You need to do that in karaoke sometime.
Yeah.
If you can get that going. As it looks like Patrick now has put himself in a position where you're only at 1 lore. So I think Haymaker, if you had a line to win, it's going to revolve around maybe bringing back this Lilo every turn and establishing a character, and hopefully both of those don't get removed each time. But the questing campaign has begun for Patrick Cote now, who is pretty much in a prime victory position. We are running down the clock. Haymaker down but not out. Not going to just give up and mail it in as the – never mind.
Forget what JDZ just said. We are going to give up. It is over as Patrick Cote is able to use the Amber Steel song strategy to get himself catapulted into that top 8 here at the end of the battlefield. CCQ, the 15K, looking for that national qualification as Haymaker takes his first loss of the tournament in the top cut. Unfortunately for the Slab Shark player there, but plenty of his teammates still up, still active and alive in this tournament. So he's probably going to be sitting on the sideline rooting them on. But congratulations to Patrick taking it down with Amber Steel on the back of Dale, ready for a shot.
I thought that was a phenomenal match. Either way, there were some expert decisions from both of these Illuminaires. Both of these decks were built in such a precise manner, and a lot of the tech choices and a lot of card decisions, and they start at home when you're in your deck editor and when you're testing and training, and seeing some of those things come to the forefront and have great effects is always going to be something nice to see. Haymaker really didn't get a chance to demonstrate a lot of what the deck was trying to do in that game number 3, but Patrick's deck was firing on all cylinders, proving why Amber and Steel and Infinity is still going to be one of the best decks, and it looks a lot different than a lot of us speculated it would be. There's no Whole New Worlds being played in Infinity format right now. There's not a lot of the Be Our Guest type stuff that we've seen be featured early on as people continue to develop these unique strats. I absolutely love to see it.
Yeah, I love to see it as well. And I think what is really cool in this format, despite the fact that A Whole New World is like the Infinity card, right? It
Yeah.
did have the full art card that was there at the World Championships, as well as your Infinity events out there beyond the horizon, is what the Amber Steel players seem to be favoring at this point.
Yeah, so very cool stuff, man. Seeing these players get out here, get active, as that is going to be your top 16. We are currently working on some information going into the top 8. Top 8 will be open deck lists, so we do have access to those deck lists, so we'll be able to provide those deck lists to you guys in the stream and show you exactly what these Lumineers are cooking as they're playing, and it might take a little bit of time to get that information parceled out to the players playing. So again, I want to thank you all for being here, and if you've been rocking and rolling with us all weekend, all over the world, where you may be, I want to thank you. I know there's a lot of Lorcana happening this weekend, and you guys are spending some time with us as we're all super excited about this Infinity format and going into the Digital Lorcana Challenge in Dortmund. So we will have an interview here in just a few moments to talk to Patrick Cote and hear what he has to say about it. But in the meantime, in between time, I just want to issue my hearts out to all of you for joining us here in the Quest world. Garrick has been phenomenal all weekend, along with Katie from the Lore Keepers Den, and everyone here at the Enter the Battlefield tournament has been nothing short of spectacular here in the 6th.
Yeah, I love being up here in Toronto. It's my first time. Everybody been super welcoming, super warm, and very nice, as we have a very nice player talking to Katie over in the interview booth. We are going to send it over to Katie and Patrick Cote to talk about that incredible top 16 match.
All right, so I think they've thrown it to me. Great. So we are here with Patrick, who just made his way into the top 8 in the Enter the Battlefield CCQ. So Patrick, I mean, this is a deck that we saw do big last week. Have you believed in it before last week? What is your story with this deck?
I was actually playing the deck before the big tournament, which with our games did win, but I was like, oh no, don't win with this deck, it's going to become popular. But as soon as you're good against the mirror, it's fine if you play the most popular deck. So I was happy with my choice, and I did have one Dale and one Sidula, which are both one of, which usually I'm not a fan of, but they were really paying off this week because the Dale saved me against the dogs, and the Sidula saved me against the Green Steel to attack the Muse. So I'm very proud of my choice, actually, and it's a fun deck to play, so I think I'm better when I'm having fun playing the game. So that's how I did at the Continental with Purple Steel. I was having a lot of fun.
And I think that is a good point. I think a lot of people, I mean, I asked Dale earlier, why'd you bring Diablo? He said, I wanted to. So, I mean, is this a deck you had history with before Infinity?
Yeah, well, Ember Steel was my first pick for the set one back in the day, the good old days. It was Ember Steel or Red Purple, and I played only Ember Steel. I was having a lot of fun. But then I played Red Blue, I played Purple Steel. I played every deck, basically. But this is one of the most fun, and you have some very big eye roll, which is sometimes useful in a bad matchup.
Absolutely. And as we know, I mean, we're in Canada right now, so where do you hail from?
I'm coming from Quebec City, and actually I was at the Montreal CCQ and I finished 3rd place, so I'm trying to get my revenge today. Like people from Ontario get the invite from Quebec, so now Quebec is trying to get it back to.
This is my favorite subplot because I mean Chris came over, took the Quebec, and so now it's your time. So we'll let you get ready for your top 8 match. But before we do you have any shout outs or anything you'd like to say?
Yeah, shout out to my fiancé at home that's stuck with the 2 kids, 2 years old and 4 years old, and a 3rd one incoming for September.
Wow, okay.
So yeah, I don't have a lot of time to play, but I'm happy I'm able to do good without having like hundreds of games in my bag. So yeah.
Well, it was very exciting seeing you play, and good luck to you in the top 8.
Yeah,
back to you, JD. Thank you so much. Good luck.
And we are back in the booth. Huge congratulations again to Patrick Cote, and thank you so much, Katie, for a wonderful interview, hearing what this Illuminator had to say about it. Great player. Again, huge shout out to the Lay Uninkable podcast who are doing the restream right now, so they're probably popping off as their hometown heroes getting active and winning the top 16, going into the top 8, trying to get that invitation to the national event on their home turf.
Yeah, that's true. And I think that this top 8 is really going to be what decides how the format is going to play out next week.
Yeah.
How do you feel about that?
I would concur significantly, mightily. And we saw it. The events, we've been in a fortunate opportunity to be so close to 3 pretty high-profile Infinity tournaments in rapid succession, being the Ink. We saw how the effects of the Ink trickled over to the Enchanted Citrus Clash. Mm-hmm. We saw how the effects of the Enchanted Citrus Clash have now trickled over into the Enter the Battlefield event. So obviously, whatever happens here will for sure have effects on what takes place next weekend. Also, there were tremendous events out in Brussels. There was an Infinity tournament happening there. The information from that tournament will affect what happened in Dortmund. So I still think we've learned a lot. We've gotten a lot of information, but I still don't think we've gotten any closer to the inevitable, this is the best deck that you must play or you will lose.
Yeah, no, I don't think we're anywhere near that. I think the Slab Sharks have found a really, really good deck.
Yeah.
We saw that was just taken down by the Amber and Steel strategy. So I think there are a lot of different ways that you can go in this format. You can't tech for everything. You literally cannot tech for everything that was in this room. There are so many playable decks. It's very different from Core Constructed. You can bring anything and do well in one of these Infinity tournaments. We saw Kiwi decks. We saw Amber and Steel aggro. Last week we saw Amber and Amethyst aggro make it into the top cut. Ruby Sapphire items, Sapphire Steel items, Emerald Steel discard, Emerald Amethyst discard, Emerald Amethyst tempo, Ruby Amethyst. You can play anything.
I think
you can play Emerald Ruby with Leviathan.
We saw that. Well, I didn't see it, but I want to watch.
You
go back and
it.
check. I did hear about it, and that is just super, super cool that these Illuminators are out there actively cooking. I might have said Brussels, and I meant Belgium. I'm never going to be welcome in Europe, bro. I'm so fried. My European geography is absolutely not where it needs to be, but we will be going into the top 8 here very, very soon, and we'll have more information. If you look at the post, the pinned comments on the Twitch side, I think we also have it on the YouTube side as well. You can see what that bracket is and see your favorite players as they may be doing quite well. So we might need to take a quick break to see if we can get some more of that information to feed it to you guys out there on the Twitch side, on the YouTube side as well. So again, if you're on YouTube, make sure you go ahead and throw a like and follow the channel. If you can share the stream, I would truly appreciate it. Same thing goes for the Twitch side. Again, I want to thank you all for being here as we are going into the top 8 of the Enter the Battlefield CCQ here in Toronto, Canada. We're going to take a quick commercial break. Keep it locked. Don't touch that dial. We'll be back here in just a few moments.
little bit of this.
A little bit of this and a little bit of that. Greetings and salutations again, my fellow Lumineers. We are back going into the top 8. Joining me is Katie. How was your break, Katie?
It was good. I bought a booster box. I don't know. Okay, here's the thing. It's like everybody is hitting hot, and I want to get that, but I only have how many packs left? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Oh gosh, guys, it's bad. But JD, you had some medium temperature, medium rare hands.
My hands are ice cold, but production's hands, who are sitting right here, actually on the wheels of steel right now doing production, hands are fire. Which you just pulled a third copy of this card. That's right, my fellow Lumineers. This is the third time that production has pulled this card. So much so that we have so much of these in abundance. What we're going to do here is the rare and indigenous. As you guys know, if you tune into the Quest world enough, you know that I'm always doing giveaways and allowing the community to have access to things that I have to share the love. And I think to do that in honor of the ETB 15K here, we're going to do an Isabella Madrigal Enchanted giveaway happening here live. I don't know how to incorporate the YouTube in this, but we're going to do that on the Twitch side. So actually, we're going to do that in the top 4. We're going to get that set up. So you guys tune in, tell your friends. There will be an Enchanted Isabella Madrigal giveaway here live for the viewers at home. If you're here, great. I can just give it to you. And if you are not, I can mail that to you wherever you may be in the world as a thank you for being here and rocking with the program. Enchanted Isabella Madrigal giveaway coming up soon here as we go into the top 4. But as we do get into the top 8, Katie, are you locked in on your play hub there? And is there a way that we can tell who is in the top 8?
I can't do that. I'm sorry. I'm just putting my laptop on top of a $3,000 card. Listen, we're balling so deep here, guys. We got epics. We got enchanteds. We can't stop, and we won't stop. But let's go ahead and see who has made it into our top 8. So we had 16 players facing off in that last round. But as far as that goes, it is going to be ETB Riley versus K-Bear 23. Is that Carrie? Maybe.
It might be.
I hope not, because that's an ETB on ETB. So, But either way, ETB Riley is a member of Team ETB. Then we have Victor versus Mr. Enchanted. YT Shark. Could be a shark team.
Okay.
We have Rever versus Patrick Cote, who we just saw in the last part.
Okay.
Then we have Joshua Satterfield on items versus Shadox, I believe, on the dog build. The last of the remaining Slab Shark.
That's another Slab Shark. And we do have access to those deck lists, Katie. If I can be so bold, maybe we can start to pull some of those into the stream for the viewers at home that may be watching. I can do this live. You guys know this is typical JDZ fashion. I'm going to try to do something that I probably should not do while we're live and actually
you lock
going
in,
for it.
And I will.
Please.
Somebody said who won. We don't know the tournament. We're in round 8. Those are matches that haven't happened yet, Bobby. We can't. While their tracker is good, it is not omniscient yet. But once the omniscient feature is live, then we will let people know. But we've seen some fun little tech in these decks. We have a lot of fun people here in the chat just watching and trying to see what they should be bringing to the next Infinity. We have one more Infinity CCQ here in the United States. That's going to be over in it's in Green Bay. It's in Green Bay. I was trying to see if it's in one of those cities that's like outside, but no, this one is in Green Bay, Wisconsin, up by the World Class Cards. Then we have Dortmund the weekend after. And then after that, or no, wait, it's Dortmund and that's World Class Cards at the same time?
Dortmund is next week.
What? Okay, so it's Dortmund, then World Class Cards, then India. Did we find it? We are live. But if you found it, then yay. Okay. We had a little bit of a wandering deck. But listen, in Disney Lorcana, nothing's ever lost. No one would ever steal a deck. You wouldn't download a deck, would you? So J-Bomb said, my wife says, you're doing a great job, Katie. Well, thank you, J-Bomb's wife. I hear she's a wonderful hostess, but you are getting things ready as far as what those deck lists are, and JD is cooking. He might seem, it's like a duck. He's doing so much, but he looks so calm.
That's it. That's a very great analogy. Feet in the water swimming. So I'm going to put this here so we can kind of take a sneak peek at those deck lists. So if you want to just give me a name, I can pull up the deck list of the player that we would like to see. It looks like we have the matches already starting to be seeded. We're going to have the Joshua Satterfield versus Shadox matchup. So let's kind of start with those two deck lists as it is going to be open deck list. So let me find Shadox here. We're
going to the Shadow Realm.
There we go.
And I think so. To give you guys a little primer, we have seen Satterfield on stream, but we haven't seen Shadox, or have we? Because he is part of that Slab Shark team, and the Sharks swim together. They are a pack predator. And so I wouldn't be surprised if we saw that Eleanor, renowned diplomat. Eleanor, you've got to play dogs. We might see her, but then we also have Joshua Satterfield, who I pulled aside and said, Josh, level with me right now. How many traps? Are you running hidden trap? How many? He said, yes, 3. So I revealed that card, therefore I have a little bit of an implicit bias here, but he brought this deck, and we have it here coming up on the screen. It is titrated towards a meta with little guys. It is saying that it wants the best of both worlds, in the words of Mrs. Montana, where we're going for rushing in, we're going for Sisus to whiteboards, and we cannot be stopped by Pete by any condition.
Yeah, this is you're playing a ton of different items. Just one copy of Lucky Dime. Something to think about. I think I should just try to start downloading these decks here so I can have them up for you guys, as I don't know what Shadox's name is in Dreamborn or Inkborn, as these Illuminators really got to do me a favor and just be who you are.
Oh, somebody earlier said, where's Joseph Quigley? I can't find him in Ryan Rivberger Play Hub. And I said, and you never will.
You never will. Let's be who you are, man. Let's cut the malarkey,
yeah,
all right? If we can be so bold, if we can. As I'm still trying to find these deck lists, I do owe you guys this, and I'm so sorry that I can't seem to find them all, because people's names are just going to be so different every single time as everyone is hiding. Maybe someone in the chat can see the names available, as we are still trying to find out. Is this Jackson K? No, that's not it. We got to.
He's got to be Shadox. I mean, so his real name is Joshua with something at it, but he's always been Shadox. Wait, so yeah, he's got to. And then Joshua Satterfield is sometimes
Joshua K, maybe? We got a Joshua K,
maybe
611?
Catterfield?
We got Joshua K. Are they both Joshua? We got 2 Joshuas in the building.
You know, when I first started casting, somebody said, do you know about the 3 pillars of Disney Lorcana? Maybe the 3 pillars is your real name, your melee name, and your RPH name.
Yeah.
And you can't keep them the same, or you turn into dust and you can't win the tournament. But, I mean, to be fair, you could pull up probably any Slab Shark deck, and it's probably close.
All right, I think we got there. I think it is Joshua K. Okay, so we're cooking. Give me one more second. The players are getting ready. We are not missing any action. I do promise you all that. I'm just trying to make sure that we can get as many of these deck lists up as possible, at least for the matches that we are showcasing at the time. But we have a knockdown.
It is K.
It is K. Yeah, that's K. So we are K'd up there, and boom, and I can do this here. So let's get this off.
And it is a Josh on Josh battle. Like, literally only one of these Joshes can make forward. We can't have ties. We can't go to a 4th game. In 3 games, we have to decide which Josh is better. Is it Joshua Satterfield on this Ruby Sapphire items build, or will it be Josh or Shadox of Team Slab Sharks, who is coming in with a dogs build? Now, you do have this beautiful, beautiful deck pulled up here. What I like about it is that it does have a responsive down part of the curve, or early curve. A lot of times these decks, they kind of feel like they're like, whatever, I'll come back and I don't have to worry about what you're up to in the early turns, but not this build. This build has those Sisu's Daring Visitors, and then later can go into that Sisu empowered sibling. On the other side, we have Shadox, who I don't want to say this deck is going to look familiar, but it's probably going to look familiar. The Slab Sharks rolled up. They're all wearing matching shirts and pants.
Yep,
except
they did.
for some of them. Dale didn't, because he's too cool, I think.
Obviously, yeah.
And then I don't know if he's still in the top 8, so that might have something to do with it. You got to wear the pants and the shirt. If your team has pants, wear the matching pants.
I think that's fair.
So they all have matching pants, which you can't see, but Shadox is wearing them. And yeah, it's the Eleanor. We got the Princess. We have the Mickey Mouse Expedition Leader. Have we been seeing that in the other builds?
We have. He is a part of this strategy. He goes with the Under the Sea, and also helps protect your Eleanor. So this is a first glimpse, a first glance at what these 2 unique decks are looking like, as the players are seated and ready to rock. It seems Joshua K versus Joshua S, the battle of the Joshuas. And if you guys enjoy some Joshua, make sure you tune in and tell your friends, as it is time for round number 8 to begin here very, very soon.
And I do see somebody saying Under the Sea and Infinity with a little haha face. And I think it's something where it was a reactive choice. We weren't seeing Under the Sea in the very first couple weeks, or the first week of Infinity, because it's a meta call, and we've seen the meta, and the meta says, listen, Under the Sea, good. Mickey Expedition Leader, being able to play around with that, it gives you flexibility. So I think as the meta has evolved, the Under the Sea has also come with it, and we'll see if it pays off in this matchup. I'm going to go with no. Probably not, but there is an Oswald.
There is an Oswald. You also could potentially hit with the screw, or excuse me, with that Mickey Mouse that you spoke about earlier. There is an option to probably get after some of those Scrooges. If Joshua presents a Scrooge, maybe there's an opportunity to get the Tamatoa. He's only one one reduction of Mickey away from being able to be removed to the bottom of the deck as well. So getting value out of cards that don't necessarily grant tremendous value is going to be an indicator or a way that you can win this game. I think looking at the matchup, how it typically goes, I think in a Joshua Cage deck, you have to assume the aggressive responsibilities of this matchup. Typically, someone's going to be aggressing, someone's going to be trying to control, and you're not going to out-control, you're not going to out-Pizza Hut in this situation. You're going to have to get underneath this Lucky Rabbit, and hopefully you can get to that 20 lore before they can set up. But if they set up, Katie, it's going to be almost impossible for you to win there.
Now, as a person who has bought a couple booster boxes and shouldn't have, sometimes you're lucky and sometimes you're not, and that's what we're going to see with Oswald the Lucky Rabbit, because my third Kita!
Yo!
Okay, that's good. Okay, sorry. I pulled an Enchanted, but it's my third Kita.
Trades! Zipper for Kita right now. Lock it in, please, Katie. Trade me. Oh, my God.
Listen, something's happening.
Yo, Isabella Madrigal for Kita right now. Please, I'm begging you.
So speaking of Sapphire, we're going to see Sapphire right now because Joshua has to fire off on all engines because, like we said, Josh K, or we'll say Joshua K versus Joshua S here. K is going to be trying to, like you said, shift all gears to aggression because he doesn't really have the opportunity to be the control deck in this matchup. This is a good way. Bobby Zimmerski can let him get rid of a card he does not want. And under the sea, he says, where we're going, you're not going under the sea. You're floating.
We don't need no roads here in this matchup as we are able to offload probably one of our worst cards in this matchup. Now Shadox here is going to be continuing the approach. Looking at the hand, I don't see those aggressive starts. I don't see any two-questers. I do see you are favoring the 04 Nala over the Thomas, which I think is just the superior 04. She finds her way into the Inkwells. We're going to lead Lady and Aurora. So there's that aggressive option. I was mistaken. I didn't see that Lady hanging out in the background there.
Yeah, nobody puts Lady in the corner, but you do put her on the board here because she is going to be a very valuable character because at this point we're going to be talking about bursting our lore as fast as possible. We want to get advantage of Lady's ability to increase her lore count. We also want to be able to take advantage of Mulan. So we're going to get to the point where we want to be questing for more than one, and that will be possible that Aurora can come in or quest next turn and provide a discount to Possibly. I mean, Rapunzel's going to be rough because there's not any way to get damage very easily in this matchup right now. But that Eleanor we have seen, if he is going aggressive, is a great compliment. Getting him a card, getting him a lore, and he will be exerting that Aurora. That's what she does best.
And you know, that's also another. I know we've been talking about Eleanor, which I believe is usually every tournament that I go to, there's one card that's the standout card, the talk about card, and in this one, I think it's going to be that Eleanor, the renowned diplomat. And if Joshua presents an Oswald at any point, Eleanor will just remove that Oswald with the greatest of ease. And typically, without a card like Eleanor, it's much more difficult to remove Oswald, and he's able to just sit there and trigger and trigger and trigger, and that is going to be a huge part of Joshua's win condition. That is now removed. As we see, Shadox already has access to the renowned diplomat in hand, and the questing has begun. Mulan now hits the board, and this is looking very problematic for Joshua S., who is kind of looking at this board with a nice little chuckle there, saying, how am I going to get out of this? This is not what I need to see.
Well, I will say you cannot play Ruby Sapphire unless you are okay with the fact of feeling like you're losing a lot because you're really just setting up a foundation to an engine. Now, when we see Sapphire, normally if we don't ramp on 2, we're screaming, we're hooting, we're hollering. That's not the end of the world. You can do some late game ramping with a Fishbone Quill, but what you're trying to do is get out as many items as cheaply as possible with this deck, and then using those items to propel the control aspect. So sometimes you'll see people try to put in a Sisu early, the Daring Visitor, for possibly shifting later, because if you look at this board right now, it is very tempting to have an empowered sibling come down very shortly. However, Josh is looking at his hand saying, yeah, those are all really cool things that I'd like to do, and he'll start off. So he's going to start at the party here with that Sisu. A Daring Visitor, daring to go into Mulan's camp and yeet her into the discard pile, taking care of any kind of potential quest of up to 6 possible. But now it is something where he does need to engage in that plan B, which is getting items for free, characters for free, and also shifting that Sisu, because Josh is putting on the pressure early and often here, doing a quest all the way up here to 8 on turn 4.
Yeah, I believe that is a huge part of Joshua Satterfield's win condition here. It's going to be that Sisu shift Sisu, and Shadox is going to try to do a bulk of the lore gaining before that eventuality has presented itself. But again, the Eleanor lines up so nicely with that Sisu, breaking up that shift line, being able to send 1 damage, draw 1 card, gain 1 lore, and it just really picks apart this strategy. You send another Sisu in to take down that Eleanor, so 2 Sisus better than the price of 1 as a nice rebuttal coming back from the Ruby and Sapphire player. Joshua now, the Joshua K as it may be.
Either way, Joshua's winning this.
Has to provide some type of clapback against this board, because breaking up that Sisu is, again, critically important.
And I love that both players are trying to do things as they are budget shoppers. In this economy, we cannot be paying full price for things. So we have Grandmother Willow, we have Aurora, making Aurora cost, or Eleanor costing only 2. Then we're going to have things on Joshua's side. Now, Joshua, I keep saying Joshua, but Joshua S's side, where in theory, if he can get this items engine online, he is going to be able to play Scrooge McDucks for free. He's going to be able to do some few other dazzling things. The problem is, card draw is not as easy as it used to be for Ruby Sapphire. And card draw is not super easy for Joshua right now either, because he needs to get some princesses, either or princess or a queen. He needs Rapunzel or he needs Eleanor. And right now, both of them are not getting to the card draw phase of the game. They are just in the puzzle of how do I move forward? How do I not be too aggressive right now?
Yeah, just the hangout phase is a phase you don't want to be in. As I think as a dogs player, you don't want to just be hanging out. You want to either be questing or setting yourself up to win the game through gaining lore in some capacity, be it the Eleanor or Gogo or something, putting yourself in a position to win. As you also, I believe, have access to those Under the Seas, which seem to be in a decent spot here. We talked about how feckless they could be in a spot with Ruby and Sapphire, but hitting that bell, hitting that Sisu, breaking up this shift line, which is still 1 card away. Sisu is going to be a shift 6, so you still have 1 more turn before that is going to happen, and you won't have to worry about that because you'll just win the game next turn.
Yeah, and so it's a downside, right? By not doing ramp, you free yourself up to do some more substantial things on the board. But by not ramping, you don't get to do the thing that Sapphire loves to do, which is big, scary stuff faster. So right now, the pressure is absolutely on Joshua KSA, and I have a Lilo in hand. I'm going to put this Lilo. He doesn't want to overextend too much because well, here we go. He's going to get that tramp. Street Smart Dog. We've talked about it all weekend. In this case, he only cost the low price of knowing. Or no, he cost 1 ink there because they played a couple cards beforehand, but just 1.
But still, that's the easiest one. That's the easiest 1 cost I'd ever play in my life, as you're able to send some cards to discard pile, send up that Lilo, and we will play the Aurora for free as well. So discounts all around, and Joshua has seen enough. Joshua Satterfield, I might add, has seen enough, as we will go ahead and get.
Yeah, going down and saying and that's as Alex saying you can't scoop in Disney Lorcana. No, you are allowed. So he does go ahead and concede here, saying at this point he is not going to be able to get back. And I think that is the threat with these items build, is they are able to generate huge amounts of value. But the problem with that value engine is that they are not able.
They can hear? Oh. Well, we just heard that there might be some.
We're
the
NPR
videos,
casting for the rest.
We might have to go back to. We'll just lower it until we can get the headphones back over there.
Yeah, we're gonna AF.
We'll AF smartest things. Thank you for letting and just give us our apologies to them. We weren't really saying too much about. We're just calling out plays that could happen. We weren't really, doing any type of revealing any information.
I swore
there.
A lot.
There was a lot of
I was only using swear words. I used all the ones I know.
Okay, we'll bring it down for this round, and then we'll get the headphones back over there. It was so loud yesterday. So thanks. As we were talking, so you guys about to get a real sneak peek at some. You're gonna get to know JDZ and Katie here on the. As we've changed the tone a little bit of tonality. So no pop offs. We're going golf mode.
We're popping. We can pop. Oh, that's brilliant. All right. Yeah, Katie used all the swear words she knew, and it took him 4 minutes to say them all.
Yeah.
So, now we're going to talk a little bit lower, a little slower here. Not slower. We don't have to talk.
We'll bring it. We'll just bring it way down. Yeah. Just because we want to make sure that we're not giving any type of undue information to those fellow Lumineers over there. They cannot hear us now. As, again, you guys are joining us. This is the top 8. We're going in NPR mode there. So hope you guys enjoy this.
So good morning, everybody, on this Sunday afternoon in Toronto, Canada. If you're here to watch Lorcana, you're in the right place, because we are about to enter Game 2 of Josh Satterfield versus Josh K. Shadox. And we are about to see a little bit of a different story here. Josh was able to go pretty fast in Game 1, which is exactly what I want to do. Joshua S., very slow. And I think that is a detriment in this matchup. Joshua needs to do all the free things we talked about. Oswald needs to get out early. He needs to get free items. Then we need Scrooge, and then we need to have Sisu's shift line available. We don't even have time to ramp where we're going, I don't think.
And I think what Joshua S. is going to need here, you're going to need Sisu, shift Sisu, or you will shift your way up out of this tournament. I think that's basically what you have. And looking at the rest of this top 8 cut, it seems inevitable that you're going to run into these Flash Hawk players who are coming after you. Maybe inadvertently or advertently, the Eleanor Renowned Diplomat lines up super nicely against the entire early game of the Ruby and Sapphire strategy. So I would not be shocked and surprised to see you get bounced up out of here at this moment. But if you can find that shift Sisu play, you could potentially take over this game if you can get a nice board clear. As we're starting Popsicle, no bell. Passing back on over to Joshua K now, who has to be feeling a bit confident there as we stare down an empty board.
And I think it's the reason why people bring in this Dogs deck is because it can really shift the game plan. Unfortunately, Joshua Satterfield, he has different avenues, different decision trees, but the plan of the deck is pretty stable. Joshua can get a little funky with it. Like we said, he can get more aggressive, he can get more control. In this case, he will go ahead, Bobby Zamursky, put that Escape Artist into the discard, who's been known to escape from that discard. And now it's time to see if Joshua can put that pressure on. Last time we saw him do the Sapphire Coil, yes, that was a card he can play on too, but it does pretty much nothing in this matchup. Certainly not as much as it can in some other ones. So we will liquidate and also play a Bell for free, which just puts pressure. Says if you're going to turn sideways, I'm here.
That's a good sign of life as well. The Liquidator is a card that a lot of the Ruby Sapphire players and Ruby players in general just lean on to help slow down that early game so you can get to your more powerful late game plays. But again, that 2 willpower is something that you have to make a special note of. That Eleanor hits that thing twice, or maybe get a double Eleanor in play. You can just start to bounce that Liquidator onto the discard pile as well. So we have lines available against some of your best early game maneuvers, which you have established here. Bell into the Liquidator.
Yeah, and that Liquidator, it's going to be one of those underdog cards where it can come in early and add that pressure, but coming in on turn 2 isn't so bad because like we saw, when Josh had no pressure, he was able to just get loose with the questing and get as much lore as he wants. Right now, he is going to have to be a little bit more measured. And as we've seen, Joshua's deck is just not as good as being the control deck in this matchup. He has to be the aggressor. So he's going to go ahead and just get some value engines down because he does have a tool in his back pocket where we can engage in a control method. And that's going to be that Dale. So if he has to, push come to shove, Nala can and will challenge, but at this point, we have the second puzzle piece for card draw, Maurice's Workshop, coming down for Joshua Satterfield.
That's a good sign of life for the Ruby Sapphire player. I'm actually fully cheering for Joshua's here because I'm hoping for a game number 3. I just want to see more Disney Lorcana action, and I know you guys like hanging out with us in the booth, but I'm sure you'd much rather see these Illumineers put everything they have on the field of play. If we can get whoever's walking by that camera stand to not keep tripping over. I put pink tape all over the bottom of that camera stand for that reason.
People are jumping up and down going, yippee, yippee, we love Disney Lorcana.
Just kicking my cameras. I hate to see it, but it is what it is as we're going to play down the Mulan Resourceful Recruit. Again, huge pressure being added as Joshua S. is running the numbers. You are not.
You can go. I can ISO while you go ahead and say, knock it off, kids. Now, if you guys are wondering, why is JDZ and Katie? What happened? And in Canada, have they reached a new chill vibe where they don't get as excited anymore? Well, you're talking quiet because we realized we were hooting and hollering a little too close to the sun, and people could hear our hoots and our hollers. So we don't want Josh's to hear us. We have a policy of no Josh's hearing, and now we have JDZ. There he is. You just saw him fly by in the background saying, hey, guys, can we not hit the cameras? Either way, we are now thinking. And the reason we're thinking is because both of these decks can explode into phase, basically the runaway phase, where they get to the, how did it happen again? Who's over there? What is it, a ghost? Is it a poltergeist?
It's one of the, it's another player, and their bag was on it, and they're just kind of kicking it by accident.
All right.
Cheeks back. Okay, that was our head judge, Arcus Umi there.
We got a tattoo together, and now our friendship is over. But here we go. We talk about these items and how important they are in the build because they do so much to get the freedom of this deck to do things for free. So we have this Fishbone Quill, which will help with that ramp. We talked about you don't really ramp on 2, but you ramp eventually with this Fishbone Quill. The Marisa's Workshop will help with the card draw. Now we are up to 5 ink, so we get to that point where a Daring Visitor come in, and then we can do that Sisu Empowered Sibling Shift line. So like you said, do the shift or you're not going to be in the top 4.
That's it.
We're working on it.
Yeah, we're trying to build towards it. Or you might even there could be, without the shift, if you can start inking twice per turn and just get to the point where we just play the Sisu without the shifting requirement, that could be even better. So you have options. Or I've seen plays where you can if you just have the Sisu one turn and then maybe shift it the next turn, if that's a vibe too. So you have time a little bit as Joshua K is just building a massive board. And the Tramp, the Street Smart Dog, the bane of the format, both formats has struck the board at the bottom corner there, surveying the hand.
I do like that someone pointed out, Skydalina said, Canadian earthquake looks very polite. It was a polite earthquake where the world was trembling. But, I mean, the trembling, it's that apocalypse of a board wipe, because we talk about who is able to do board wipes in this game, and Joshua has both of these Joshuas have conditional board wipes, but one of them has one very favored in this matchup, and that's Joshua S. And that Sisu, we're going to need that workshop to be firing off. Every time you play an item, you can draw a card, so we have to dig, but the problem is he doesn't have infinite ink. So I think Joshua S. is working on very thin margins. I think he's hoping to just draw that Sisu and not have to work hard on it, because Joshua K., he has this big board. He's not doing a lot with it, and he starts doing that math of, do I quest now or quest never?
Yeah, and you could potentially already have that Sisu in hand. Unfortunately, like you said, Katie, you're going to have to be inking twice per turn. You're kind of hard stuck at 5. I guess we can kind of look at those deck lists again. I believe there could be a world where Joshua S. is playing a Be Prepared. I don't quite remember if they have it. I know they could potentially play 1, maybe 2 of a card like that in their deck. And no, Joshua, I just looked again. We're not playing Be Prepared. However, we are playing Brawl. That could be a card that we could use to at least relieve some of this lower pressure off the board a little bit, but you have to continue to ink and you have to continue to accelerate, and you need to find cards to help support that game plan either way, and you're kind of getting light in both. So this is tight. This is a tight spot.
It is. I'm not envious of it. Now, that being said, Joshua K. Had the privilege of winning game 1, so it's not the end of the world if he does lose here, but he doesn't want to, right? We love game 3. Players like to 2-0 because it just shows that, you're doing great and you don't have to stress out because you won. But I think stress is inevitable in this matchup because it's like we mentioned, I mean, his board is fragile, and Sisu is absolutely licking her dragon lips at the thought of just consuming and wiping this whole board into the discard pile.
Yeah, so we are contemplating, and I wonder what Joshua is thinking about here. Maybe you're thinking about maintaining your own board. We have this huge discard happening with this Tramp still, as again, we have some Illuminaires sitting at the table. Maybe there's some nerves there. We are kicking the stand, so I do apologize for the shaky cam. We are going to clean that up for the next stream as well. I got to put some police evident tape around the
I think electric wire, if you're thinking it. I mean, it's a zap me once, shame on you. Zap me twice, still shame on you. Why are you zapping? So there we go. Into the discard pile, we see some, maybe, and the thing is Joshua K. could have just had a resplendent amount of great cards, and that's why he was hesitating there. We don't see any Lilos going into that discard. We just are seeing this board here, and he's engaging in some challenges here. That Tramp is able to go ahead. Or rather, no, that was just a good old-fashioned. The Liquidator only has a 2 willpower, so it's not too hard to get. Bobby is easily able to go ahead and take care of that Liquidator and get some pressure off. Fortunately, we still have that Bell, who's a 3/3, but the other 2 characters are feeling pretty comfortable at their 4 lore. So everybody, it can be calm. We can calm. The table can stop shaking. We can all stop shaking. But I do think that the pressure's on. If we see a Sisu Daring Visitor come down, I think at that point Joshua is going to be very nervous.
Yeah, you're still stuck between a rock and a super hard place with this Bell, because Bell clearly may have to engage in fisticuffs here, but you just saw your opposition go Tramp, and now that 3 willpower of that Bell is just going to be just such a huge irresistible target with all these Mulan traps, as they call them. Mulan traps are when a character has over 3 willpower, and you challenge in, and Mulan could just heal back and draw 3 cards, and that would just be almost insurmountable for this Ruby Sapphire player if that were to become the eventuality. As we are thinking on our ink situation, we still all in on this Sisu play. I think that's your best maneuver, and you have to hope that you can get there in time, but time is a ticking, and it's running out fast for Joshua S.
Now, when we looked at the deck list, I don't think I saw Be Prepared, because I think a lot of the meta is shifting towards, hey, Mowgli, you can't take my songs, or you can't take what's on my characters. Mowgli obviously can move towards other stuff, but Pete can't stop the wave of a Sisu motion. But speaking of things that we can't stop, Rush is something that is very valuable. So this Vitalosphere that we are able to go ahead and get in, I believe, into play here will be vital at getting in some capability of rushing in a character. But what does he have, and is it enough? I guess I'm just so nervous about it.
Send the Oswald in on an ink and then a rush him in. I don't hate it, man. I mean, you do what needs to be done as you are kind of, again, back against the wall. Desperate times calls for desperate measures, as if you could potentially, but you need to be able to play it. No, I think you just wanted to play the Vitalosphere just to draw a card with your workshop, honestly.
Yeah.
Rush might be too
yeah.
I think Rush is just off the table. You are fighting for your life here. Every second that goes by, you're like, man, what am I going to do? How is this going to work for me? As Joshua still inking, using that 2 ink. Maybe it's Oswald time here.
Yeah, and I mean, the reason that Oswald would be nice is because we're brawling. And that is a nice use of the brawl, getting that tramp off the board. He does quest for 2, and he is, has the most willpower on the board. We're going to redeem that Vitalosphere. Mel's been here a while, but it's going to go ahead and redeem this strength modulator.
Yeah. Just to get a bit stronger. Vitalosphere does increase strength and provide a rush, so proving why it's a pretty nice item. It only costs 1, and it's inkable, so a pretty solid card to add into this Ruby and Sapphire item strategy. We do have that Rapunzel in hand. Joshua Satterfield now, I believe, is rubbing hands together, might be in top deck mode or maybe holding on to 1 additional card, and then Nala will go ahead and reveal her special power as a Rapunzel trap, giving you 3 additional cards. So the resource war is waning, but that's got to be decent for Joshua a little bit. However, Katie, I don't think did he ink that last turn? I think he did with the Fishbone Quill.
Yeah, and it's a kind of competing priorities, because he wants to play stuff, or he wants to draw cards to get towards that Sisu. If he has to draw cards, he has to play non-optimal cards like that Vitalosphere. While he has to pay 1 to draw a card, so it technically costs 2 to draw a card and do the Vitalosphere operation. And anytime you ink, you're losing your cards in hand. So I think that Joshua S is just kind of in the situation where he is getting on these very thin margins, while Joshua K, business is looking good. His hand is ample. He has plans. He says, wipe your board. I can build back. I'm not afraid. So he's going to go ahead, take that quest, because if he goes ahead and loses that Lilo, she's not really gone. She's just temporarily in the discard. He has a nice, healthy 5 ink, which it doesn't sound like a lot, but that's actually a lifetime supply of ink for an Amber Emerald dog player.
Especially when you got Grandmother Willow available as well, as the Scrooge McDuck will come on into the field of play without using his special ability, just playing the full cost. You're going to put it to good use effect, being able to exert 4 items and then play for free. So we had to pay the full retail value. We don't have that Vitalosphere available anymore if we had to use against that Bell, as now we will just get the Ink Runner in play to draw 2 with our Maurice's Workshop. But is that still going to be good enough? Bell available to get another challenge in, going after Lilo this time, presenting a secondary Rapunzel trap for the Nala if you felt so inclined. Or we have this Rapunzel gifted with healing that can also take down his Bell while also drawing you 3 more cards.
To Oogie Boogie's point, Sisu did go to the bottom of the deck. That's the problem with Scrooge, is you get 4 cards into your hand, but you don't get to keep an item. The rest, smell you later. Unfortunately, you don't get to keep them all. So that is the problem of these items, is sometimes Oswald shows you the card you want, not the card. And you have to go ahead and do what the card says. So we did see one of the larger, the Sisu empowered sibling, not be able to be retained in that Scrooge digging. Now we're back over to Joshua K, who, as we've seen, he has Rapunzel opportunities. That's what I've been trying to call them,
Not traps?
Yeah, because it's a trap, but it's an opportunity.
Like
I've opened myself up to a little bit of a Rapunzel opportunity. Now we play Eleanor here, and we've talked about this card a lot today because she is going to allow you to take advantage of the fact that this deck is questing early and often. So if she is on the board and we have 3 characters exerted, we're going to get a lore, a card, and a quick handshake from Eleanor herself, the diplomat.
She's a diplomat.
Yeah.
I think they should bring out more diplomats into the realm of Lorcana. I think we have 2 so far. Can you guess the other one?
Is it Fazu?
It's not Fazu. It's Anna. She's a diplomat as well.
Oh, okay.
I believe it could be more. I'm certain. Let me pull it up, as I know there could be more
like
diplomats.
Name every diplomat ever.
But Dipset. Shout out to the diplomats out there. As we are. Let's see. dip. Let's see if we can find. If I'm right, I could be incorrect. There could be more diplomats.
But speaking of
there's a Mulan. I think Mulan's a diplomat as well. Consider it diplomat.
And speaking of diplomats, dips. If we don't see a CC, we're about to dip into out of this top 8 and into the top 4 because I mean it's pretty much Sisu or bust. And he says this one, Sisu, the empowered, emboldened sibling. This one is the one. So Sisu takes down everything on the board except this Eleanor. Now Eleanor is like, okay, well, I need some friends to be exerted here for my cool ability. And this is why control decks, the psychology of it is you absolutely have to have comfort being able to. Oh, someone said we got too loud. It's hard to see a Sisu and not pop off. They knew it. They were out there. They know that Sisu was on the board.
Yeah, for sure. We're still trying to maintain our golf. I mean, but he played it. We can react to it after it happened.
Josh saw it.
We try not to do too much analysis, especially in these close quarter conditions, because we don't want to provide any type of advantage to anyone by proxy of the condition of the stream. So it's a Sisu. So I think a natural reaction there is in order as the Eleanor is going to continue to quest and send some damages into that Sisu while drawing a card and gaining a lore. Did we not trigger that ability there? Because we were just at 14. Maybe we should have gained another lore. Or is it just because you don't have – does she count for herself? Let me read this Eleanor one more time.
Eleanor.
Is it other characters?
I believe we're doing a quick discount.
3 or more exerted characters in play to include herself. So
and deal 1 damage as a cute little mosquito bite type effect.
Yeah, so it should have gained an additional lore. I believe Joshua K should be at 15. Maybe we're just not updating the lore tracker, which is a astute possibility. I'm not certain if that's going to cause too much calamity in this game unless Joshua Satterfield can just start just sending Sisus like crazy here as we are going to play another Vitalisphere. Morris Workshop will trigger again to draw another card.
Now, we talk about, I mean, it's one of my favorite words in TCGs, inevitabilities. Like Thanos said, I am inevitable, and those Lilos are the most Thanos-like card in the game because she makes the inevitability, where you will keep seeing them, you can knock her down, but she just comes back. He has 3, so by he, I mean Joshua K has, I believe, 3 cards in hand, 7 ink, which is basically the most ink I've ever seen in this Dogs matchup. We have Nani saying, Lilos, get back out here. The Lilos come in before the draw turn, so he only has 4 ink available to him after, he would have had 3 ink available. So now it is a situation where Josh was able to control the board once, but you have to control it over and over again, and I think it is going to be very difficult because we need more Sisus right now.
And we have another Eleanor in hand as well, as I believe we have the life total has been corrected due to those 2 Eleanor triggers. And we do have another Eleanor down to quest the Nani to get up to that 17. Eleanor is going to get you up to 18 as well. And we're going to be able to send some damage from the Eleanor. This card is actually low-key popping off right here. Card of the weekend for sure, without question.
I can see why they were trying to keep it under wraps because, I mean, the synergy with the Lilos is insane. The fact that, like, listen, you're bringing in that Lilo, she's exerted. All you need is some Lilos and a friend, and you're going to be trying to swarm the board at all times. And like we said, the value of it, you're getting to damage, card, lore.
And if you have a character like you just saw that Screech or Force of Myers was sitting with 3 damage on it already, you get a plus because the card is being sent to the discard pile, no longer being able to be healed the Popsicle on the board, continue to challenge. It makes challenging a little bit worse as well. And it also has this hidden synergy with these Lilos. We saw it as we have the Oswald Lucky Rabbit is going to go just to end, and he misses on a high note.
No.
As showing a little bit of sportsmanship, both of these Lumineers, Joshua S. will fall. That matchup seemed daunting, to say the least. That seemed like a tough out for the Ruby and Sapphire Lumineer.
And I will say I had the privilege of interviewing Joshua yesterday, and I said, going into day 2, are there any decks that you are nervous about? And he said, any deck with Eleanor. That's a quote. Play it back, because I asked him, and he said, this is his fear, and sometimes your worst nightmare comes true, and Joshua K. sits down and says, I heard you're afraid of Eleanor. I got one right here for you, buddy. 2.
Well, you're in one.
Yeah, you best start believing in Eleanor's because you're in one. And shout out to those players because, I mean, it is kind of daunting, right? That's why I think the top single elimination, top bracket is so fascinating because we don't get to pick. I mean, it's based on your standings. So
Right.
like we saw 2 Amethyst decks, and we were like, oh, we can't wait to see Amethyst. They found each other.
Yeah.
And we see Joshua, who's like, there's one deck I'm afraid of, but don't worry. And then he sees it. So it's an interesting plot, and it's one that we get to see unfold on stream. So shout out to both of these Joshuas for playing that match.
And they played so well. And I think Joshua had an incredible weekend. He was Oswald was one of my picks of the weekend to have some success because I think Oswald is a very, very good card, and it is nicely situated in the metagame. It's just unfortunate that Steel has kind of made this resurgence, and now this Eleanor thing is out of here. We might have to take those Oswalds, unsleeve them, put them back in the binder for a little while, and let the metagame kind of heal a little bit more, and then maybe that Lucky Rabbit can make a triumphant return because that seemed almost impossible to win. It seemed like it was very difficult to win that matchup.
Yeah, because, I mean, a lot of the best decks, there's like little forks in the road, and you're like, I can win doing a few different things. But
Right.
it felt like Joshua was like, I can win on this exact path. It's like the Doctor Strange. He's like, there's one reality, and we're trying to get there. And I think when I was watching the player, I was watching Sky Test, and he was playing with Oswald, and every time he missed, he'd go, and I go, okay, now imagine you're on stream.
Yeah.
And Oswald's here, and you're trying to hit, and you miss. Just imagine that. And that's why these kind of gambling type cards, we have, the Headless Horseman, we have Mulan, the singer one, and now we have this, well, we've had Oswald for a while. It feels bad, because, yeah, you probably will hit, but, I mean, it feels bad when you're on stream, and even when you're not on stream, when you're private at home, it feels bad. It just feels bad when your card has this little thing to do, and it's like, oh, well, sorry.
Yeah, it's tough. It's tough. You have to depend on this guy to help you out, to carry. But we saw we didn't even have the Oswald available there at all. We didn't use him to any capacity. So maybe there was some bricking. I'm certain there has to be lines of play that you can find to help you win in that matchup. Maybe the Sisu shift Sisu, I think, is required. And from there, you can kind of stabilize, calm down, start your questing, and set up this board where your opponent is now in a low resource kind of state. And then you can possibly walk off with those games. But it just seems very, very daunting to deal with. But we're going to get a chance to meet Joshua K, a.k.a. Shadox, is back at it again. And maybe Garrett can show us those pants that his Lumineer is wearing as they are locked in and engaged with the interview. Let's take it away and hear what these Lumineers have.
They'll just give me a thumbs up. Could be live right now. We are live right now, everybody. I am here with the winner of the last round, advancing on further in this CCQ. Talk to me about the Slab Sharks coming in with this deck, with Eleanor, came out of nowhere. It seems like that is the card that is really pushing you guys forward in this tournament.
Yeah. So I want to say within the last week or so, we've been jamming a bunch of games with it. Honestly, it started. We're just looking at cards in new set. We're like, does any of this make any Infinity deck better? We went through a few. Like, we had a whole phase. We actually just had a whole phase going back to Bibbidi Bobbidi and Lucifer. We're like, this is pretty fun. But then we're like, oh, Eleanor is kind of cool too. So we just kind of threw her into the the dog deck that everybody loves. Tramp's not even OP, right?
Of course.
Eleanor is OP. But yeah, it's really solid. She helps a lot. Like, the deck's a bit different than the normal ones because she's also an inkable, so you got to play more fatties that can live right on board, and then she does it all. She pings for one, she gains you a lore, and she draws you a card, right? And then one's like, okay, but two is like, what the hell?
Yeah,
this thing's crazy.
Yeah, we saw that earlier in today's top cut. 2 Eleanors on the board, and then you were able to do that. It's just absolutely insane. And we were talking about, like, what's a comparable card to that? It's like gathering knowledge and wisdom, plus friends on the other side, plus fire the cannons every single turn. It's just absurd.
Yeah, or if you have 3, it's like, oh, it's a free Finders Keepers. It's a free, like, it's insane, right?
Yeah.
It's insane. But yeah, like, chaining them into each other is like, maybe ban that, but it's like that's a bit scary. But like, yeah, there's like nothing comparable to it at the moment, and the fact is like, it works like right as it enters. It's like, it's not an on-play effect, but it's like sort of like an on-play effect. Right? It works the turn it happens. So those kind of effects are always something that you gotta like look for when you're valuing new cards. It's like, it happens right away, and it does good stuff. I should play this.
Yeah. I really like the synergy that it has with Lilo Escape Artist as well, able to bring that Lilo back if you only have 2 characters to get exerted. It's just, it works perfectly in the deck. It was really cool that you all found that and you're making it work here in the top cut. I'm going to let you enjoy your hefty break here as you were able to really get it done quickly against the Ruby Sapphire items. Probably a really good matchup for you as well. So enjoy your break. Any shout outs that you'd like to do before you move on in here even further into the top cut? Top 4, 2 more to go to get this national qualification.
Yeah, shout out to Slap Sharks and everybody and me. I put in a lot of work. Yeah. Shout out to that. Shout out to the casters, ETB, of course, for hosting this. And Lorcana. Lorcana's great. It's pretty fun.
Yeah, let's go Disney Lorcana. Shout out, Shoutouts. Congratulations on your big win, and we'll see if you're able to push it forward. That's going to be it for us here in the interview. I'm going to send it back to JDZ and Katie, and hopefully we'll have another game for you in this round to check out. So stay tuned.
Bro, shout out to myself is wild.
Yeah, we should be doing that.
I love a good shout out to myself. You don't really get that too often. Humble in victory.
Garrick did that last week. He was interviewing Sky, and he said, all right, well, shout out Sky, shout out Podcana, shout out me. So Garrick, the interviewer, shouted out himself last week.
I'm with it. I think we need more self shout outs.
Celebrate yourself today. Everybody, shout out yourself right now. You deserve it. You're here. You're hanging out with us.
Shout out to Katie, though. Shout out to Katie from Lore Keepers, who's joining us here on the Enter the Battlefield tournament. How has your weekend been so far? Thoughts on this tournament?
It's been very fun. I think the vibes in the room are very good. Now, it's kind of funny because in these tournaments, we are generally sequestered to a little area, but have you had a chance to go to the artist little area?
Their area, I have not. I've been like incredibly busy.
The air temperature is quite nice there.
Over there, is it better? Because we're muggy over here.
It's
a little, I saw the gentleman working on the AC. Usually I'm a blazer kind of guy. You're blazered up right now, and I feel blazer mogged because I had to drop it. It was just too hot. I saw the gentleman working on the AC. I thought I was going to get it fixed. He had it going for a second, and then it went back off, but it is what it is. And I have not had a chance to get over there. However, I did have dinner with the artist last night.
Yes.
And I didn't even know that they were here because
It was an introduction. And you're like, hey, in another room, in another universe.
We have
Brian Weiss and Kendall Hale here, and they are doing signatures, custom little pieces of it. You had one that I saw that was incredible, a befuddle that was just stunning. And they have side events going on. They have Pack Rush. They have, I think, Sealed going on. They had pre-release kits available. And it's been great. And the Canadian hospitality is bar none. Every time I see something with a maple leaf on it, I feel like it's like an Easter egg. I'm like, wow, this has a little, and like the McDonald's. If you guys look at the McDonald's, they have a little maple leaf.
Yeah,
even that. A little kiss of Canada everywhere you go.
I love that, too. I really love that. So what we do have, though, we should, I believe, since that match did finish with a pretty significant amount of time, we should have another feature match available for the top 8. If you can get with Arcus, is the second feature match there? Okay.
If it goes to game 3,
all right.
Okay, cool. So let's hope for game number 3 on our backup feature match, and we can shift that camera down over and support.
Yeah, there was lots of the camera was taking a lot of hits, and listen, I have kicked the camera stand before, but it felt like it was personal.
Yeah, it felt like they were kind of doing it on purpose at that point, and it's okay. I mean,
these things happen.
Just tell me if you hate me. Just tell me you hate me, and I would.
They don't hate you. They hate the camera stand. Don't hate the player. Hate the camera stand.
I would appreciate it. But what we can do in the meantime, in between time, if you're just now tuning in, we are in the top 8 going on into the top 4. We can potentially find some more information for you guys here in just a moment. But before we do that, I did mention earlier that I would like to do a giveaway here, as I often do live on stream from time to time. I like to try to, give back to the community that's done so much for me, and I would like to do that now. So I'm just really quickly, I'm going to get this thing set up for everyone who may be watching at home. Get your giveaway fingers ready, as my production has pulled another enchanted.
Did she?
She did.
Other than that one, I was like, she's pulled a 4th Isabella. She's like, I literally can't stop.
She can't stop.
When I say to that is, what else can you do?
That could have easily have been a at this point. Why is this not going over here?
Yeah, at the end of the day, I have pulled 3 Kita Enchanteds, and I will say the Crystal Scion, she's beautiful. She's stunning. However, can I get a little alien, please? It's up to $40 million. I'd have to liquidate my retirement account to get that alien at this point. And I get it, because I like it. I've learned I am basic. I am, as the kids call, #basic, because I like the stuff that's good, and everybody else does too. So Pooh Honey Wizard, dang it, your alien. So I gotta start liking the weird stuff. I gotta start being like, oh man, I love staffs. I love, give me Maleficent's staff. That's my favorite enchanted, because right now it's just not working out for me. I pulled two of the Syndrome.
Yeah.
3 Kitas. Statistically unlikely. Very statistically unlikely.
And the thing is, I actually like the card. I think the card itself is quite good. I don't hate.
But not enough to triple dip.
Not enough to triple dip.
Triple
okay.
dipper. Get the Chili's triple dipper on this one.
I don't think I need 3 of any enchant unless it's literally the best.
Yeah.
Unless it's the best one. I mean, you want to go?
Yeah, give me 3 alien. Yeah, can we get 3 aliens in the chat, please?
I'd take a 3 alien. I'd take a triple dipper on the alien.
Yeah, I'll say triple dipper, but the same dip. Like, I'm going to get the triple dipper, 3 mod sticks, please. Just mod sticks, mod sticks,
That's
mod
it.
sticks.
That's all we want.
I want a tummy ache and a good time, and that is what we'll get there. And there we go. Triple dipper tapped in. Oh, we got the rat here. We got Brian here. We had a lot of. We had Storm Cassie. We had Rochelle in the chat. I had to explain why we were whispering because we kind of. Here's the thing. You guys might have seen this when me and Brent were casting the Fungus versus Sky finals. We were yelling, and then we realized we're like, can they hear us? And then we started talking really low. And this time they could hear us hooting, but I don't think they could hear the contents of the hoots. But we want to be careful. So we were being cautious and doing a little bit of gentle. Sending vibes from the Philippines. Oh, yeah, you guys, you have your first DLC coming up. Hit them with a little.
Magandang umaga. Kamusta po kayo? Mabuti naman. Heto buhay pa. Good luck. Oh, no. Sabuting. Nope. I don't want to say that. Oh, my goodness. Swelding. How do you say luck? Sweldo, something like that.
I can't help you where you're going. I cannot follow.
We're there. Sorry.
And they'll let you know. Somebody's going to say boot and banned from the country of the Philippines. But they are having their DLC. It's not a CCQ. It's a DLC. And that'll be in July, I believe, sometime the 11th, perchance?
I think that, no, it's the same day as Sharp Gaming. So I think it's July the 11th or July the 17th. One of those days, it's going to be.
Sweldo means payday.
Sweldo is payday, yeah. The Sweldo is Swerte ko. Magandang Swerte sa Susunod DLC Taga Pilipinas.
This is one of my favorite things when somebody drops. They're like, by the way, here's a little bit of my skill tree that you haven't seen. The skill tree I've been working on for a while, and JD has been, Swerte is lucky. Well,
Swerte. What did I say? Swerte mo.
We're
Gusto ha ng Oswaldo. Dahil siya ay swerte.
Oswald the Lucky Rabbit.
Siyempre ka. Ang kaibigan ay Katie. Taga Lore Keepers in.
This is good. Like, listen, like you
Sila ay dito.
You're getting notes on like maybe you said lucky and not luck, but like, listen, I know so little languages. Like it's actually very sad. I took Latin in high school. So if anybody from ancient Rome is in the chat, semper ubi sub ubi, shout out to you. But yeah, so we have it. Confirmation is on July 11th is the DLC down in the Philippines. So it is going to be a very exciting one. We know we have DLCs coming up in Brazil. They have their Continentals. That was really good, man. Hope you can fly out here for the DLC. Yeah, unfortunately, double booked. That's the thing. We used to have a time, JD.
Yeah.
People would say, do you want to come to a tournament? And I'd say immediately yes, because I'd just be like, yeah, obviously I'm free. But then what happened is this game is having a good year, and I have had issues where I go, yeah, and then I look at my calendar and I'm like, oh, no. And so I think that's probably something JD has ran into this year is like, guess what? This weekend, people are eating good. We had the one in Belgium. We had the one over in the UK Gaming Expo. You have this one right now. So we are eating good in the neighborhood, but unfortunately that means that we can't do everything.
Exactly, especially from a broadcaster's perspective. Like I would 100%, I was fully prepared to go to the Philippines and participate in that tournament as a player, or a broadcaster, however I could do, because I absolutely love I love the Philippines. I love Filipino culture, and I wanted to go there and participate in their first Disney Lorcana Challenge. But unfortunately, the Sharp Gaming event was on the same day, and I got much love for Philly and the Sharp team. And I'm actually sponsored by Sharp, so save yourself 15% using JDZ Quest, or you go to Sharp Gaming. You don't know if I can say that here, but anywho.
I do like that. One point you said shout out to Philly, and I thought you meant like you called the Philippines Philly. Shout out to Philly.
Oh, that's a bar. That's a bar.
The Phillies. I love it there. But yes, I mean, shout out to all these tournament organizers for doing so much for the game. Without them saying, listen, I'm going to put myself out there financially and time-wise and stress-wise, me and JD, we would just be hanging out at home, mumbling to ourselves and being like, Oswald misses. Oswald hits. And you don't want that. You don't want us in a fugue state. You want us here. So JD has been cooking up the giveaway, and we're almost there. He looks like he seeded it a little bit. And Stanley Goodman said, I'm in.
Somebody already got in. Stanley, before I even made the announcement, Stanley already jumped in. Shout out to Stanley, by the way. All right, so if you want to enter into this free Isabella giveaway, if you're on YouTube, come over to the Twitch really quick, just for a second, so you can participate in the giveaway. I don't know how to do it on YouTube just yet. I got to talk to Bobby. We're going to hook all that up. Shout out to Bobby as well.
Yeah, shout out to
Lorebot for putting in work on this stream. Without Bobby, there would be no Quest World. He's another huge supporter of the program, and without him, it would be very difficult to do what I do. So if you see Bobby run the community, make sure you give him a huge thank you for that. But we will be giving away this Isabella Madrigal right now. It is beautiful. It is enchanted. The giveaway is free. All you have to do is use the exclamation code.
Oh, 1L. Just so you guys know, Isabella has 1L.
Yeah, this is a 1L situation.
So this is a lock into the Disney trivia time, because if you're out there just like sending Isabella out willy-nilly, I'm going to call out the people who have done it wrong. So I'll be like, circle back.
Please.
Your boot. So let's see. Actually, it was just me. Mitch, not Bill. Mitch, not Bill. Lock back in. You didn't do it. The Rudy. You didn't even put an exclamation mark. So, yeah.
And we will not be doing a traditional spin and lose. We're going to do a one-win spin, okay? That's it, because we have over 100 participants so far in this free giveaway. Again, this is for the Enchanted Isabella Madrigal. If you are here, you can participate. Hopefully someone that is in the building right now, or at least somewhere in the ETB, wins this thing, so I could just hand it over to them. But if not, wherever you are in the world, I will mail this to you once I return from the ETB event. We got a huge mail that we have to send out anyway, and it'll just be added to that. So
the perfect golden child. And if you want to be in a giveaway and you're like, listen, I didn't get to win this one, you can head over to my YouTube, and I have a short where I'm giving away the Goofy Super Goof playmat. If you go ahead and comment, like, and subscribe. And then you can go over to my Instagram where I'm giving away the Rapunzel High Climber. So if you are like, listen, I love giveaways, then come on over to the freaking end, dude.
Yeah.
We got giveaways there.
And if you guys aren't following Katie, I think you're basically trolling and throwing, and you are fake fan. I mean, get up there and show her some love on YouTube. I think she makes phenomenal YouTube videos, and also great posts on Instagram and all the social media that she does. So get out there and support Katie out here.
I'm trying to get serious. I'm doing like meta-analysis, which is something like it's very uncomfortable for me to do, because like if you talk about Disney Lorcana, you want to say nothing wrong, but I'm like, listen, I talk about it all weekend, every weekend. My Instagram is Lorekeepers in HQ, which you might say, why? Well, because somebody else wanted to be the Lorekeepers in, and so mine is HQ. But my Instagram handle, I'll drop it in the chat.
Yeah, please.
I'll just drop my freaking link tree. And you guys can just kind of hang around in there, click whatever you like. But in the meantime.
And peruse all. And also, Garrick as well. Garrick on Podcana. Make sure you guys are following him on TikTok as well. I know he's big into the TikTok.
He's cooking with the TikToks.
He's crushing on TikTok. He's crushing on Podcana. He's crushing everything he touches. So make sure you guys are supporting, and it means a lot. I know it doesn't.
It does mean a lot. Like, that's the thing. I will check my follower count, and it goes. So I did the giveaway, and Garrick said, like, hey, your follower count probably won't go up by very much because, like, people don't really engage with that. And it went up by 2, and I was like, oh, I got 2. Because, like, you sometimes you think of content creators like we're sitting in this world of, like, sunglasses and limousines, but I get over the moon excited for every comment, follow. I sit there on YouTube, I'm like, I got a comment. And I love it. So the giveaway is still going. I just dropped my link tree. I'll drop it again after the giveaway. Kind of dumb to drop it in the middle of a giveaway because it's Isabella City.
Yeah, throw it in a little bit later as well, so we can do this. But we have 161 participants so far.
Wow.
So what I'm about to do, we're going to leave this thing open for another 30 seconds. This again is for the enchanted and beautiful Isabella Madrigal. Okay, giveaway. And I do giveaways like this very frequently on the channel as a big thank you for all of you who have trusted in me and believed in me to be allowed to be put in this position to do this tournament coverage. This is now my full-time responsibility as a human on this planet, aside from being a husband and a parent. This is all I do is cover Disney Lorcana in various different ways. So if you like this, please continue to rock with the program. It does mean a tremendous amount for me, and I could not be here without all of you. So thank you guys for that as we are about to close this thing. If you haven't got in yet, you literally have one more second. Okay, bring it in. 5, 4.
Pasta Primavera.
3.
Isabella.
2. And we're going to close it. We are closing
we almost
it.
got to 200.
Oh, you want to hold it up? We'll see if we can get to 200. We'll close it at 200.
We'll see. If it goes up, it's not going up. Just close it.
You're done.
They're done.
You're done.
You're done. Get a man.
Get a man. We do not do that here. Okay, I believe we got K You got to get that exclamation point. You got to get that hashtag off of there. K Doherty. KH Doherty, you got to get that off of there.
This is your last chance to make sure that you spell Isabella with one L.
Yep.
Listen, the computer, our bot overlords, they are not. We got to, well,
we're
one away from 200. 199.
One away. Well, that's
it.
Okay, we're done. Okay. All right, here we go. We're going to bring the wheel up. Can you guys see that screen? We're going to spin to win, okay? So we're going to spin this wheel one time, and the winner gets it. Did you put your name in? Did you put Katie? If you win, I'm taking it back.
A little skin in the
Look
game.
At that wheel.
You can spin again. I won't take it.
Look
but
at that wheel.
I want to feel alive.
You want to feel? Oh, this is a.
That looks like
wheel.
like some kind of like biological scan. Like they're like, this is the DNA of Zipper the fly.
This is the most names I've ever seen on this wheel. Hopefully, we can all take it. A coward won't spin it 200 times. We won't get that done, okay?
Listen,
somebody give me some Cheeto dust.
We're trying to get you guys a backup match, but they were in game 2, and I think they 2-0'd. So.
All right, here we go. So we're done on the backup match. We have this match. 200 times, spin it. Here we go.
Spin it.
And
it takes 2 to make a thing go right.
Boom. There it is. This thing is lagging out with the amount of.
It's so heavy. It cannot go all the way around.
And the winner is L3 Duckling. Whack. The Duckling.
All right, L3 Duckling, raise your hand.
L3,
Hype Train incoming. Are
L3
you guys?
Duckling. Hype Train.
Wow.
Hype Train. Let's get
We're
it.
hype trading. We gotta dance. That's the thing. Right.
Oh, we'll put our music back on with the Hype Train as we are burning. Oh, my Discord almost got licked there. Almost
I think that wheel probably almost blew up your computer. The gigawatts required to spin that wheel was perhaps there was a power surge.
Is that what happened there? Okay, we're gonna have. Let's also do this as well. So we got this.
Ooh, if you feel like dancing. Is this copyright? Like, or will you get sued by?
I don't think so. Maybe not.
Whoever wrote the song deserves as many royalties as they can get, I think.
Because it's a video game. I mean, it's an OST. They can't hit us for that too much.
Oh yeah, we have to tell you.
Okay. Did Lucky Duckling report? Did they? Sorry,
guys. We have to jam this, Lucky Duckling.
All right. Sorry, Lucky Duck. L3 Duck. Not Lucky Duck. Le Duckling. L3 Duckling. Yo. Kyle coming in with the gifted. Much love to Kyle. Thank you so much.
The dancing does something.
For that.
I don't like to dance, and I don't under any other circumstance. But in this exact situation, we have JMG5220 coming up with a sub.
Yo, thank you
that sub.
for the sub. For the Prime Dog Supreme Tegan.
Tegan Ross with a sub.
Let's go. Much love.
We're on level 4. At level 5, I eat a pizza.
Here we go.
This is it. This is the best you can get from Nebraska. It's a lot of shimmying, really. But the thing is, if no one, that means the dancing was bad. They might. It's going. It's moving. Wait, they said we need music. Is it not on stream? Are we dancing?
You can't hear it? We're
guys,
dancing to nothing?
Dancing?
You guys can't hear this? Oh, they can't hear it, Katie.
Wow. Now they can.
There we go.
Well, we could hear it, and it's going. Look at that. You only need something. Bring back the steel drums. I guess you could start to the beginning. People like that.
All right, run it back.
You guys dancing without the music. Here's the thing. That's not the first, and it won't be the last time.
Oh, no.
Oh, yeah, it was level 6. I said I'd eat my pizza, which honestly now it feels perverted. But now, thank you. Now I eat pizza.
Out of protest.
Eat your pizza. No, Dang it.
No, you can't eat the pizza.
Yeah, now I can't. I accidentally broke the pizza.
You simply cannot eat the pizza.
But we danced. We got to level 6. At level 7, I will
eat the pizza. No,
yeah, now
we're not eating.
Dude, no one's eating pizza,
level
but it is
7,
really good pizza.
Kit Kat bar, one shot, gone.
Whoa,
okay,
and he'll do
that's
it,
a level
and
7.
that's putting himself at
peril. That's a level 7. Here we go.
We got Spartan Sickles gifting a tier 1 sub.
Level 7.
To Jarku.
Level 7.
Silent disco. People just watching us.
We're sending the whole thing here. Level
and I think
7
we could get there. We're at 72%. We have 3 minutes. I feel like I'm on QVC right now. Guys, we have 72% way of ourselves. We have 3 minutes of 52, and once we get there, we will see a Kit Kat. Whoa, you better. Sorry, JD. You have water nearby. He has water nearby. Guys, here we go. And at level 8, he will give away the Kit Kat he ate. You have to wait a while. Wow. This is fun. Guys, you're saving lives out there today. Thank you so much for raising our hype train. This is because of you. Hype Trouble. Wow. This is fun. I like this. JDD's choking. I'm living. Missed the gift subs. Man, that was really. Thank you, Pro Squirtle. You are a pro. You're a part of the Squirtle Squad for life. We have your pal Chorgy. Chorgy is the #1 pal. He left his hotel room so we could have shelter in Baltimore. Oogie Boogie! Oogie Boogie! I did try ketchup chips. They're weird. They're weird. Did you try ketchup chips? I have them upstairs. Oh, I have them. I can get them on my break. I'll bring them so we can eat at the finals. Oh, this is kind of... Bring it down. We got 100% to something. I don't know what it means. Color gifted a thing. Color gifted a sub. Color is sub to Frylock 22. We have all dressed chips in America now. They gave us some. Shout out to SS Trudeau, who is not the Prime Minister, but he's a great guy. He's a great guy. And he's from Canada. And I think the mayor, which is very cool. I'm all about dancing. Gotta get on that Coffee Crisp game. I have Coffee Crisp in my hotel room, too.
We're bringing back to reality here.
No, this is not, I feel so alive. We're ripping. This is better than ripping boosties. We're ripping
Speaking
subs.
of, we're ripping boosties as well.
Oh, where did you find these?
They are always there.
They're always, the Boosty Factory is
you
never.
ask and the boost will boost. Okay.
Yeah.
Oh, man.
All right, we're going to do it the old-fashioned way. I can't.
Oh.
Okay, so we got Fat Cat. That's Helga. We got Lyle. Will-O-Wisp. If you had a chance to Will-O-Wisp. Prince Charming. We have Goslin. We have green card here. We got 10. We have yellow card here. Woody. We have card advantage. And then we got blurry dash pass. That means we're going to get a legendary. I just know it. I just know it. We did. We got a stick.
It's a dad. Let's go. It's a dad.
And into Pocahontas foil.
Okay.
Shout out to Pocahontas.
Right. We are Plunger Crossbow. We are Young MacGuffin. We are Miss Audrey Ramirez. We have the Super Relocation Program. We have the Fauna. We have the Bullseye.
Bullseye.
Focus you.
This is hard, right?
I order you to focus.
I think that's Gatan Moliere because that one got me.
We have the Merriweather. That's a good one. Eleanor. Phase 2 Eleanor. This is after she's transformed there.
You can't bear it.
Bear Lenore. We have the Buzz Lightyear to the rescue. Missing
You got it. We got like a little
Aww.
That's really nice. And then we got that.
Remote Inklings. So we have a little. Look at that.
Look at that. And that is the power of friendship is you can reunite.
There you go. Look at that. Bringing families together here.
Yeah.
Oh.
Mr. and Mrs. Incredible. And shout out to the real Mr. and Mrs. Incredible, which is JD and his wife, Production, because they show up. Production doesn't leave this booth. She only leaves the booth to possibly buy something. She might leave to buy something. And other than that, she works harder than us because we will go.
That's a fact.
We will go off and find a corner. But Production works harder than all of us. And I am so thankful we have somebody like her on our side. She's out there like, the card switcher is her. The transitions is her. The person handing the mic, that's her. So shout out to the real Mr. and Mr. Incredible, which is JD and Production.
I appreciate it. I could not do any of this without my production here, without my production team. And I say that people who tune into the stream regularly, I'm always saying production as if I have. I guess that's the running bit. It's like there's a whole crew of people that are behind the scenes. Hey, production, move this, move that. And it's a tongue in cheek. It's literally just me and her really who are setting up all the cameras, doing all the wires, doing all the lighting. Granted, I can kind of tap some of the broadcasters to help do that. But I typically don't like to do that because they're here to broadcast the tournament, not be free labor. So I don't want to do that too much. So typically it's going to be her and I. And I'm telling you, it's been such a nice thing to have this late phase of our lives to be able to travel the world.
Late phase, the final phase of their life.
to be able to travel the world and engage with community and have a good time. And it's just been such a great hobby that I can share with the person that I love the most. So it's been really cool, and I'm glad that we're able to do this all together. As we are, we have more tournaments coming up. And speaking of which, I'll take this as an opportunity to run another quick little ad.
Where are we going this summer?
If you guys are interested in this service, okay, from the Quest world, please don't feel like it's impossible. I will more than likely listen, and I will maybe help get this to a tournament near you. We try to keep our costs very low, and we try to be able to support everyone because, again, this is my passion and this is what I love to do. So if you are all about getting Lorcana shown to the world, I'm always reinvesting back into the program to make it better and better and better, to showcase this great game that we all love, because I want this game to be one of those 20, 30-year games, very similar to Magic, very similar to Pokemon, and the only way to do that is get out there and put your put some elbow grease in it and make it worth it. So these TOs are doing that. The running these CCQs, these content creators are doing that. The players are doing that. And I feel like this is my part to be able to give back to the community that I love is by showcasing these tournaments and really trying to promote this game in the best, most positive manner that I can think of. So if you want this to be at a tournament near you, make sure you just reach out to me. I'm very easy to reach. I'm working on the website. I'm on Discord. JDZ Quest with an S on Gmail. I'm on Instagram. I'm on YouTube. I'm everywhere. So you can find me. And if you want this to be at your tournament, I'm willing to do that for you.
Yeah, and he shows up, and I cannot express, like, I did a vlog, and it kind of ended up being like this is why you should rob JD at the airport video. Because, like, I took a video of, like, your table of all your cameras. I was like, all right, this is like when you go out of town, and they say, don't tweet you're going out of town. This was like, and this is what's in his bag. And, like, but look at this camera. We've never looked so good. Normally, we kind of look like we're in, like, some deep pit. Yeah. And right now, we look almost too good. Like, the def is a little, like, I'd like a little less def. There's been times I've turned to the side and I'm like, oh no.
And you have no idea. Like, sometimes I'll sit back and I'll think about that a lot of what I want this stream to look like, and I see what other people are doing, and I'm like, maybe I can do that. Maybe not to the level, because again, it's just me and my wife, and this is kind of my thing, and she just helps me out doing this. So it's really just me and her trying to duplicate what the DLCs can do, what some of the other great tournament players. They have a whole staff of people, so I can't really compete with that, but I can do a little makeshift attempt, and that's kind of the important part of that.
Yeah, the staff is JD, his wife, and then anybody that's on the casting team, we get to do a little razzle-dazzle. We're in Canva. We're in Photoshop doing what we can.
For sure. That's true. That is true.
A little bit. So it's kind of like, production and JD are like 96, and then me and Garrick are like, I made a graphic, Dad.
No, Garrick is hooking it up.
Okay,
he did
Garrick
this,
is
this
10.
graphic you see on the screen.
Okay, so it's 90.
Yeah, Garrick makes the graph. He made the overlay.
9%, and I'm 1%.
Everyone's the transition, and you bring the vibe, though.
I do. I do bring the vibe. I do. I'm over here cracking boosties, and sometimes I make a little. If it is a tournament with more than 3 casters, I do. I've learned that if it's 3 casters, I'm not tangling with the bracket.
We're not doing it. It's not worth it.
Yeah, because like I have the break is like it's not
there's no real break, because when you're done, you have to go out and you have to hang out with the people, which I do spend a lot of time on the short breaks that I do get. I go out and hang out with people, and we're talking.
It's exciting.
And by the time you have a couple conversations, you're right back in as well. So there's no time to really do a lot of things that I would like to get done, as it looks like. What's happening there? We got some notes coming in.
The last table is on their last game.
All right.
So we're almost ready for the next round.
We're almost ready for the next round.
We could probably go summon a Garrick. Get a Garrick in here. So
quick break?
Yeah, we could do like the quickest of breaks. I feel bad we did Hype Train into a anti-Hype Train. Do you want me to just go up and get him?
I mean, if you can't. I mean, at this point, I think the wheels are slowly starting to dematerialize a little bit.
But this is actually, I think, what people like. People like a day 2. Day 1 is when, listen, we're like, all right, guys, we're going to throw it to a break, blah, blah, blah. Day 2, we have Fidgets. One of the members of the ETP community who makes the trophies for the events, they brought us this, and he's like, oh, it's for the plane. I'm like, I'm going to be clicking this next to the mic item. But we have Decked Out Giant here, who is a Lincoln local, and then takes down a lot of the set champs, which I am so tired of people being good at Lorcana in Nebraska. It's over, guys.
Yeah.
Pack it up. Let me freaking be okay.
Let it die, man.
Garrick, Garrick, are you in a hotel room right now?
What am I being? Garrick, he's in the hotel room. Guess what he told me the other day? And I'm going to share this secret. He's probably going to like that I'm going to do this. We're sitting at dinner last night, and Garrick says, yeah, man, you guys were doing the broadcast. I went up to my hotel room because this is a very rare tournament.
I think I know what you're going to say.
We're in the same hotel as we're staying. So Garrick's like, I went back to my room between rounds. I took off all of my clothes and got in the bed.
No, he does that.
And I was watching
when we were doing Brazil, he changed it. One time he said he changed into sweatpants. He got out of his outfit, put on a separate outfit for 10 minutes.
And he's just lounging. He's telling me I'm just lounging. I took off. I was like, I
told him I
relax.
can't do that. My energy, I did that briefly yesterday, and I thought I was going to go into a coma.
How is that even the thing? Like, I just went up to my room. I just relaxed, put on some nice
pulled a
smooth
buzz.
jazz.
He worked. He says, I stripped down to the bare necessities, and then I pulled an iconic.
And he had to get, I guess,
and then came back. He was in such a good.
That's what he's doing. That's probably what he's doing right now, because I haven't seen him in a while.
Garrick, you work here. Garrick, I see the timer on the screen. Garrick, I'm trying to give you a warm transfer in, but all right. So he's just like, I'm not coming down until I have to.
That is so.
Shout out, we have King Worku, who is a good friend. You see him everywhere. King Worku is one of those person that just pops up at every tournament I've ever seen. But that is Worku. Then we have Piranha Steel subbed. The hype train is like still kind of now it's like a little hype trickle, and I love it. And you guys are the best.
Yeah, that's absolutely. But again, this has been a wonderful tournament so far. I can't shout out the ETB crew enough, and Chris and Arcus Umi as the head judge, and the rest of the judging staff. They put on a stellar tournament, and I really you can always tell. Go to a lot of tournaments, you can tell when the ones are just smooth because people are just in tune. They know what's going on, and they prioritize pushing it through and making sure that everything is happening in a timely manner and people are getting in, getting out, and I love that for them. So this tournament has been great. Chris has been great. The vendor booths have been great. I haven't had a chance to make it over to the other side, but it's been phenomenal stuff and reported back to me from over there. So it's been really nice as we're getting to that phase where we're starting to quiet down a little bit as people are starting to say their goodbyes and prepare their travels.
But here's the thing, though. The tournament, I looked up how many people are in the core tournament. That's why I was like surprised because it was so loud. There's 148 people in core.
Oh.
So like to quiet down, like it's like there's 200 and the conversion rate. So JD, you can speak to this.
Yeah.
Normally like you have your Saturday tournament and then Sunday it's like 20 to 40 people.
Yeah.
But there was 211 people day one, and then in the core tournament 148. I've never seen a number like that.
It might be, honestly, Katie, you know what it is, and this is a conversation that we probably could have for a little while we wait on
Garrett to get dressed.
Get dressed and come back downstairs. I think we haven't really expressed the differences between Infinity and Core as much.
No.
From our perspective, usually Core has been the quote, for lack of better words, the core format that everyone has been focused on, and Infinity has been relegated to this side hatch kind of thing that we've kind of now Infinity's in the forefront. Those roles are reversed. I still believe, by and large, and I don't know if your assessment is different. Do you think that Infinity is more popular than Core now, or is Core still the dominant format and Infinity is still kind of marauding as this?
I mean, watching yesterday the UK Gang Expo, Game Expo. I mean, they had great casters, great production, but they also had Core. And I think that the reason people like Core is because if we watch these matches, you'll see a Dale, you'll see an Eleanor, but it's kind of one of those things that if you just started playing Lorcana recently, you can see why people would want to play Core more. I think over time, Infinity will have. I think people will stay with it.
Yeah.
But I think like Core, there's just something about it. It's what you play in set champs.
Right.
It's always going to be the thing that you're like most excited about. People like new things. So I think Core will probably always be more popular. If I'm wrong, timestamp this and be like, he was so silly.
No,
but
I don't think you're wrong at all. I think your assessment is correct. And I have, because even myself, speaking from my own experience, I've noticed that there is a trend where a lot of people just might not be feeling the Infinity format because I was people for a time.
Yes.
I just thought it was going to be too powerful. I just want to stay don't go chasing waterfalls kind of thing. Just stay where I am. But the more I have experience with Core and Infinity, I haven't really been dabbling in Core too much since this tournament run that we've been on. I think Infinity is good, and it's definitely something that should be supported, and hopefully the community starts to warm up to the Infinity format as more time goes along.
Yeah, and I mean, it's one of those things, right? Because Infinity, somebody said, like, oh, what is Infinity? I said, it's every card that's ever been printed except for one. And that's, like, a very daunting thing because I think when Infinity started, it was, okay, so we're just going to play the decks that we're good at set 8 and then sleeve them up and play them. And there is a lot of that because it turns out the best cards are always the best cards. But we see cards shaping. I mean, if we look at Dogs, it's pretty much all pre-rotation cards minus Rapunzel, sometimes a Pooh Pilot, Pig Captain, sometimes a Chernabog. But Dogs as a whole is about to go from being a core deck to an Infinity deck. Because I think Tramp is rotating, and I know Tramp is going to rotate. They're not going to reprint. They wouldn't.
That'd be the biggest troll.
That'd be so funny.
I'd love the troll aspect because I mean maybe in my nature I think I just got a trolly nature sometimes, but that would be the biggest, most hilarious troll that anyone could ever do to anyone.
Yeah, I'd be like, hey guys,
guess what? We're talking about reprints. I could just hear Rochelle laughing now in the back of my mind.
She's giggling,
like,
a little giggle.
We're gonna reprint. Here's some reprints. We got Dual Links coming back. Here's a reprint. We're gonna bring back, some Blue Fairies coming back. Oh, look at Blue Fairy. Oh, she's so cool. We got another one. Here's, I don't know.
Every dog has his day.
And we got one more to show you guys. Guess what? That's right. Tramp. New, beautiful alternate art, and he has returned. Tramp, the street smart dog, is and everyone's just going to flip a table wherever they are collectively. Oh, Garrick.
Garrick's here.
You're dressed.
Garrick.
Crazy
we are
oh,
vamping. Vamp.
Eric, come downstairs.
We're about to. You're almost
it's
on
your
time.
Don't you want to be back?
In 2 minutes.
Okay.
Wow. Garrick is not.
Oh, God.
Garrick came in.
I was doing too much. Are we back?
I'm refreshing.
Please.
This feels like surgery.
Are we back?
Yeah, we're back, but it's the wrong screen.
Okay, my bad. I'm just not going to do anything else. I'm doing too much. I'm
never touch anything ever again.
I'm being way too cavalier. We back?
They can hear us, they can't see us.
Sorry.
So
okay.
they can hear us, and they just, so listen. We got a little too turned. All right.
Yeah, I was doing the most. So what? As a matter of fact, let's just throw this thing to a quick break. I think we're flying way too
we're like,
close
we
to the
need to
sun.
all take a moment.
I need to
we
just
took a beat that was so scary.
we were doing too much, okay, and we got too lit and burned up the system. So what we're gonna do?
My third.
Let's take a super fast break. Garrick mogged on the stream so hard he broke it.
Yeah, he broke it. He said, "Listen, how many iconics did you pull when you're up there?"
I pulled 2 Meridas in 1 pack.
Dang.
Are you serious?
No.
Oh.
All right, let's take over, break over.
We'll go to a quick break, and we will be right back. Where have I been?
When you walk away,
you won't hear me say,
please.
So
Oh, baby.
Oh, Garrett, we are live. As a man,
oh, don't go. We're right back.
Good save. As we are here at the Enter the Battlefield 15K, going into the top 4. Joining us fresh off his break is going to be none other than the Garrett from Garrick's Lorcana Layer, Garrick from PodCon, Garrick from the QuestCast, Garrick, formerly of This Is Not a Podcast, is going to be.
We're going to get in a physical altercation after this tournament is done, buddy.
Are you in? Let's go slide over a little bit, make sure you're framed up. But how was your break? How have you been? What is your vibe? Top 4 actually coming your way.
I was chilling out, maxing, relaxing, all cool. Shooting some b-ball outside of the school, and then I'm getting messages. Garrick, come back. Garrick, we need you. Garrick, we're giving away Enchanteds. I entered the giveaway.
I know you
I'm
did.
Not
As
ashamed.
you often do.
I'm not ashamed to say it. I'll enter every single one.
As you often do.
I don't care if I'm part of the program or not.
Right on.
If I can take one of these home with me, and let's not forget the Hades that you owe me still.
I mean, you're winning, dude. I mean, you're winning. You're up. I see this Buzz over here staring at me, mogging on me here that you pulled there. So you're
he goes everywhere that I go. He has not left my side.
up is Garrick here, who is been active all weekend. Again, absolute love this Illuminator. We've been hanging out so much these past few weeks, and I got to tell you that I'm really thankful for everything you have done for the program. So thanks for being here, and thanks for rocking with us, and thanks for rolling. Again, we talked about Katie as well. If you got some socials you can post in there, you just dropped a really cool video. If you want to talk about that, maybe we can do a little watch party before the stream starts. Is that something?
Sure, pull it up.
I don't want to mess up the algorithm. Let's get over. Let's post it in there.
Everyone's gonna see it, us watching it on stream, and then they won't go watch it.
That's what I'm saying. I don't want
to
because they already seen it. I want them to go watch it themselves so you can get some
more. Want me to post a link into it?
Yeah, throw it in there, man. We're trying to,
It's a video featuring Mr. JDZ Quest.
Okay.
Katie from the Lore Keepers Inn, and myself. I posted on Instagram and TikTok. Yeah. If you're not following the program, what are you doing?
You're throwing is what you're doing.
You're throwing majorly. So I'll send a link. Yeah, and if you would be good enough to watch the video, like the video, subscribe. You can't subscribe, but follow.
Whatever. Follow the program, man. Get over there. And, again, all the content creators that are out here sharing their passion and love for Lorcana, it's important that you just get over there and put some eyeballs on the stuff that they make because it is the reason why you do it. I don't know why no one asked us to do this. Okay, It's just out of love and commitment to whatever we're trying to do.
We just showed up, and they said, okay.
Right on. Let me rock with you, man. And the biggest honor you can get is if someone says, hey, I like the cut of your jib. I like what you got going on, and I'm going to continue to rock with you. And that's kind of neat, a neat little human experience, man. So if you want to think about making content, get out there and do it. If you don't, go out there and just show some love and support for some of these Illuminators who are doing that to try to keep this game as lit as it is. But we got some top 4 action coming your way. I'm not sure who is in the top 4. I've been here. Did you find out any info out there?
We do have some top 4 action coming directly down the pipeline. I'm trying to keep a surprise for myself. That way, who I see sit down, it's very interesting for me.
Yeah.
But we did have some dogs going up against Amber Steel, which was the backup match, but I'm pretty sure that did not go into game number 3, which is why you guys didn't get to see it. But I did post that link to the Instagram video if everybody wants to check it out. Maybe we'll do something with this Buzz. I'll show it on screen again.
I was about to say, shout out to the biggest lie I ever heard in my life. Dude. It was going nowhere.
That's not a lie. I said we'll do something with it. I didn't say we'll give it away.
Speaking of doing something with it,
are
these mine? Are these us? Let's give me another one, dude. Pull that Buzz there.
Come on, Buzz.
Come on, Buzz. Wake him up, dude. Wake him up. Give me the Buzz pulling technique. Can we go Enchanted one time, please? Can we go Enchanted one time, please? If it's Louisa Madrigal, I'm going to eat the card, I promise. It's out of here, dude.
Enchanted Louisa?
Enchanted Louisa is going down the gullet, dude. If I pull that thing out of this pack, it's gone, dude. I'm done. I'm sick of it, dude. Here we go. Here we go.
You've opened a lot.
Here we go. Come on. There's Louisa. Come on. Talk to him.
It's a sign.
Talk to him. Syndrome. Oh, it's a foil. It's incredible. Never mind. That's pretty good.
See? Oh, nice.
We take those. That's a dub.
Incredible.
That's a dub. We'll take those.
I don't know what I'm looking at here, everybody. So you got to burn the puzzle card on the back. That's your first technique. That's your first throw.
I'm not burning. I got to start burning. I got to let it burn.
100%. You got to.
There you go, right there. There's your little view box there.
Little wisp. I'm gonna nail all these. Of course, that is Prince Charming.
Who's that?
That is Goslin.
What did she do?
She was revealed by Habibi.
What's her ability there, though? Don't read it.
When you play this character, you may ready chosen character cost 2 or less. If you do, they can't cost for the challenge the rest of the turn.
If you'd have hit me with a spin back, said, "You tell me," I'd hit you with it. I don't know because that card kind of got me there. It did something totally different. I thought in my mind.
Edna Boop.
Shout out Edna in the building.
Second rare.
Big bot.
And it's just this easy.
Boom. All right, let me show you how it's really done. Let me show you how it's really done. Okay.
Super relocation.
Let me show you how it's really done. So let me try the Garrick technique.
Burn it.
Burn that. Okay.
That almost knocked the camera off.
Burn that. Here we go. It's just that easy. Okay. We're coming out here and get it done. Here we go. Here we go. Here we go. Minnie. Traveler. Eleanor. Eleanor Roosevelt. Eleanor has been the card of the format today. We have Roller Bob.
Okay, this is Ursula. Okay.
I mean, easy.
There we go.
It's just that easy, okay?
Just that simple.
Double legendary.
Simple and clean.
As it may be.
You're whipping those things with furiosity as I don't want to be on the other end of a JDZ card flick as you might not come out of that.
Let's see if I can get another one. Let's see if I can break my lens there.
Oh,
I think you got some speed there.
Yeah,
speed.
you actually do.
Let me stop throwing these things because every card I throw over there, I'm going to have to pick them up.
You got any more packs?
That's it. I'm packed out, dude. I'm all packed out.
I'll go buy a box.
We just don't. You're done, dude. You're done. Your hands
I'm
are
literally
way
never
too hot.
buying another Wilds Unknown pack again. I've reached the mountaintop. That's a lie. I will be opening some more.
There you go. I was about to say.
There's prize packs coming for Set Champ season, so I'm definitely going to be opening some of those.
The biggest lie ever told. Are you excited for Set Champs? They start next weekend, Garrett. They start next weekend.
I know they do.
You got a deck already lined up? Have you been playing core at all?
Sky is currently playing one of my core constructed decks, and he's undefeated in the core. He's 4-0,
okay.
I believe. So, I've got some core decks built.
A good sign of life for you as you are prepared to play. I haven't played too much core. I need to get out there and make it I need to get out there and potentially make that happen, as it looks like we have some players starting to circle around the feature match table as we are going into the top 4 here very, very soon. Hopefully there's going to be a nice high-profile match coming your way in the top 4. We know that Shadox is going to be there. We know that I think that's all the information that we have.
I think that's the only person we know of.
I'm sure the
Shadox wins.
Let me do a little deep dive. Let me do a little bit of analysis myself there. As I kind of don't want to mess with the computer anymore because we did just crash our system there. So I want to just let that do its thing over here. Shout out to OBS, by the way, for just
shout out to the OBS
for staying up and active and not completely just bailing on us and allowing it to stay available for us to use for the rest of this day as we are getting very, very close to the finals of this tournament. There might be an opportunity to bring some core constructed matches here at the end of the stream, but there is a chance that we might have to cut it at the end of the Infinity just so we can start the breakdown process so we can leave in a timely manner as this is going to be the Infinity event. But there could be an option to maybe do a round or two of the core, depending on how many rounds are left as we are
into that with some booster packs. I could probably sit down for a couple more.
Do a couple. Maybe take a quick little break and then get over there and get moving with a little bit more Infinity. As it looks like we got Riley, who's going to be coming to the table as well. So who knows who that is going to be on the other side. We're going to wait for a little while as these players are getting situated.
Yeah. Riley, I believe, on the dogs there, the Amber and the Emerald approach. And we got a lot of dogs barking here in the top cut, as expected to see. But I believe that Amber Steel is still alive and well in this tournament. If Patrick Cote was able to win in the last round.
Very true. Very true.
But a mirror match at this point might be inevitable.
Yeah. And
we've had one the whole weekend, and it was the first round, and that's all we did.
A little bit of Amber and Emerald. People have believed that deck is the best deck, or the Amber Emerald obviously I think is the best deck in core and also probably in Infinity format. So no shock or surprise to these Illuminators are electing to gravitate towards that very powerful strategy. But it is nice and a bit refreshing to see that there are a multitude of different ways to build that same unique color combination in this format, and having all of them have some type of representation in this event has been a little refreshing, I would say.
Yeah, I don't disagree with you. I think from what we've seen in Infinity, there are definitely strategies that are closer to the top than others, but anything can be played and anything can be executed to the level that is required to get to the top cut of some of the most competitive tournaments here in Disney Lorcana. That is nothing but a fact there, as we see many different players out there trying a bunch of different strategies and being pretty successul and having different levels of success. And the final should be a best of 3 as well.
And taking chances. I think taking a chance to bring a deck that you believe in and might not be the best position. Sometimes you're going to have a matchup where you're just like, oh, there's nothing I really can do. I'm just going to try to ride the wave and play as much as you can. And hopefully the skills that you have can help carry you through those adverse times. But more often than not, I think in Infinity format, you can simply just play whatever you think is good for yourself. Whatever cards you have available, if you have a competent and capable strategy with a winning condition, with a way to draw some cards and maybe follow whatever your game plan is, there's a path for you to take that strategy to a top placing portion of this tournament for sure.
I think what we've learned here this weekend is you need to listen to your heart. There's nothing else you can do. Yeah,
I agree. Shout out to Pocahontas as well. And Pocahontas' dad, his name was Chief Powhatan. And the grandmother Willow. I think she gave a little bar about that.
Yeah, I was not going Pocahontas on that. I was listen to your heart.
Oh, man.
Nothing else you can do.
I'm talking about listen to your heart and you will understand. There's some through lines there in both of those tunes. I think both of them.
Yeah, absolutely.
Chief Powhatan, he says, as the river charts its path, though the river's proud and strong, it will choose the smoothest course.
Let them know.
That's why rivers live so long.
Oh, yeah.
They're steady as the beating drum. Like that.
Yeah.
Somewhere in there.
Beautiful.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Hopefully that helps someone there. But you got to listen to your – I guess if we listen to each other's heart, you want to listen to your own heart sometimes too.
Listen to each other's heart?
Yeah. You can spend a lot of time listening to other people's heart, but you got to listen to your own heart sometimes as well.
Yeah, you'll find we're never too far apart.
Very true. That is a fact. All right, so we're out here, and the Luminaires are using a little bit of digital technology to checking out those deck lists so you're not missing anything. They're just going over some of the text, and it looks like we're going to have the patent pending.
They had Riley sit down and said, nope. Get up out of here with those dogs.
Hit the road, dude. We got more dogs, it seems like, as I believe
could be the case. But that the Riley match could be a mirror, to be fair. Because he would be playing against Shaddock, so that would be a mirror. They said, get the one non-dogs player in the top 4 on the feature here.
So we got dogs. So Riley, Shaddox, and Victor here. It appears to be all dogged up on a Tuesday. Patrick Cote is our lone survivor. Hopefully he can negotiate these pooches and pounce his way into the national event, and also representing the home base here. He is Canadian.
Pooches pouch?
Pooches can pounce.
Pounce?
I think a pooch can pounce for sure, without a question, yeah.
I know cats typically we're seeing pounce.
A cat is notorious. They are known to pounce. They will pounce.
They do pounce.
A pooch is capable of pouncing. They're not known to pounce.
Really?
Yeah.
When's the last time you see a dog pounce? I mean, I know you used to train dogs.
I was about to say I've seen dogs can pounce for sure.
Okay.
I mean, but we have to describe what a pounce is. Is it like a leap?
It's like you're jumping onto something with your front paws. You're pouncing onto it.
Yeah,
you're pouncing onto
dogs
something.
for sure pounce. Oh yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, 100%. A dog will pounce.
Pooches pounce.
Yeah, a pooch.
It's like the Bumbles bounce.
Bumbles bounce. Pooches pounce.
Yeah.
Scrounching some clounts.
We almost got there.
Shout out to Key and Phil. I thought you knew ball. We're gonna wax them clounts, dude. You know
I did not get there. Yeah,
you didn't get there. The Key and Phil when they're on.
I do know that sketch. That's a great.
Okay, that's a good one.
That's a great one. Yeah.
See them terries. We're gonna wax them clowns. Sorry, my bad. But yeah, see right there in the chat, coming there. My dog loves pouncing on her frisbee.
Yeah.
There. See?
I mean, I do have a dog.
Your dog is very
off.
pouncy.
Yeah, she pounces.
You should know. I've seen your dog.
I'll be laying in the bed. She'll straight pounce on my stomach and
your
knock
dog
the wind
for
out
sure
of me
pounce,
for no
man.
reason. Yeah, she's a pouncer. You're right.
Yeah, your dog is a notorious pouncer. I met your dog. Shout out to your dog, by the way. She might be watching this at home.
Shout out Cara.
Shout out Cara, man.
She should be. It's her bedtime.
Go to sleep, Cara.
She loves a midday nap.
But I'm saying, I think Cara's I've witnessed Cara pounce with my own eyes in real time.
I'm trolling.
So you're definitely a troller.
I got to get locked in and laser focused.
If you can. I think we all should. As we are, it is time. This is the top 4. The rails are back on.
Yeah.
This is the top 4 of the Enter the Battlefield 15K CCQ here in Toronto, Canada. And we are going into the top 4 now. Patrick Cote versus Victor. Looks like we got a little bit of dogs versus a little bit of Amber and Steel.
Yeah, dogs going up against the Amber Steel matchup. We did see that Patrick had to navigate that. It was a very delicate thing that he had to get through in that match against the Slab Sharks earlier in the day. Was able to do it off the back of that Cinderella singing Akud Edamudi, getting down that aerial, ethereal voice and just singing songs to remove everything that came down onto the board here.
Yeah, so it is. I think it's one of those things where you have to, and we talked about that earlier in a few other rounds when we've seen this feature match take place before. This has been a nice little rivalry throughout this entire weekend, and it all predicates on Ursula Deceiver from both, or from both, or excuse me, from if you have Mowgli on Patrick's side or Ursula Deceiver on Victor's side. Do you time them? How do you time them? And how do you get the most effect from both of those two unique glimmers?
Yeah, not to mention the bare necessities.
That's the one.
Simple bare necessities is an amazing card in this matchup. You can use that to take away their snow fort or take away their under the sea if they are packing that as an option.
Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. So we're going to find it, and we're going to get there. In the meantime, in between time, the Lumineers are just taking some opportunity to alter those hands and making sure they can find the most strategic play. Like I said, maybe looking for that Ursula and maybe get time in at the right spot. Using that bare necessities, I think, becomes the main focus here as we're just working on a few things on the stream to make sure we are all up to date for you guys. Again, thank you all for watching, and boom, here we are. Patrick, I believe, being the higher seed, is going to be on the play, I would assume. Although last week we did see for the first time in forever, we saw an Luminary choose to go second.
Literally the first time in forever, as, Adam opted to go second there against the Snow Fort deck that Tiago was rocking with. Shout out to Tiago and Adam, both incredible players, but, was running the Chernadogs version that Kurt Spice was able to win the Ink Infinity event the week before, and found that going up against the Snow Fort deck, really not under that much pressure, at least early on. It's about building up your board, and he wanted more cards in hand to find that Tramp Street Smart Dog, make that Tramp Street Smart Dog easier to get onto the board, and also give you more cards in hand. That way you have more cards once you're forced to discard off the Tramp Street Smart Dog. So it was a really good strategy by Adam, but Tiago was able to take that down last week. Here we go. We have Amber Steel going up against the Amber and Emerald deck, which many people consider to be the best deck in the format. Patrick trying to go back-to-back here with the Amber Steel. Shout out Alvin Lorgains, who was able to win the CCQ last week. We'll see if they do it again as he starts with that turn 1 Cinderella, as we saw him do in games 1, 2, and 3 in the previous round. He also, let's keep in mind, that Cinderella Stout-Hearted is something he can get out onto the board, especially if he's got Akud Edamudi.
That is a super great analysis coming in from Garrett. Only way that we can do it. We see that Cinderella Stout-Hearted is already in hand for Patrick Cote, who's trying to get back to the World Championship as well by way of winning this CCQ. That'll be a great start. You got to get invited to that national event before you can have access to the World Championship, unless you win the Disney Lorcana Challenge outright, as the hand is going to be that beast. We see a lady on one with a quick pass by Victor. I don't know if Victor's on that Slapshark technology. Maybe Victor's playing a more traditional Snow Fort build, and maybe Patrick might have the plays to combat that a little bit easier.
Yeah, the Slab Sharks did convert really, really well here into day 2, the top 32. Only one left remaining. That is the match off stream right now. So we're going to get the Beast into the Inkwell. Ursula Vanessa is going to join the party. Doesn't look like we have a song right now to sing for our Cinderella, but always have to keep in mind anytime that Cinderella Stout-Hearted can come down, because I believe she shifts for 5. So next turn, if we get Akud Edamudi off the top of the deck, Cinderella can make it into the game. And now Victor gets to see that that is a possibility, as we can go Pete Games referee here on the next turn for Patrick. But no songs right now. Victor with a little bit of a chuckle, maybe a nervous one there, as he sees the powerful Cinderella Stout-Hearted in the hand. That is, in my opinion, like the quintessential Disney Lorcana card, along with the Brave Little Tailor.
Yeah, I think
would say
Amber Steel in general, I think, is, to me, seems to be a very Disney Lorcana deck. It seems like you have the princesses, you're able to sing a ton of songs, you're able to really use the entire mechanics of the game. You have the Floodborns in there as well, so you're able to shift. I think this is one of the only strategies that uses every single aspect of the entire every mechanic of the game. Maybe you don't have like all the keywords keywords, ward and evasive and all those types of things, but the singing, the challenging, the character names, the princesses, all the iconic stuff, I think Amber Steele is doing that the best, and I could be wrong. I'll take all debates there on that regard. And you are able to get to a song off of the Ursula whiff, but that strength of Storm Rage On isn't looking too strong with these 3 willpower characters hanging about.
Yeah, not the strongest move here. Thinking about just using it for the 3 ink here. That way you don't have to get either of your characters exerted. You do always need to think about that Tramp Enterprising Dog, as we do put 2 damage onto our Ursula Vanessa. Now you may be wondering, why in the world would you do that? Well, we have a very powerful card, a legendary from set number 1 called Rapunzel. Gifted with healing. That character costs 4. She comes down and removes up to 3 damage and draws that many cards. So Patrick could be signaling, maybe I drew a Rapunzel into my hand. Maybe Victor doesn't remember that I didn't have one. But we are setting up our own Rapunzel trap to potentially draw 2 cards on a future turn.
And also just allowing yourself, it was a super slow turn. You did use all your ink to do that. You didn't want to make your characters vulnerable. And maybe there's a world where you just want to get that song out of your hand, just in case Victor wants to do a quick little spin back with another Ursula to check the hand one more time. You don't want to be caught lacking. And having that damage floating really won't cost you too terribly much, as Go-Go is not available just yet. We are going to hop up into that Snow Fort, though. So you take a slow turn, I'll take a slow turn, and now the quest has begun for Victor as the most powerful Snow Fort is in play. Looking at Patrick's deck, I believe this Illuminator is holding on to a Find 'em, I Flat 'em little Fifi coming in there for Patrick Cote.
Also has the Bare Necessities, which he could have sang on the previous turn. Did not want to leave either of his characters vulnerable to that Enterprising Dog or a Snow Fort coming down onto the board and making those challenges a little bit better. And then along came Zeus, comes into hand for Patrick. I think things are lining up quite nicely for him if he's able to get that Cinderella Stout-Hearted down onto the board on this next turn. Things could quickly turn into his favor. So right now I think he is settling in nicely here. Can play out this, and then along came Zeus, but we're going to go for the aerial, ethereal voice. We can sing the song if we'd like to and get this Lady Decisive Dog off the board, or the Ursula. I think I'd be more inclined to target the lady there.
Yeah, just to try to make some, because Lady provides you that significant questing power, also the ability to turn into a capable challenger. That Snow Fort gives her that multiplier that she's required. All she needs is 3 strength, and she doesn't really care where she gets the strength from, just as long as she has it before she can really assume her full power of 3 strength and 3 lore, or excuse me, plus two lore, as another Ursula does come on through. That's what Patrick was fearing, and now you will lose that Along Came Zeus, which was a bit of your drawing engine. But we do have access to that Shift Cinderella as soon as next turn. You just got to find some quality ink off the top. You really don't want to put that Beast Strategy Hero down to that ink well.
Yeah, you'd love to get Beast down onto the board, draw some additional cards, but if we find a song off the top, you definitely want to use that so your Cinderella can challenge ready characters, but maybe you don't need to now that Victor has offered you 2 characters to challenge into here as Rapunzel comes into hand. So that can be some card draw. We can ink the Beast at this point, shift Cinderella. We can challenge in with our Cinderella Stout-Hearted and remove the lady off the board if we'd like to, and then next turn draw some cards and maybe find some songs and get out of the sticky situation. Victor's going to get to a pretty good lore total here, but with the extra cards in hand and hopefully some songs off the top of the deck, Patrick can swing things back into his favor. But the double daisy, really intimidating, and that also activated Lady. She quested for 3 on this past turn.
And there's really not a way to re-ready that Cinderella Stout-Hearted, so she's only going to be able to take down 1 character per turn. So she will be swinging that mighty sword that she has in hand, but it might not be fast enough as the lore pressure is mounting. I think Lady might have to be a suitable target to be banished first, and then you have that, so that's still going to be 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 lore the next turn, and then you're going to have to you're going to be at 12 then, and now you have another opportunity to take down just 1 character, as I don't believe the Ursula Whisper Vanessa, or Ursula Vanessa and the Aerial Theory of Voice will be able to do anything about it. So can you beat this Cinderella, I think, is the question of the day.
Yeah, definitely something that you need to worry about, but maybe you just keep questing and get over the finish line. These Daisy Donald's dates could come in handy here, putting some key songs to the bottom of the deck, but could put some key characters into the hand for Patrick. What is it? Aurora? That's great for Patrick. Bad for Victor. A Rapunzel, and now he knows that the Rapunzel is in hand and will probably come down on this next turn, fueling the hand even further. So we did not send any songs to the bottom as a third Daisy Duck is going to come down onto the board for Victor, who now has game on board.
Right, that's a overlay Daisy underneath the other Daisy. We got a little Daisy stacked in triplicates side by side. As do you have a song is the name of the game. You're going to have to probably take this Rapunzel Gambit. Is it worth it to challenge and get another card draw, or is it just better to draw now and take those 2 cards, see if you can find a song? And I think Patrick agrees, keeping both of those fingers up, just in the event that you find 2 songs and you go 1, 2, and you find none.
But Dale would have been so nice on this turn, as you would have been able to challenge into the Daisies. But no, the Snow Fort resistance would have kept them up. So you could have at least cleared the Ursulas. At this point, Cinderella is going to do her best here to get these Daisies off the board. So game is not being presented at this point. Cannot challenge into any of these characters and remove them, as there is resist thanks to the power of the Snow Fort, but want to put some damage onto one of these Daisies regardless, so they are going to take 2 thanks to the aerial ethereal voice here and deal 2 back thanks to the Snow Fort.
Yeah, that is dangerous, though, as well, because now I understand why you had to do that, just in case there is no Rapunzel. You have to set yourself up to at least be able to remove 2 characters next turn. But in the event that Victor is playing a Rapunzel, I'm fairly confident. You looked at the deck list. I'm not certain if Victor has access to Rapunzel. You do. There are 4 copies of Rapunzel in the deck. So if you have that here, that's just going to be more energy that you have in another 2 questing character in the fray as well. So a little bit of a gamble for Patrick, but it may pay off, as Daisy Duck is going to get that initial quest in. Also, Daisy Duck with the spin back, get another quest for 2. Ariel is added to the hand, and we'll add another 2. Are we go-go gamers? We are not.
Do we have another character here to present game on board unexerted? We don't. Let's keep in mind Dale is in hand. Ariel Spectacular Singer can also be played this turn. Let the Storm Rage On comes into hand. This is an important turn for Patrick. Still has at least a few copies of And then along came Zeus in the deck, as well as Strength of a Raging Fire. Ariel can look at the top four, see if we can find something more impactful. Let's not forget, Cinderella can challenge ready characters if she'd like. We do have Rapunzel queued up and ready to go with Dale. That will be able to take out a single Daisy Duck, even through the resist. So Rapunzel right now challenging for 5. Both Vanessa's challenging for 4, as is Ariel. We can clear this board here,
leaving only one behind. I can't see if there was a song drawn.
We do have Let the Storm Rage On in hand.
Okay, so that will be able to have the Cinderella potentially go after that Grandmother Willow in the back row. So there it is. You're right. Board clear. You still have that Snow Fort, which is being a little pain in your side there as you're trying to do all of this mathematics. Here you are in the top 4. A lot of rounds have gone by, and your brain is not as sharp as it once was. A lot of stress and pressure is still kind of mounting for both of these Lumineers. Victor seemed cool, calm, and collected as Patrick is using precious brain resources to do all the mathematics.
Yep, let's see what he decides to go with here. He has the ability to ink still for this turn. He can play the full retail value for that Let the Storm Rage On. He can also sing it. However, that is not going to take out the Grandmother Willow. Here comes the challenging. Both Ursulas are going to take out those Ursulas on the opposite side.
Ursula and Ursula violence, man.
That's exactly what we saw previously as well.
And now we have a bulk of the heavy lifting is done a bit, but you're also trying to keep your ethereal voice around as well. And you do have 2 damage hanging out, and if you do swing in with that ethereal voice, she will be banished because of that Snow Fort, proving why it's one of the best cards in this deck. Also, looking at there are 2 copies of Go-Go Tamago in the strategy for Victor, as next turn you also have to play this damage game as well, seeing how you can keep the damage somewhat at bay, but I don't think you can clear all this damage in time.
Yeah, there are so many cards that Victor can draw off the top of the deck that can be extremely threatening in this moment, as we are going to let the Storm Rage on. We can do that onto the Daisy with the 2 damage on it already if we'd like to. We can put 1 damage on Grandmother Willow. That's what we opt to do instead.
I think you really just want that.
Draw 1 card.
You just want that. You just want that Cinderella challenging a ready character to get through that grandma there, and you do that.
There is the full clear that we mentioned here at the start of the turn. Are going to go ahead and get rid of our Ethereal Voice. That's okay in this scenario. We still have another Rapunzel in hand, so we can draw 2 off of one of these Vanessas. Victor, 1 card in hand. If it's go-go, we are going to go to the next game as... No, it is Lady Miss Park Avenue.
That's almost worse sometimes than a go-go, as you just right when you got the dog player right where you want them. They are resource starved, and the lady is going to deploy, and boom, just like that, more questers entering the field of play. Now every single turn you're going to have to engage with these ready characters, and we're thinking about who we want to select here. Maybe there's a world you go for some of these Ursula Deceivers just to sneak peek that hand a little bit. You only need 2 lore, as Daisy Duck and Ursula might be the decision, as Victor is contemplating what to grab back from that discard pile.
Yeah, unfortunately for Patrick right now, he doesn't have a song in hand to activate the sword on the side of his Cinderella Stout-Hearted, so he would need to locate that. Can try and do that with Rapunzel by drawing 2 cards off of one of his damaged characters, decides to forego the Ursula strategy, goes for double Daisy Duck Donald's Date, so he could put down 3 threats on this next turn. Right now, though, Patrick's staring down a threat that will end the game if he does not find a song here that deals damage, as Cinderella is a 5/5.
Yeah.
Oh, she will be able to banish the lady here through the snow fort, so any song will do here.
Oh.
We don't find it. I don't believe he has the ink to put Namari down, which means we can't draw an additional card on this turn. Or no, we have another Rapunzel in hand,
Do we? I believe we're going to grab 4, and that is the Ethereal Voice, and we're just going to put a quest in before probably extending the handshake to this Lady Miss Park Avenue. We'll throw the lore on the board. It's only 10, and the pass will happen, and the victor will be Victor.
Victor able to take it down there with the more traditional Snow Fort list, packing the Daisy Duck Donald's Date, saying this character should not be forgotten, was one of the best characters introduced in that Shimmering Skies set and has been a staple of Amber and Emerald decks for so long, but many of the decks dropping the Daisy Duck Donald's Date in favor of other 1-cost characters like Bobby Zimmerowski, Finnick, and of course Lady Decisive Dog. But Victor favoring that 1-cost character that is so hard to remove. If that was a different 1-cost character that quested for 2 but didn't have that 4 willpower, it would have been more easily removed on the opposite side. So I love the inclusion of the Daisy Duck Donald's Date, especially if we are going to go into a Steel format based on last week's results. We saw Amber Steel, we saw Emerald Steel in the finals. Victor wanted more robust characters that can take a challenge or 2 without being banished. Despite the fact that we got to that Cinderella Stout-Hearted, we were not able to find Strength of Raging Fire or our Along Came Zeus to help remove the characters on the opposite side of the board. Victor sneaking over the finish line with a Lady Miss Park Avenue as we are getting ready to go here into game number 2. Up on the screen, you can take a look at the players and their deck lists right now if you are interested in playing either of these decks in the Infinity format. Right now, Patrick looking to find that 1 drop into an Akud Edamudi. That way he can get one of these 4 drops down onto the board early, such as his Aerial Ethereal Voice or even an early Dale would be pretty nice.
So I was mistaken. I thought that there was a Finum Platinum in Patrick Cote's deck, but I guess I was mistaken. There is no Finum Platinum in his unique strategy unless I got the wrong decker, which is very, very possible. Again, we're still doing this on the fly as we are rocking and rolling. So, my fellow Lumineers, as the game is underway, let's get back to the action, as it may be.
Oh, Benja, where is my Benja? We need to get rid of these snow forts. I think the Amber Steel lists need to stop disrespecting the snow fort. Bare Necessities has not been enough to take care of that card throughout today's matches. So would love to see some item removal come into these decks. I think that might be the next evolution. These dog snow fort decks have proven to be a little bit troublesome for the Amber Steel strategy, despite all of the removal that they're packing in the form of those 3 damaging songs.
You know what? I was in disagreement with you, but now you are just very convincing to me. This snow fort card seems very powerful, especially if I'm playing Steel. And coincidentally enough, a lot of the best item removal cards are in Steel. So that's a pretty good little game design feature that the designers put in there. Is like, hey, Steel is very weak against some of these items. Put all the items in a color that can get rid of them rather easily, and people just electing not to use them because maybe they might not have those critical matchups that you want to have, all their cards having the most impact all the time. But it might be time for Benja. He's always there when we need him.
He is. He's always there. And there are other options that you could go for. Of course, we've talked about the Pluto Steel Champion. There's also the Donald Duck from Winter Spell that can remove items should you need that ability. But it looks like he's going to miss the Cinderella on turn number 1 for the first time on stream today, as we're thinking about inking our Aerial Spectacular Singer, as we have a clutch of uninkable cards in hand right now. But we can accelerate a Namari out thanks to the Ursula Vanessa being able to sing Akud Edamudi, even if an Ursula Deceiver comes down. And Victor making a face there. No Aurora, no Cinderella on turn 1 for Patrick Kotek.
Yeah, that's got to be a huge sign of relief for the Amber and Emerald Dog strategy, seeing your opponent have a very slow start. As we're going to start Thomas again. What's going on with Thomas? What am I missing with Thomas? Why are these Luminaires elected to run this Thomas here in this Infinity form? I don't know why I'm letting Thomas trigger me so much, but I don't think this Glimmer's paid his dues enough. He needs to get back on the boat and get some more, get his weight up a little bit. Put those Nalas in your deck, big dog.
Yeah, I'm a Nala gamer for sure. Shout out to Zach Bivens, an Illumineer who
Lil Jon as well is available, man. I mean, he's there. You can play him. Is there something about the keyword? No, he's a Storyborn ally. I think Nala's also a Storyborn ally. What are we doing here?
And she also can pounce.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. This guy looking like he's about to be pounced on.
He's not lost.
Get this guy out of here. Wide-eyed recruit. Get back on the boat there, Thomas.
As Ursula Vanessa is going to be the play here for Patrick. Again, we can sing Akud Edamudi here on this turn. Get down an early Namari. That is the character that they have been favoring over the Benja. Of course, she helps hand fix. She doesn't remove items, but she does get very, very, very big and can challenge through the snow fort pretty consistently. But you don't need to challenge into the snow fort when the snow fort is not there. We're going to take a look at the hand. Ursula Deceiver wants to snatch one of these songs that Ariel could potentially sing. Another flavor win.
I'm telling you, this has been the critical card of the format of this tournament as well. We talked about Eleanor, the renowned diplomat, extensively. How really overperforming that card has done this tournament. This Ursula Deceiver also has been looking phenomenal with these strong strategies reemerging. We've seen how it can just really just shape this game a little bit. And when these players are armed with perfect information of exactly what your opponent can do and is capable of, it just makes their turn a little bit more predictable. And predictability is something that you can plan around, as we're going to get that Akud Edamudi being sang by the Ursula.
There you are, Cinderella. Where were you 2 turns ago? You know what? Going into the Inkwell. That will do just for me. Let's get this Namari down onto the board here. That way we can get some real challenging done, as we are going to be able to draw and discard here. We find another Namari, which we can play on the next turn. We have another Akud Edamudi in hand, so we can sing that, deploy a second Namari, and now you'd be in a really, really good position. What is he going to elect to get rid of? Aerial Spectacular Singer is not looking like a bad option. I don't think I ever want to get rid of Strength of a Raging Fire right now. Is he thinking the Akud Edamudi might be the play here, and we can just go Namari turn 5? That is what he goes for.
That's not a bad pitch because, as we said, the Ursula has been overperforming all weekend. A double Ursula. We saw Victor hit you with the spin back before. He knows the Akud Edamudi is there, so maybe they'd send it. But I think if they pitch it, there's an option that you may not send it because they don't think you drew that other song. So a little bit of gamesmanship from Patrick, as the Akud Edamudi is going to be the card kicked out from hand. Now Victor has a decision. do you game the gamer and hit it with the spin back Ursula anyway if you have a second copy of the Deceiver in your hand?
Yeah, I think it's a common tactic for Ember Steel players to do that. I'll discard the song that you have seen. That way you think I don't have another one. It's a risky gambit. Could lose 2 cards here off of the discard abilities here from Namari and Ursula Deceiver. Victor thinking over his hand right now, wearing the beautiful Stitch hoodie. Love to see that.
Hoodie up as well. I mean, that thing is in hoodie mode.
That's when you know you're locked in.
If he were to put some little bit of tension on those drawstrings and get that thing kind of cranked down around the head, then you're locked in. He's kind of relaxing right now.
Okay.
Because it is about 200 degrees in this room, and having that hoodie on is really letting you know that I'm here to win, and I'm not worried about my physical comfort at all.
Here comes Lady Decisive Dog, followed by the Tramp Street Smart Dog. Now you lose one of those valuable singers to a challenge. Ursula and Tramp Enterprising Dog are a match made in heaven, it seems. Ursula, a character that's really good when she comes into play, but not necessarily really good after that. But with the Enterprising Dog, she is the perfect challenger to take out anything that may be exerted, just because, again, she is not a super valuable card on your board after she comes down, as we are going to trigger the Namari ability. This does happen before you draw for turn, so you don't get an extra look at a card. Thinking that Strength of a Raging Fire might have to go at this point, as I only have 1 character on the board right now.
As we are trying to figure out, I think that might be the correct choice, as we are having a little bit more people are starting to gather around the feature match table. If they kick that table one more time, I'm going to come out there, and it's going to be me a coup Moody on someone out there if that continues to happen. As the draw is going to be Pete, games referee, for turn. We have the option to go for this aerial spectacular singer here to maybe look for some high-quality songs, maybe a better ink choice, and we will do so before taking a little bit of a down-tempo turn, and you will find some songs. Bare Necessities might be a quality ink to put down to sync well.
Yeah, we could also take Bare Necessities, sing Bare Necessities on this turn. Of course, you would risk your Namari being challenged in by a Tramp Enterprising Dog strength boosting ability. That is always something that you do need to consider when exerting your characters to sing songs against this dog's deck. We'll see what Patrick decides to do, but on the turn last game when he had the chance to sing Bare Necessities, he didn't. Snowfort came down, and that was the difference maker here. It looks like we're thinking about inking this card instead of a Pete Games referee, and we may be getting active here for a challenge, as Namari is large and in charge, taking down the Ursula Deceiver.
Yeah, just trying to keep the board as narrow as possible to take out some of that Tramp value. You already are kind of playing inadvertently into another Tramp Enterprising Dog, but keeping the Tramp Street Smart Dog out of the equation is probably high on your list of priorities, as Namari is a bit vulnerable if you can find that Dale. I believe you are playing some copies of Dale in the strategy as well. I'm not sure if you are or not, if you can pull that up. Yeah, there are some copies of Dale in the deck, so there are some significant punishes here for leaving that Namari vulnerable, but at the same time, you got to try to play into so many different things. It's hard to play around, and there he is, right on time, the Dale, ready for a shot, ready for Namari to get a trade, as Thomas is going to cash himself in and take out that Namari.
Yeah, Thomas challenging in for 4 there, thanks to the Dale ready for his shot ability. A very powerful card introduced in the Wilds Unknown set, as Pete Games referee is going to hit the inkwell. We do have another Namari in hand, could go for Beast Tragic Hero instead, which will be a character that can draw you some more cards. No discarding required. It's almost impossible for the Amber and Emerald strategy to put damage onto this Beast unless you're packing the Eleanor, which we've seen the Slab Sharks team play throughout the day. Don't believe Victor has that available to him. We'll see what he has here, as he has not been that aggressive in this matchup thus far, trying to control Patrick a little bit, keep all of the singers off the board, and that is going to cost Victor some questers, because that's really the only way you can get rid of characters, is challenging in this Dogs deck. But Dale and the Tramp that you see right next to each other make that a lot easier for the Dogs deck to do.
That's a very, very fair point, man. It's a tough road to haul sometimes in these precarious situations. As you did lose your Namari, you would have liked to get a little bit more value out of that very strong challenger, but she did fall on that previous turn. So now Victor, I believe, is on the play now. What do you do when you're staring down this beast? There's really not a lot of ways to engage with ready characters in this strategy, so we'll just gain some cards from the discard pile. Thomas makes his triumph return as well as Ursula the Deceiver.
Yeah, not much you can do about that beast until it gets exerted, but we are going to get exerted and put some pressure on at this point, leaving our Dale exposed to Patrick. Now, neither of these characters will be able to take out the Dale, but we may have a song in hand that we can employ to remove this character and make challenging a little bit better. We're going to draw for beast. Need to draw for turn. There we go.
There we go. So we did do that. It did happen a little bit out of wonkus there, but we all know the vibe. You know what's going on as the Namari now is going to hit the board again. So you saw one. Here's the second. Second might be a little bit better than the first, and if you can get this Beast and Namari together, that is a pretty nice little 1-2 punch, a little bit of combo there, as Beast plus Namari will allow you to draw 2 cards at the beginning of your turn and fix your hand. If those 2 combos can stick around.
Yeah, you can choose to draw with the Beast first, then trigger Namari, then draw for turn. So that is how that sequencing will go for any curious Illumineers out there. Still no songs in hand for Patrick, which he likes at this point, because right now we know that Ursula Deceiver is in the hand for Victor. Thinking about just getting ready for a challenge here, it might be worth it just to get this Dale off the board at this point. That way these other characters aren't able to challenge back into you very well. We saw what Thomas was able to do to that Namari on the previous turn, so we are going to go ahead and put some damage on our Beast. Now we can fix our hand a little bit with Namari. Don't need that card draw from the Beast right now.
Yeah, I think, but having him there also provides that threat. He's at 4 damage. You will have to send some challenges into this Beast, the tragic hero, just because Rapunzel is just such a looming threat, and you don't want to run that risk of giving Patrick more resources in the time that you need. You could deploy that. You could deploy that Ursula if you wanted to, but you have your own Rapunzel, as Beast will only gain that strength on your turn. Yeah. However, he's still just a Rapunzel opportunity, as Katie calls it, and we're going to gain 3 additional cards for you, as Rapunzel wars are raging here in Infinity format.
Yeah, really unfortunate there for Patrick, but Victor taking advantage of that Rapunzel gleam and glow ability that she has, as there's a Nala for you.
Yeah, oh, he's mixing it up. So we got a real mad lad Chad in the dojo today, as we're playing Nalas and Thomas. I like that energy. I like a little bit of chaos in my life. As we have the Little John, we have the Nala and the Thomas. I know this player. I know him. I think I've met them before online. Okay, we're going to have to talk a little bit after this, because they said that they're going to do this, and this is actually happening. That is hilarious. Looking at the deck list, we're playing Nala, Thomas, and Little John, which is a little bit of a troll, but it's also some tactics there.
I mean, when all of the 1-3 characters were available for Ruby Amethyst to play, I played a little bit of a mix of them. Pain, Olaf, and Minnie. All in my deck.
It makes sense because, no, seriously, from a tactical standpoint, if you show, like, they might not know how many copies of each of those cards you have access to.
Yeah,
if you're showing that you have all 3 of them, as Thomas and Nala are side by side. This is actually hilarious.
Yeah, we did find, and then along came Zeus. We were able to draw a card. It was Cinderella, and we discarded it. And we also had another beast in hand, so Patrick right now, empty-handed. Is Victor able to find something to punish this exerted Namari yet again? Another Tramp Enterprising Dog. Dale could be the strategy here, but she has no damage on her. However, Dale would make it so Rapunzel would be able to go 1-for-1 with this Namari, and I think that the Amber and Emerald player Victor here would take that trade all day, every day. The Namari right now, so powerful, so threatening. on the opposite side of the board.
Really just being that ever-present force. I mean, she can take down 2, 3, 4. She can take down all of these 0-4s if there is no Dale involved. So I think this is a solid pick for this strategy. Cool card as Lilo and the Grandmother Willow will hit the board. We might have to engage a little bit in golf mode again because as the facility is starting to quiet down a little bit, we are still quite far away from the Lumineers, but we are hearing some reports that they can hear us sometimes, even though we aren't really giving up too much information that they can use for their benefit. It's probably better just to be on the safe side.
I'm going to start screaming here soon as Victor quests for a mighty quest all the way up to 16. Did not have the Dale there to follow up with the Rapunzel challenge. Just says, hey, let me get the lore onto the board as Patrick still sitting at 0. We're going to put down an Ursula for the vibes, for the lore. And right now we're going to trigger the Beast. We're going to trigger Namari. And now we get to choose which one we'd rather keep in hand. Bare Necessities goes into the discard pile. We do find Rapunzel gifted with healing. We can challenge in and draw a meager 1 card off of the Rapunzel.
Yeah, this one might just be a little bit over. We are going to take that opportunity to draw one with Rapunzel. Maybe we can find a song, but we cannot get it done. And the handshake goes out. Victor is going to find his way into the finals of the ETB 15K CCQ event here in Toronto, Canada. Well played by this Luminary. It's a dog's day. The dogs are back in town as it is a dog eat dog world, as I learned that phrase just a few weeks ago, Garrett. I'm a little ashamed of myself.
This is a dog eat Steel Song world is actually what we're living in, and it might be a dog-eat-dog world. We're in the dog days of summer. The puns are going to keep coming, whether you like them or not, but Victor able to get the win there, so we should be seeing a dogs final here as Patrick Cote, the final non-dogs player, is taken down. Ooh. By the Amber and the Emerald strategy, so not able to go back-to-back on the Amber Steel wins between the two Infinity CCQs, but we will see who is able to take it down in the finals. Not sure if that other match is over quite yet, but we could see that really interesting build by the Slab Sharks with the Eleanor in the deck, the Under the Sea in the deck. Mm-hmm. If that deck is going up against the Snowfort Dogs, I have to think that they are favored in a big way.
Yeah, this is I don't know what to say about the dominance of this Amber and Emerald strategy throughout both of these formats. We're talking core, we're talking Infinity. It's very consistent. It's very powerful. I've been on record now. I've been converted to the Band Tramp Alliance. I mean, they recruited me. It was a hard-fought battle, but it might be time to make some kind of consideration. I mean, this card is.
We didn't even see Tramp really in that match.
You're true. You're very true. You're very right. I guess again I'm wrong again. I've been wrong.
Maybe it's the Lady Decisive dog. I mean,
it might be something. It's too much synergy, man. I love me some synergy.
The synergies are crazy powerful. They work so well together, and you don't need that much to really make it come together, coalesce. I mean, the advent, putting in Rapunzel and all of these things make it even more consistent. We saw some Piglet Poo Pirate Captains in that deck list as well, the Daisy Duck Donald's Date. All of these cards coming together, and it's been a viable strategy in this game for such a long time, and it's been a viable strategy in many different trading card games, this sort of strategy where you play a ton of different characters, flood the board, and quest a lot. So right now we're seeing that bear true here in Disney Lorcana, as well as the dogs decks are taking over. Normally, we'd be calling it a zoo deck, and maybe we need to start doing that because there's a lot of different animals in there. We saw some lions, some bears. I don't think there's any tigers, but some play Raja. Some ducks are in there as well, as Katie may be raring up for an interview, or we could just get straight into the finals here.
We're going to go right to the finals? If everyone's done, we can bypass the interview and let's get active. I mean, we don't need it. Hey, let's cut the malarkey, okay? Let's get active, man. We can kick it in the booth, okay? But they much rather see some high impact kind of action coming down the pipeline. I'm ready to go. If these players are ready, I'm ready. You're ready. Let's just play. Sorry.
Let's play it out. Let's kick it to a quick break so we can sub out here.
Let's do that. So I will have the break for you guys here in just a moment. Again, this is the ETB CCQ top 1, okay? The top 2, the finals is coming down the pipeline for you guys here in just a moment. So keep it locked. Don't touch that down. JDZ Quest, Garrett, and Katie in the building. Coming back to you in just a moment. Do not leave. Here we go.
spit on my gum. Well, it'll be 10-1-1 versus.
Greetings again, my fellow Illuminaires, and it is time. The stage is set. We have two competitors who are going to be playing for the finals of the ETB 15K here in beautiful Toronto, Canada. Joining me for the finals is going to be none other than Katie from the Lore Keepers in What a Weekend. Katie, are you ready to see who's going to come out on top?
I am. I'm betting it's going to be Amber and Emerald, and I think a little bit of Dog. I think the Dog days are here, but it's two different Dog decks. To be fair, they have some differences. The key one being Eleanor and Under the Sea. So it's not a mirror match, guys. It's a funhouse mirror match.
It is. It's still technically a mirror match,
Okay.
but there are a lot of there are some significant notable differences between these strategies, as we kind of anticipated Amber and Emerald would be the deck to beat here in this format. So no surprise to see two of those strategies making here all the way to the finals. But however, Josh K is on that Eleanor technology, the Slab Shark technology. Victor is on a more traditional build, so we'll be able to have the opportunity to see which one of these decks is going to be superior. Also, Josh K representing the Slab Sharks, there is a little friendly rivalry between the Enter the Battlefield crew and the Slab Sharks, so seeing them proceed a little bit ahead of the ETB in their own home turf event, that's something to make note of.
It is, and speaking of things to take note of, I did get a chance to catch up with Chris, the proprietor of Enter the Battlefield, and I confirmed 7 out of the top 8 are Canadians.
Oh.
The top 4, all Canadian. This finals, Canadian. So we did it, guys. Listen, anybody can enter these tournaments. However, Canada, they didn't get a DLC, so as a treat, they can have they have these CCQs put on by the TOs, and then they're doing good, and that feels good.
Protecting the home base. This is a boot protecting your homeland. This is a boot tactics and strategy.
And they're not sorry about it.
I'm not sorry at all that they're out here playing for the Gold Cup Championship here in Toronto.
The Stanley Cup.
The Stanley Cup, they're out. They're not sorry for being sorry here.
And honestly, if you guys are offended, I'm sorry.
Please.
And Canadians, we do like you a lot. I've had a lot of fun. In my room, I went upstairs and I ate a bunch of coffee crisps while laying in bed.
There's a good you and Garrick with these bed breaks. I need to work that in.
It was very short. I was so sad. I was like, listen, I want Amber Steele to do well for a lot of reasons. Patrick seems like a great person. He said he got 3rd place at the last Canadian tournament. And he was like, and I'm going to win this one. And then Dog said, and got him. But yeah, I was laying there eating coffee crisp, and I was like, we're not even getting a game 3. So I zipped up my little resealable pouch and came back down. They're the bite-sized ones.
And as a broadcaster, like you go probably to more tournaments. You're probably one of the only people in the community that go to more tournaments than I do. I think you're up there either number 1 or number 2. We got to be close. But I would say that is a luxury that I don't think I'm prepared for as a tournament goer, as a broadcaster, commentator, streamer. Having the hotel be in which
I'm
you
not
are
ready to lose it.
That is a power play right there.
Yeah, because normally you have to wait in line for the restroom, and it's kind of awkward too, because it's weird to go to the restroom sometimes at tournaments because you are like, hi everyone, hi, and then you like go into a stall and like, hello, bye, and like this, you're like, you go to your room and you turn on the home and garden television, have a little time. So it has been lovely. Canada's lovely. Enter the Battlefield has been amazing host. It's been wonderful watching the series grow. They had their invitational, and then now they have the CCQ, and it's very exciting to be a part of it. And we're almost to finals.
We are the finals of their first ever CCQ, and I believe the players are seated and they are ready. They're just quickly going over their deck list just to make sure there's nothing missing. Some key cards to look out for. You already alluded to that Eleanor, the renowned diplomat, is going to be something that comes up here, and also that Under the Sea. But Katie, with that, the players are ready.
Oh, wow, they're
I'm ready. You're ready. It's time to quest. We might have to go back to golf mode. We're a bit quiet in the facility, but the finals have begun, and it is time to quest. Let's get active as Victor versus Josh. Josh will be on the play. That's critical in this matchup. Going first, being able to establish your strategy a little bit sooner, while Victor has to figure out a way to get this thing knotted up, and it is time to begin. I think let's go and let the players know that they are good to play.
They're just giggling. I love that. And like, honestly, Victor took his hood down. He said, Amber Steele's gone. I'm here. I'm in the final 2. Hood down. Stitch Nike probably is. You think that is from Nike proper, or there's some
a little bit of IP theft there?
Who knows? No, Victor would never.
No,
Victor
no
never.
chance.
There's no way. You're right. But these are 2 players that saw the potential of the Amber Emerald Dogs combination. They both said, listen, we love Snowfur. Don't you love Snowfur? Yeah. I love Eleanor. And Victor said, what did you just say to me? I love Eleanor.
Who?
And someone said they look related. You kind of look like just two brothers having a
They
good
could.
time.
I mean, they
They
could
both
know
have
each
like
other.
the same glasses.
They're having a good time. They're laughing. They're chuckling.
I'm having fun.
They're vibing as we are.
They were just handed their decks.
Oh,
they
did.
play.
We're
didn't have their
throwing
decks.
to the action. They don't have decks, Katie. What are we doing? We have to kick it back
That's
to
the
booth.
ultimate. We should have deck checked and said, hey, before you deck, do you have a deck?
Yeah.
So that is, you can't lose when you don't have a deck, though. That's a pro tip they don't tell you. But yeah, I am excited. Both these Eliminators are from the Great White North of Canada, which is Great Green right now because it's actually kind of toasty out there. But they are both showing up for their home country, and one of them is going to get to go on a little vacation this late summer to Disneyland Resort in California. If they win this, they have an invitation. It's an invitation.
What are they doing there?
There's a little bit of a thing called a Continental. You heard of it? North American Continental Championship, where we are going to have all the Eliminators who have done well, the top 32 at the Disney Lorcana Challenges here in North America. Then we are going to have, and some of those haven't even picked yet because we still have DLC Indy. And then all the CCQ winners will be there. And then people who are winning the last chance qualifier will be there. But one of these victors, well, maybe that's a spoiler here. But one of these winners are going to say, I don't have to stress about last chance qualifier. I qualified in Canada. Yeah, crazy Canucks or something, whatever they say.
Yeah, I'm not. I heard a shout out to Coop and the tournament organizing crew, and they told us what the format was going to be for the LCQ, and I don't think I'm built like that, Katie. I'm not built. No. I'm not built that kind of tough.
I'm hardly built for Swiss. I'm hardly built for that.
Like that. But give me some pack rush, man. Give me some side events and miss me with that. I cannot bear the stress of going to walk the tightrope, and some Illuminaires are going to take their chances to get out there and get active for that very special last chance qualifier. But whoever wins this round won't have. They can mark and bypass all that and then just go straight.
Go to the park.
Hang out.
Have a great day.
And vibe.
So we already see a key difference. Josh is definitely running Under the Sea. Victor, you've seen him play. Is he on Under the Sea?
I believe Victor is playing Under the Sea as well. We have Victor's deck. No, I'm sorry. Victor is not playing the Under the Sea. We have it's more of a Snow Fort build, very similar to some of the strategies we saw at the Enchanted Citrus Clash. I believe Tiago has been working incredibly hard to make this strategy viable. I know he's been putting a lot of time behind the Snow Fort technology, and they believe that Under the Sea is just not in a good position right now, metagamically speaking. However, with this rotation of this new look at the Infinity format, I think it might be time to include some copies of Under the Sea back into this unique strategy.
Josh agrees.
Yeah.
Josh said, I'm putting him in right as soon as he's looking at. He heard me. That was scary. I did not like that one.
They might be able to hear it. That was kind of scary. He looked right at the camera when he said that. As a broadcast, I'm sure you can
Josh,
appreciate
if you can hear me say it, look up right now. I'm scared.
When the players can interact with the camera, I think that kind of.
It's quite fun.
It's fun.
Rob is a big proponent of that. So yeah, if you guys hear us sounding kind of a little, normally you hear us hooting and hollering. We'll be, whispering and
we're gonna be in the well.
Yeah, we're gonna be. We're deep in the well. We are whispers in the well, but we're excited. And we have Victor here, who we saw take down Patrick on Amber Seal. Josh was off camera taking down dogs, and now we are going off to the races here. So when I talked to somebody out there, I said, "Okay, who's in the finals?" And they said, "Well, I'm putting my money on the person with Under the Sea." But it's not so easy. All the puzzle pieces have to come together because Victor can have an the hood's up. I said the hood was down.
The fun and games is over as we are fully engaged, and this is the finals of the Enter the Battlefield CCQ. It starts now. Let's see who's going to mark their path and punch their ticket to the Disney Lorcana Challenge North American Championship taking place here in August. We are running out of time. Events to get to this illustrious tournament are running out, and supplies are not lasting. As Josh K, Victor, who wants it bad enough? As it is time. We are starting with the inking of Anala to play the Aurora here to start this.
I have loved watching the debate between Nala versus Thomas versus
There's no debate.
Little John.
There's no debate. The debate is closed. If you got Thomas, you're trolling.
Yeah, that's silly.
And
that's
Victor is clearly trolling, which I can respect a good troll. Let's
because it is funny. Thomas is a funny card because it's like, Thomas from the movie Pocahontas? No, you don't. You don't remember that because that was not a significant part of the movie.
he was a guy. I mean, he was there. He existed.
But Aurora is a main character. She is Sleeping Beauty, and she is here to help with two other princes, a princess and a queen, Eleanor and Rapunzel. But before we can get to that, we have another powerhouse of the turn one machine, and that is Lady Decisive Dog, who is a problem. She can do a lot of things pretty well.
Yeah, she is a super rigid, solid one-cost character. She will be getting rotated out here in the next set, but while she's still here, she's a critical component of this Amber and Emerald Dog strategy, being able to quest for 3 and also challenge for 3 when you meet her unique requirements of including more characters into the board or increasing her strength. So this is a cool character, but this is a cool turn as well, as the Grandmother Willow is going to follow up with another Aurora. So we can have a huge steep discount next turn and trigger that Eleanor in one fell swoop.
Yeah, Eleanor for 1, and that is pretty crazy because each Aurora can discount. But Victor likes his own little discount, so he goes ahead and gets this Grandmother Willow and then plays a Daisy for free. But the discounts are really going to be, we call it kind of like pseudo ramp, because you're just be able to do cooler things sooner. And the cool thing about Eleanor plus Aurora is that Eleanor says you need to have 3 cards exerted by end of turn, and Aurora has to exert in order to able to use her. Now you could play her for free if you wanted to, which would be a little. Well, no, you couldn't, because we just played that Grandmother Willow using the discount, paying just 1. So now that first discount has been used up. So now we
Well,
have
you still could. I think she costs 4, so you can go reduce 1 Willow from the new Willow you just had and 1 ink.
So yes, you can, but it won't be free.
It won't be for free. Oh, yeah. You have to pay a little rebate.
Just a little. Sorry, you have to pay.
Just a little bit. Not so much instant rebate, as Josh is trying to survey the board now and contemplate how much you want to quest or exert your characters in this spot, because you understand Victor does have access to the Dale ready for his shot, and that always is going to turn the tides a little bit. Josh says, I don't fear no Dale, and begins to exert these glimmers right now. Do we have the Eleanor to be played?
He's counting. He's like, all right.
And we do. There she is, a renowned diplomat. Splashes forth on the board, and here she is at her full value. Now you'll be able to send 1 damage. Now you'll be able to draw 1 card and gain 1 lore. So this character is one of those cards when you get revealed, like, oh, that card seems pretty good. We can make that work. And no one ever makes it work. I'm glad to see these Illuminators are making it work out here in these trying times.
Because Merida, you want to be able to do 3 things. You have to be able to appease everyone, which is why you need to do 3 things when you play her. I just watched that movie recently. It's pretty good.
That's pretty good. That was a spot-on impersonation.
But don't put our bow on the table.
You guys don't deserve Katie, by the way. I'm going to let you guys know that right now.
There's somebody from Scotland right now that's like, I'm about to come over there and fight her. But I think that this Eleanor card is very interesting because you talked about diplomats. Anna's another Emerald card that people kind of slept on and said, wait a minute, in these tournaments, that's a little bit of tech that catches people off guard.
Yeah.
And the question is, will this tech be spicy by the time we get to DLC Dortmund? But in the meantime, in between time, she's doing a lot, getting you a damage, a card, a lore, and then we also have a knowledge just hanging out for good measure.
Just as another piece of the puzzle, so you are kind of insulating yourself from a potential dailing on this following turn. So if you do turn that Daisy Duck into a challenging wrecking ball, you can at least have more characters to exert to draw more cards, and that's an engine within itself. So all you need is 2 other characters plus herself. If you wanted to make her a bit vulnerable, she can also quest, become exerted, and it will also count for one of those requirements. So this strategy is definitely something that's super impressive, and it will perpetuate or propagate throughout the rest of the format, as a lot of Luminaries are going to be looking at what's happening here in the finals. Josh K. Shaddock's looking relaxed and cool and calm.
He's got matching pants and shirt.
Yeah, I think that's the technique.
Yeah. I mean, name a lot of it. Luminaires, we've seen jerseys. We have not seen a lot of track zip-ups. I've certainly not seen a team with pants. And I saw some teammates opt out. Haymaker was wearing the fit, and so was Shaddox. Shaddox has been committed to it. He said he didn't. So, I mean, look at him. He's in the finals. So that's a thing for everybody to learn. Go ahead, go to the merch store and find a way to get
Wear
pants.
the full kit, okay? The shirt, the shorts, the pants, and the shoes. Let's get some Slab Shark shoes out here if we can really push to the next level.
I mean, they look sponsored. I mean, but I do think one of the things we have to be look out for is the Dale in this matchup, because I think both the Lumineers have elected to bring him, and he is what I would consider a mirror breaker. Because basically the first person to get Dale down with a wide enough board ready to go, it can be devastating, because I mean, suddenly this Daisy, who's all cute and is known for questing, can hit for 4. Nala can hit for 4. So if we are able to get to a turn where Victor can also go wide and drop a Dale, that could be good. But the thing is Josh is not going to probably give into that plan, because he knows that could happen around any corner. So it really just is a situation of who can catch who off guard and take advantage of it.
Oh, yeah, that's the – and if he had the Dale, I think he would have already slammed it and just got busy with this thing. So I don't think he has access to it just yet. If you're just tuning in, we might have to bring it down to golf mode
It's
again.
so hard.
I'm sorry, Katie. It's very difficult. I know this is a finals.
I yell.
Katie's I thought you were incapable of popping off, but you pop.
I can't pop down.
You're a pop off. You can pop off. Pop off, Queen. Don't hesitate. But just in this unique situation, we have the headphones, but I don't know if the Illuminators want to wear the headphones. So we're just going to try to keep it as comfortable as possible for them. But so we just talk a little bit less loud, and I think it will meet the same effects. If you are going to take a turn off to put that snow fort down, now Daisy Duck is swinging for 2. Grandmother Willow will see you next time as she's going to get banished, sent on to the discard pile.
Yeah, and that Grandmother Willow, as we saw, is very, very, very important to this game because she's going to allow you to do, like with Ram, do cooler stuff sooner, do more stuff on your turn. The only thing that's the downside of Josh's plan is he went wide, which means he had to empty his hand. Now, he did get a card off of Eleanor, but card draw will be premium, so getting to a Rapunzel and having something substantial to use it for will matter. We have that Snow Fort. Finally, we get to see one, the most popular card in the Dogs meta right now. And the question of the day is, will he be able to have a Rapunzel trap into a Rapunzel draw? He will get a discount. He can go ahead and play Rapunzel for 2 if he quests with those.
Now,
Aurora.
Katie, I'm not the best rules lore guide person, but I'm going to throw this out there to you, and maybe someone in the chat can help us out. But this Eleanor, I believe that deals 1 damage, so that is going to use the same ability as Steel. So I think Snowfort will actually resist Eleanor because it doesn't place damage, or no, it deals add 1 damage counter. What are we doing here with Eleanor? I think it might be able to pierce through the Snow Fort. I'm not certain of the wording.
Yes, and to your point, it is a difference. Dealing and placing are 2 entirely different things, but this one is you're doing your opponents and your characters get resist 1, and then Eleanor. I clicked away, but
she is deal damage,
so got resist.
It will be resisted by the Snow Fort ability. So a little bit of counterplay and gamesmanship being illustrated by both of these strategies. Snow Fort proving why it's very good, and it got even better by happenstance. But we have our own Dale as the Auroras will get a double quest in for 2 now, with both of them questing for 1 each. Do we have another Queen or Princess that we can play? And we don't. It looks like Shadox might just be electing to go for a little bit of a pass, unfortunately, for the Shark player, as we are going to get a chance to draw 1 card, gain 1 lore, deal 1 damage if you want to. It will be resisted.
But good news for Aurora, she just got a promotion to challenging for 2 because that Dale does mean anytime there's a challenge going on, as long as that Dale stands, that Aurora now will swing back for 2. It's really important when talking about this that, I saw chat kind of debating about it. So Aurora is not a 2-2. She challenges she deals 2 damage in a challenge. So I think it's like people will say, okay, well, how does that work? And Snow Fort, you do have to be very specific, because Snow Fort is going to not synergize with Dale, but they definitely kind of have an additive net positive. It's just they're not necessarily affecting each other. But all things are still true. Like, they don't discount it. A
little bit of a mutual exclusivity from time to time, as the Nala will get a trade in with that Grandmother Willow. She is powered by the Snow Fort. However, the Nala will be...
He took it back.
Okay, there we go. We're going to go and take out we take those same changes either way, just to make sure we're using all of our ink, getting some value from that Grandmother Willow, and getting the Grandmother Willow back after a little bit of a take back. No big deal with the Lady Miss Park Avenue shifting in, gaining 2 cards from the discard pile. We got a game here. These Illuminators kind of slugging. Usually I've never seen a Dogs mirror like this. They don't usually go this way. This looks like some intense back and forth. I know it's really easy to hate the mirror match, but this one in particular looking kind of grindy.
It is, and I think that the ones that we saw, primarily like when we saw at in Ghent, it kind of felt like, okay, get to Tramp, and then Tramp happened, it was over. And while Tramp is important, it is just, in this case, going wide and having these big challengers with Dale can be just as exciting and pay off. The Snow Fort, we haven't seen Josh release it onto the world, and the fact he quested with Rapunzel makes me think he's trying to say, like, oh, I don't have, or sorry, he quested with Aurora makes me think he's trying to telegraph, like, I wouldn't have Rapunzel. He doesn't. But he does have this Nani who can go hunting, and she's really good at finding Lilo, which is so good to have just in your hand, in your discard, around the town. But he is thinking about it.
Yeah, and the hidden synergies of the Eleanor with Lilo. We heard them talk about that during the interview with Garrick in the previous round. Is just having a character that automatically just comes into play, exerted to help fulfill her condition that much easier is just value on top of value. However, she's getting a bit nerfed here by this Snow Fort. I don't know if Josh has any answers to an item in this deck. I guess we're going to try to build a wide board. Under the Sea still is a pretty viable card.
I think you found it there.
But you have that Lady Miss Park Avenue is hanging out there with a huge stat line with resist as well.
Yeah, the good news is with Dale around, anything is possible. Suddenly, this Eleanor can go ahead and engage, and if we get it exerted, it's kind of tricky because we talk about item removal being very, very important, but a lot of these decks can't necessarily have item removal as easy. In this case, we'll go ahead and quest for 3. That does go ahead and provide a discount of 2 if there's any princesses or queen, which is not that many in the deck, unfortunately. It really is only Eleanor, Aurora herself, and Rapunzel.
And Mulan as well. I think they do play. They might play some kind of.
She's a battle princess. She's literally went to war.
Yeah,
but she's a princess. She can have both. You can have it all. So we go ahead and do a little audit here. We have our Grandmother Willows. It's kind of fascinating to see Josh quest with his ramping type characters. It kind of shows a confidence that he's like, whatever, I've already got the value and I'm not going to get value out of it. And so, yeah, I think this is an interesting spot for him to be in.
You want to get that value from your Eleanor as well, so you need at least 3 characters exerted. And you already Grandmother Willow's done what you paid her to do. She's got characters out early. Go ahead and start gaining me some lore with this tree, and we'll see you next lifetime as well. So no big deal, as we're going to play our own Grandmother Willow, followed by the Tramp, the street smart dog, and we're going to get a quick dig. And what exactly could we possibly be looking for? Maybe some of those smaller tramps to help engage with clearing some of these characters off the play right now.
Yeah, that Tramp that you're talking about, he is able to go ahead and just rock. We saw him used quite a lot in Dogs versus Things with Tiana, the restaurant owner, where you're able to just go ahead and pump up a little guy and make it where they can kick anything straight to the moon. And so I do love that inclusion. So we might be looking for that. Lilo is always a great one to discard. Like we said, she'll be back. There's Piglet Pooh Pirate Captain, which is an interesting include on his part. Definitely more aggressive. However, they're all in the discard. They're not going to do anything right now. But as we know, discard in a dog section is a temporary place your cards hang out in.
Yeah.
They could come back, and they might come back. But in the meantime, he did go ahead and keep at least 1 card. His hand's pretty small.
And we have the Daisy Duck, who's gearing up for a challenge. She is swinging with 2. Keep in mind, because of the Snow Fort's unique ability to increase all character strength by 1, no matter which turn. The resist is only applicable on your opponent's turn. So taking down that Grandmother Willow, taking 2 damage back. Maybe there's a Mulan, or excuse me, a Rapunzel play available as well. We don't have the ink available to do so. So we still have an option to keep trying to clear as many characters off this board. Right now you're threatening 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 lore coming back, getting up to 18. Oh, by the way, Eleanor is going to drop you up to 19 as well. And if we play a second Eleanor, the game is just over. Also, Go-Go Tamago is a threatening glimmer that you have access to. So you got to do some more heavy lifting here.
Yeah, and I'm looking at the list. It does appear only 1 Illuminaire elected to include Go-Go. Or no, they both have Go-Go. And that's so good because, honestly, 1 Go-Go is as good as 4 Go-Gos because it makes it where you just have to ambiently respect her, which is one of my other favorite TCG terms where it's like, you got to respect it. And you do, because she could be the next card every time. And so anything you leave damage on, you were basically saying if she's there, that's part of the lore that can happen. So Josh is feeling pretty good right now. We're challenging in with the lady, which only takes 2 because Aurora is only a challenges for 2 with her Dale buff. And now he's just seeing, is there anything else I can do to clean up while I have the time to do it?
I believe if you wanted, you could send that Grandmother Willow in on a challenge, but you will get it banished on the crackback, so electing not to do so, keeping as much of your board standing remaining as possible, checking to see if we want to go ahead and bring back this Lilo, the escape artist from the discard pile. As you alluded to earlier, Katie, it's just a temporary holding position for these Amber Emerald players, as they can use their discard better than anyone. Making that decision is probably not bad. I mean, having another character up and just providing that pressure, but electing not to. We're going to mark and bypass the Lilo escape artist, and we have the draw is going to be Rapunzel. Checking the lore. Are we going to go on our questing campaign here, putting the pressure up?
Yeah, now if we can get some meaty Rapunzel trap damage, that Daisy, if you go ahead and challenge into her, I mean, at least it's 2. 2 cards is better than none, I say. So that is something he is able to take advantage of if he just decides to play that Rapunzel. And honestly, or he has 2. So he has 2 options to do that. But I think that card draw is just so important to stay in, being able to go wide and rebuild if you do have a nasty challenging turn that doesn't go your way. In this case, Nani will take out the very intimidating Lady Miss Park Avenue. And then it looks like Eleanor might be doing some challenging, but she should be okay. She's got a nice four stats,
a
four
little
willpower.
4 willpower, a little chunky 3-4. You actually love to see it. And we have a nice Rapunzel follow-up. We can quest this Aurora to get her down a little bit cheaper as well, as we will exert the holding court Aurora to play out our Rapunzel to draw 2 additional cards. We still have some ink remaining. If you have another one-cost character, we can develop that as well and keep our advantage train rolling. And I believe you still have to exert at least one more character to trigger Eleanor's ability.
Yeah, he's saying, and that's, I think, earlier I was like, he is questing so aggressively, but I think that Eleanor's ability was so important. And oh my gosh, a tramp for the low price of 2.
One. Tramp is at a steep discount.
Yes.
And we snagged that card pretty quickly. I'm not sure if it was that Undersea. No, it's going to be another Tramp. Undersea wouldn't really do too terribly much, but we just want to filter our deck, and we are sending some key units to the discard pile, as next turn we have several Lilos that we can bring back, and the questing has begun. And there it is. The pressure is on. Can Victor manage to find a way out of this conundrum? And it looks like we cannot. The scoop is in quick. Wow. Joshua K gets it done.
Yeah, and I would like to point out that one of the things we talked about so much is we saw Blurple in the top 32 match, and we're like, well, Blurple, what are you doing here? And it's crazy because that deck is crazy powerful. But one of the things we have learned in the Symphony format is the most powerful decks are the ones that can do as many things possible per turn. And you do that through discounts, and those are discounts like playing items for free. You're able to play characters for very low cost of 1 or 2 ink. And so I think that this Dogs deck is showing that it has the most versatility, the most power, the most things you can do. Josh was able to pull off so much with so little. And unfortunately, it's just a situation where in this kind of mirror, Victor just didn't have what he needed to overcome Josh.
Yeah, that was tough. And it seems like this newer version of Dogs might have a little bit more game into the original version. Like the Amber Emerald strategy that Victor's playing is really giving that Arnold Schwarzenegger T-800 kind of vibe, whereas Josh K here, Shadox, is on that T-1000 liquid, dude, the cop guy. Have you seen Terminator 2?
I haven't seen a single Terminator, but I would have pretended like I had. I would have been like, oh,
okay.
Yeah.
You should definitely watch Terminator 1. It's kind of buns, not going to lie.
Yeah.
Terminator 2 is insane, okay? You're going to have a good time with that one.
Because that's when we meet
And then come back to me, and you'll get this reference that I'm talking about.
Okay, I'm ready.
I'm sure you know the plot of Terminator.
He has to go back in the future to stop AI.
So you get the vibe. Okay,
Yeah.
So there are these machines, and they have to go back to stop John Connor from, doing the whole thing. And there's the whole thing. In Terminator 2, they send another machine, and he's like liquid metal, okay? Aluminum alloy, okay?
Okay, and yeah.
He's like an advanced version.
Yeah, and he's highly flexible.
Yeah.
He's able to do it all.
He can kind of turn into like anything.
You awoke Shayner's edict. He rose from, he picked up his phone to type.
Did he say,
Terminator
what did he
1
say?
being buns is an insane
Terminator
take.
1 is buns.
I haven't seen him active in the chat, but this woke
compared
him.
to Terminator 2, Terminator 1 is just no good. I mean, it's good, but it's not. Terminator 2 is insane.
And we love that. We love a sequel that's better. And I think this is, like you said, it's a sequels to Dogs. And it is kind of funny, though, watching that it evolves. And I said like a virus. It's not, it kind of feels like it because it's one of those things like we have a vaccine, but then we have Eleanor. We're like, I don't have a vaccine for that. Because it is one of those things where you go through every Amber Emerald card and go, okay, well, based on how we're playing and based what the meta is, now is this good? And that's going to be such an interesting conversation to have over the week. Would Eleanor have been good in the beginning of the meta? Will she always be good? Was this just a weekend where they saw through it?
Yeah.
I don't know because I haven't thought about it quite yet.
I think that's the Infinity format in general. Like, your deck might be good today. It might not be good tomorrow. And I think these Amber Steel players, the way they're building their decks, they got to go back to the dojo. They got to get back into the lab. You have to look at what is happening, not just what you want to do, but what you need to do to put yourself in the right spot. I think item removal is required.
Yes.
I think you have to have more challenging. I think Namari has kind of showed she deserves some spaces in these Amber Steel strategies. So there are options to help combat some of these things that these characters are able to do to you. It's just people have to you can't be rigid. Infinity format is all about flexibility, it seems. You can't be stuck to your laurels. You can't be rigid. You have to be willing to get out there and try something different and hope that works out. Again, I'm speaking as if I can do this, but I can't do anything that these players are doing because they are.
But I can talk about it.
I can definitely talk about it.
I can wax about it.
Oh, yeah,
and
for sure.
I will. And we are in Game 2 of our final. Josh K taking down Game 1 with a very overwhelming board. But Victor now is going to be on the play, which means that he might be the one saying, tag, you're it. Go ahead and catch me if you can. And that is how some of these dogs go. But the difference, you guys have kind of picked up on it in the chat, and you might have heard us talk about it. Josh has Under the Sea. Well, they know this. I don't have to whisper it. But Josh has Under the Sea. Victor does not. So It's one of those things that Victor has to be play around it, but make him have it at the same time. Like, he doesn't want to go too wide. The Snow Fort was very powerful in that matchup for making it where Under the Sea was harder to get value out of. But this is a great start. We like her. We've seen it. It is a decisive dog.
Yeah, and the Eleanor also, the Snow Fort resisting Eleanor's ability was also very important. It is inherently a turn off, essentially, to develop the Snow Fort, and maybe you have to also match with Joshua's questing abilities, because they can get out and get just as aggressive as you can, and if you're taking a turn off to develop a Snow Fort, then that's less time you have to get to your own unique win condition, which is questing the 20 as fast as you can with this dog strategy. So there is some gamesmanship on both sides, as these Illuminators are going to match with in this true mirror match. Two ladies staring each other down.
Yeah, and one is a promo lady. So shout out to people who go to League, because they do get this very cool promo. But the other one it's fine. It's a standard issue lady. And so now it is a question of who can outvalue. Now, there is a chance that the tricky thing is if Josh has a Ursula, he's not using it in this game, because I don't think Victor has a single reason to use it. I think that's why people like using Mowgli, is because unlike Ursula, Mowgli can go after things like a Snow Fort. But in this case, we'll do what we did last game. It worked once. We have, Grandmother Willow and another lady.
So this is the power play. This is a power line. No pun intended for the Glimmer coming in from Fabled, but this is a powerful turn as we go for a lady into Willow into lady. Follow that up with a tramp, and what are we even talking about? We're going to be on our way to a serious situation here, as Victor found the curve that they wanted. And let's see if Josh can kind of crack this code a little bit and maybe break down some of the best plays that Victor has been able to do. Hoodie, engage, hand shuffle, picking up a little bit of speed. This is the most concern we've seen, Chad.
This is the most not relaxed, and he did an eyebrow raise, deep sigh. And both of these, I will give a shout out to Shadow. Shadow is one of those players that, he has made content. He has been in the community. He has been a part of this game, as long as I've been in it. And he is somebody who's played a few different decks, and it's cool to see him on a team, and he's playing a different card game. So it's exciting seeing him here, because that means the call of Lorcana is strong. I will be interested to find out, was it dogs that brought you back, or was it friendship? Either way, it might be playing cards for cheap, because he's going to get this Aurora out here. As we've seen, she did a ton of work last time. So will she get an Eleanor or Rapunzel out? Yet to be seen, but Victor, it's your chance to stop the madness.
And let's see if Victor's going to continue to expand upon this lady, Grandmother Willow, and we will start with the Nani to check into our deck. 4 cards deeper to find one character with a level 2 or lower, or two costs or lower, and we find the Go-Go Tomango.
I think that's just
in hand now.
A threatening Go-Go. I think he kept it to menace and to go, I have it. Don't worry. I do have it. You have to respect it and know I have it.
I never ink it. I just keep that and just torment my opponent for the rest of the game, just knowing that you have this looming threat just hanging out, ready to end this match in a moment's notice. As maybe we'll find that Go-Go down to the inkwell, though, as see if Victor wants to play these type of mind games against his adversary.
Yeah, I think mind games is I didn't realize until I got into the higher levels of covering high-level healing did. All right. But maybe it means he needed it. I would never ink. He's like, well, I need to. Yeah. I have to ink something this turn. But
we could have another one, and maybe it's another mind game. Maybe we ink a Go-Go because we have 2, and now we can really torment our opponent.
Yeah, because now you think it's gone.
Yeah.
But those mind games are real. And they're not mind games. It's just called making sure your opponent is, constantly thinking about all the possibilities. And when you interview these players, you will hear them say, well, I did this to make them think that. I played this way so they think this. So it is, while it sounds kind of diabolical, it is something you have to do. But here we go. He said, I like Nani too. I'm going to see what I can find with my Nani stage manager.
Join Katie's Metafy and learn how to invade your opponent's mental capacity during the game.
Learn about bluffing jutsu.
No. But see, that is a very fair point. You're playing the entire game. You have to play the player, you have to play their deck, you have to play their outs, and you have to play their, subconscious from time to time and what their mind's eye can see. As Shadow's mind eye is looking at this trap that's about to get sent to the bottom of the deck, and he's got to feel bad about that as Nani stage manager swings both ways from time to time. He gives you the cards you need, but also sends some of your best units out of the reach of your strategy. So we have to make a decision here.
I do love that you point that out because I saw someone post. They said, actually, Nani's the card that's the most biggest problem in the deck. And somebody responded, yeah, but have you ever had Nani watch them send a tramp to the bottom of their deck? Ooh. And that is, like you said, it's like a gift and a punishment because these cards, you don't get to keep all of them, and you get to see that card. You're like, that would be so cool. So I think Nani, while powerful, certainly has downsides.
Oh, for sure. I think, and she is a nice addition to this strategy. Fits so nicely in what this strategy was already trying to do. They play a ton of 2-cost characters or lower. She's basically going to get a card every single time she's brought to the board. And also that 3/3 stat line that she's comes accompanied with is resistant to Under the Sea, as we see another triplicate Nani in play for both of these Amber Emerald players. So she's a nice piece to this puzzle. But, yeah, sending your great units to the bottom of the deck, sending Undersea when you really need it, sending a Tramp, the ladies, all those types of cards just feels quite bad from time to time.
Yeah, and so now is a situation where Victor, he cannot send Under the Sea to the bottom of the deck. He doesn't have it, so he is going to just look for, like you said, those valuable units, having a Tramp to go do some challenging, a Lilo just to get that in the hand and start the Lilo pressure. But in this case, he is just thinking it over. Both of them are kind of thinking that 40 chest. I'm going to say it quietly, I think I see a Tramp in Shadow's hand, which is Josh K. And like we said, last game, he wasn't allowed to get a lot of value because of the snow fort. Now, I will say Nani, one of the things we didn't talk about, she can't go under the sea unless you do some science on her. And I don't think that science and technology is available in either of these Lumineers deck. So Nani will be good for challenging and good for saying, you can't send me. I'm buoyant.
I'm good. I'm hanging out. I don't go under anywhere. I'm managing this stage. I'm keeping the band up and active. I'm glad we already have 2 members of that band already established. Nani now being the 3rd member. We have the drummer. We have our Rockstar Stitch. I wonder who's going to be the rest of that band. Hopefully they continue the band theme throughout the rest of these sets. Maybe we can get a Jumbo Jukiba on the guitar, perhaps. Or maybe we can get a Pleakley playing the triangle, maybe the samba or something like that.
On the theremin.
The theremin. Pleakley on the theremin would be kind of nice. I'd like to see that. Cobra Bubbles playing the bass guitar would be also a nice little include for that band. So interesting to see maybe David. David can be in the band, maybe.
I'm going to be in it. But I'm in it. Shout out me. But this Mulan Resourceful Recruit is going to go so well with that Tramp he just kept because, as I know, this Resourceful Recruit, we don't always use it for this, but it's nice when it happens where you're able to go ahead, get that Tramp in, get up to a nice even 6 strength with the characters on board. And so she can quest for 6 next turn unless you find Under the Sea to stop it.
Yeah, this will be a nice, I believe you have the 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. So you're still 1 chorus member away from being able to harmonize this Under the Sea with the current board you have right now. So that is unfortunate for you. You love to go ahead and blast this Under the Sea. And leaving those 2 buoyant Nanis available on the board and getting rid of this Resource Recruit before she can Resource Recruit all over your lore total right now, as we're also contemplating maybe sending that Tramp here and just looking for it. But that also plays into the Ursula and Mowgli that your opponent definitely has access to. So gamesmanship all around for both of these Lumineers as we kick out the Eleanor to discard pile.
Yeah, we said she's a card of the weekend. He says card in the discard is what I'm calling her. Yeah, and this is one that probably will not come back from the discard because she does not cost less than 2. Even with the discount, she is just going to sit at 4. He's going to continue to go wide here. Josh deploying his Nala. He is not as afraid to go as wide as his opponent is because he cannot necessarily, he doesn't fear the be under the be under the sea. Be under the sea.
Be under the sea. Take me.
We have this Aurora coming in and saying, listen, if a Rapunzel comes in, she's going to be so cheap. So now it's a lot of menacing. No Dale. We talked about Dale being a mirror breaker. We saw Dale go down into the Inkwell, so we know they're there. But Dale would be a huge swing if somebody decides to go ahead questing. That Mulan makes me think there's going to be a quest for 6 this turn, but he might not. He might hold back. But it is something where if you're afraid of Under the Sea, if you have a chance to quest, you kind of have to take it.
Yeah, this is a tough spot, and we talked about that earlier as well. They've been known to use those Dales as like almost like a pseudo surprise sneak attack removal piece and just hold them in hand hand until you have something that's ready to be quested. We're also worried about those Rapunzels. So we got Rapunzel opportunities all over the board. We have Under the Sea capability coming in from Shadow's next turn, whose board is super wide. So we got a free Tramp option next turn as well. So Victor needs to potentially find that Snow Fort or maybe hope. And we are going to go for it, Katie. The Tramp, Enterprising Dog, is going to come on through. And we have another Tramp, the Street Smart Dog. So 2 Tramps. Now Mulan able to quest for her full value of 6, as that card is very impressive in this spot.
Free the guy, and that was a free guy. That's a meta thing. If you take JD to a zoo, he's just going to wander around saying, free him, free the guys. But this is a free guy coming in and being the price of on the house. Now, it's only as good as the amount of cards in hand, but he has been able to keep a pretty healthy hand size. Although, no, that is after drawing 7 cards.
Oh, yeah.
I was like, wow, look at that. But no, he all but 7 cards will have to go back into the discard. So he's just looking through them, making some choices. And put him down. Now he's back to thinking again.
I think you might have to look for, as sad as it may sound, you might have to look for this Snow Fort because the eventuality of an Under the Sea is just so problematic for you, as we have the Snow Fort and the Ursula are going to be 2 cards that we are choosing, and maybe that's what it is. Do you have the Under the Sea now, or do I need to go for the Snow Fort? I think you only can keep one of these cards. Katie, which one do you keep?
I mean, I think it's something where if you do Ursula, I guarantee Josh is going to top deck it. That's just the way science works. I'm not the one that makes the science, but it is how the science works. Snow Fort is going to help the most amount of characters now. And he does elect for the Snow Fort and says, if you're going to do it, I'm a little scared. Because Under the Sea is still going to take a big deal on pretty much everything.
This is huge lore. So that's 3, that's 6, that's 12, 13, 14, 15 lore in one turn with one fell swoop. So that is huge. Because we got the Snow Fort down. We played 2 characters. Wow, what a lore blast. As Victor says, show your move. If you got it, you got it. If you don't, I'll see you next round, as you have to be feeling confident. Sit back, look and relax. And does Shadox have it? We're looking at the hand. There is a Rapunzel there.
Yeah, we might need to take that Rapunzel to do some digging here. And looking at what is going to be the most tempting target, that Nala can go ahead in for a challenge. And it's looking for, unfortunately, now Nani is 4, which is too much. You want to have exactly 3 damage is going to be the sweet spot on these characters. So he's doing the math. He has a Dale, which can help actually with the challenging quite a bit. But I think, yeah, it's just which way do you want to go? Do you want to draw cards, or do you want to go ahead and do the Dale? Unfortunately, Aurora is going to be good for not so good for challenging. I think that's kind of a bummer, because that Dale, while if you had a different board, if you had a bunch of those 1-cost 0/4s, that'd be fantastic.
Did Shadox not have a Tramp in hand? I thought he had a Tramp that he was contemplating on playing the previous turn. What happened to that Tramp?
I think he just had 2 Rapunzels and a Dale.
I could have sworn he had a Tramp. Did he by chance pick up his Inkwell? Did he ink that Dale earlier? Because I didn't know. I'm about to check. I might be tweaking. This is a long tournament, but I could have sworn this Luminator had a Tramp in his hand at another turn. If somebody can scroll back to YouTube, maybe we can check that thing out and see. I could be bugging. I don't know.
I do. I mean, at this point in the tournament, yeah. How many Tramps have we seen? A lot. He has a Tramp in hand.
Oh, he
does? Where?
I did not see. I see the Rapunzel. I see the Dale. He's like a close-up magician. I think he's.
He has purple Mystic 8.
No.
But we will see. He
does.
does. Whoa, he is an up close hand magician.
Close-up magician.
Wow, that was cool. It's not every day you get to see a magic trick like that, but we did get to see that Tramp. Maybe the foil of it. It was just he seemed gifted with healing, the body type of it. So now we get to draw no less than 7 cards to go ahead and discard 7, keeping 2 in hands and saying, are any of them aquatic calypso music?
I mean, yeah, you could go for an Under the Sea, but that still would leave the Tramp Street Smart Dog. It would leave 2 Nannies remaining in play. So that still would be 4 lore coming back your way. And we know we got that Go-Go in hand. I'm kidding. I know he inked that thing way early on, but you know you're going to top deck that Go-Go to potentially win this thing. And that Snow Fort is basically neutralizing everyone's challenging capability right now, unless we can also take the opportunity to develop that Dale of which you have in hand as well. So you need to figure out a way to keep the find the Undersea, keep the Undersea, sing the Undersea in a way that preserves your challenging ability to be able to play the Dale to then take down these 90s as well. That's a lot to ask for.
It is. It's basically you have to have all of it now. And I think the fact that he doesn't have all these little guys on the board, the only robust challengers are going to be the Nala and well, if he does a Dale route. I don't know. I mean, he has his own snow fort too. We've seen the power of that. He does go ahead and keep that snow fort as well as a Mowgli and a Grandmother Willow. And he says it's time to get the Calypso drums going. The steel drums are heating up.
And we're taking a trip under the sea, as it may be, as we will use 1, 2, 3, 4. That's a huge chorus we had to use to sing this thing as well, sending all of those glimmers to the bottom of the deck. No order required, just however you want to put them in there, feel free to do so. I care not for these trivial things, says Shadox, as leaving nothing but 2 Nani's in play and a big tramp, but still your position seems quite nice in the spot that you've carved out for yourself. And still not a lot of question power coming back, so usually that spells demise. But look at that, you were able to resist the Under the Sea.
Yeah, it's resist, but like you said, I mean, the fact that Gogo Tamago exists, I think it's just an issue, a resource issue. Because if he was able to ink this turn, he would be able to go ahead and play Dale right now if he had one more card, but he wasn't able to ink, so he can't do Dale. He was only able to keep Under the Sea, and so it's just one of those unfortunate resource situations where he just has to say, okay, go or win. But right now, this lady, actually, I think she can take out. Has he played enough characters?
I think he only played the tramp this time.
Yeah, so that lady, unfortunately, it's just you'd have to play Dale, and he can't do that. So it's just a make go have it kind of situation, which is not fun if you're in his shoes.
I mean, you still would gain another turn. So you will have one more turn unless there is a Gogo Tamago to come back. So you will be able to at least get one more chance at it, as Victor's turn seems pretty clear. I'm drawing a card, potentially bring back this Lilo, and I'm questing all glimmers. He did that thing super quick. Shadox had to be deep in the think tank, but Victor says, I will not be denied. Let's get that lore, and let's show you moves if you got what it takes. And I don't know what those outs are. It's going to be that Dale. I think you have Dale in hand still.
He does, yeah, but he couldn't play last turn. No, he says, I don't have that. I don't have Under the Sea, and I don't have the ability to get it. But we saw Shadox go last game, leaned all the way back. He went up from like 30 degrees back to straight up. And then this match, he was leaned so far forward, we couldn't see his face. So we've seen all degrees of the stress levels of Josh Shadox. But Victor has now shown that, that Mulan, if you're able to use her well, you can go ahead and jump up by a ton of lore in one turn. So now, closing time, guys. The lights just got a little dimmer, and that might be our sign. Just kidding.
That's the level of intensity in the building.
Oh.
You feel, whoever's playing with those lights, knock it off. But you feel the intensity as the lights can't even stand the power that's happening here at the Into the Battlefield CCQ here in beautiful Toronto, Canada. Can we knock it off with the lights? I truly appreciate it.
Someone's feeling a little silly.
Yeah,
someone's being like, oh, guys, guess what?
Someone's having a laugh out there.
Are you having a laugh? Don't. Because this is serious. This is the first Enter the Battle CCQ that we have had, that has happened. We have had a CCQ up in Canada. There was one in Quebec, and we're just moving across Canada. We had one in Calgary, and now we are here in the beautiful metro area of Toronto, where we have 2 Canadians in the final. We had 7 Canadians out of the top 8, or 7 people in the top 8 were Canadian. Top 4 was all Canadian. Top 2 Canadian. Canada, you won.
Yeah, Canada's up, man. And that's one of those things where a lot of times people say, oh, which region is the best? Who's best at this? Who's best at that? And Canada doesn't get the love that you think would be associated with a region being the best. Toronto has a very strong, committed player base. Again, Into the Battlefield is world-renowned for their support of digital Lorcana. They are pretty much quintessentially associated with Lorcana in this region. Everyone knows them. They are the premier Lorcana location here in supporting the Disney Lorcana in the Toronto area. So maybe this tournament can make some noise for Toronto and put them on the map as some of the best to ever do it. As the cuts are coming in for game number 3, it is underway. We have Victor versus Josh. On the play is going to be the Amber and Emerald Eleanor. A little bit of Princess Dogs. Thoughts on that?
Princess and the Dog. Princess and the Frog, Princess and the Dog.
We can shop it around. I mean, it's not. I'm not completely married to it. We're not committed to it.
Royal Dogs.
That's beautiful. That's elegant.
Yeah.
Yeah, I like that a little bit. Yeah.
And I think we do need to be specific. We had Sea Dogs, we had Chroma Dogs, we have Churna Dogs. This one is Royal Dogs. I think is quite fun. I think I'm liking that one. I would call Victor's deck Dog Fort.
Dog Fort.
Dog fort.
Forts of dogs versus the regal dogs because we have princesses and we also have queens.
Regal dogs. The Regal Beagle.
The Regal Beagle. Oh, there it is. You locked it in. Take it away.
The Regal Beagles. There's no beagles in it, but come on, guys. It's more fun.
We're having a good time. We're having a good time.
Actually, did Josh name his deck? Because that's always so fun when you look at the Lumineers, what they name their deck. It's actually something good.
I will find out. It's called, let's see if I can pull this up here. The deck is called, where's that thing at?
I think you just call it dogs.
Did you just call it dogs?
Yeah.
He didn't call it anything. He just called
it imported dogs. So I'm going to guess they didn't, yeah.
Imported deck, okay? You hate to see it. Imported deck 2026 530. Okay, May 30th imported deck is the name of this deck. Let's get creative.
I think that was actually pretty good. Imagine be like, oh my gosh, an imported deck, free 37 is actually making a huge comeback.
Let's get creative with these names, okay?
To Urzadon, they said, you realize Aurora works with queens as well. Correct. Aurora does work with princess and queens. So in this lineup, it works with Mulan. Now, does Josh run the Mulan? I assume he does.
Let's check it out.
Both of them have Mulan.
Yeah, they both have access to Mulans. We also have the the Eleanor, 4 copies there. We have the Aurora can bring out herself, Mulan, Rapunzel, and Eleanor, I think, are the targets that you have.
Nala should be a princess. In my opinion, Lion King, and you're dating the Lion King, and I don't know, can lions get married? Yes.
They did get married, as a matter of fact.
Yeah,
it was a lovely ceremony. You didn't go? You weren't there?
No, I'm allergic to cats.
Oh, that's why. Okay.
But
understood.
We need more purple steel decks to handle dogs. I don't know how to tell you this. Purple steel is having a rough time in this meta. It's too fair.
Yeah.
But there is a princess right there going into Inkwell into a Regal Beagle herself. It is Lady Decisive Dog. It is a great opener. Victor might copy because he seems to like that opening as well. And he does not. He also can do a Daisy Donald date, and he does. It's Daisy Donald date.
Daisy Duck Donald's date, notably not a dog, but she is a dog by the sense of she's getting active and moving and grooving. Questing for 2, 1 calls 1/4 coming in from the Shimmering Skies. Won't miss it when it gets rotated out here in a few short weeks. As Victor adjusts those spectacles, I would like him to tighten that hoodie a little bit and really get engaged here as he needs to win this match to get his way to the North American Championship.
And I think it's so fascinating. Daisy was already a card that people weren't thrilled to see on the board. But then suddenly Daisy came in, and now she can go ahead and challenge her 4 if she has a Dale. In the meantime, we have a character that was played on turn 1, only cost 1, and can quest for 3. This is one of the reasons people say Lady is a problem, because that is such a powerful card to quest for 3. A 1 cost.
Yeah,
and it's not even hard.
That's matching wits. We saw Victor hit the power curve last time. Shadox responds with a very good curve as well with the Lady Willow Tramp played and quest for 3. So you don't really have to worry about that Tramp enterprising dog as of yet to increase that Daisy Duck strength enough, unless you could potentially go for a Ink Lady into a Tramp. I don't think you can pull that off. As these Lumineers need to get away from the table. They are kicking that stand, and I'm going to go out there and do my best Chuck Norris impersonation if they can't
knock some skulls, just take the heads and go bink like coconuts.
Yeah, might have to. If they keep kicking that stand, shaking up that table as the Ursula Deceiver is about to shake up that Inkwell, it seems. As the 2-cost character, probably not needed right now, but maybe in the future?
Yeah, it feels bad. We talk about cards that are like, that doesn't feel good to ink. And knowing that Josh is really a big fan of sending things under the sea, I would be not feeling great. But it is a kind of a down-tempo card, and Josh is definitely, we say, not my tempo. Oh, here comes Mowgli, and he says, no, I'm not going to show you. He just said no. He declined the Mowgli trigger. That's actually something we've never seen before, and Josh...
Oh, that's why! Oh, sorry, Katie.
It was, to be fair, his no, and Josh was like, is this real? And the answer is, yeah. So this does feel pretty bad because that was the plan.
Yeah.
That was Victor's plan is don't worry. I don't need Ursula because I'm going to go to the snow fort and we're going to be fine. And now suddenly we are all feeling vulnerable. The snow fort was blown over.
Yeah, and that Mowgli looking phenomenal in that matchup. The young man cub swinging through those vines, grabbing that snow fort before you can get established. Again, snow fort being an item, I think was a bit of a throw there. I will always lean on that as I feel that should have been a location because it is a place. However, we are flooding the board with another Thomas and Mulan in harmony. There we also have double Tramp in hand, so we could get a super huge quest again next turn if Shadows can't engage with this ready board.
Yeah, so now it is all up to the power of math to see how many cards does he have in hand, what does he have available. It turns out it was only just Nani, or no, he has 2 cards in hand. He was able to only spend 1 ink because he has 2 Grandmother Willows in hand. Looking through here and doing some shopping, looking at his hand. He put them both down. The pile on the Mowgli and the Nani, that's the 4 he drew, the 2 in front of him. And he's just giving it a ponder. Both Illumineers having a fun time here, doing a little chuckle, doing a hydration. If you're at home, take a sip of your beverage. You got to hydrate. I should be hydrating. But
get some water. And if you are at home, again, I want to thank you guys all for watching here on JDZ Quest. We are live on Twitch and as well as on YouTube. You've been hanging out with us all weekend. I know we are just past 800 live viewers. I want to thank you guys for rocking and rolling with the program. This is the finals. So make sure you tell a friend that we are in the finals to finish this thing strong with some energy. This game could very well be over within the next few turns for one Illuminator or the other. One of these Illuminators will be making their way to the national tournament. It all is kind of hedging on this eventuality. Maybe we can find that Under the Sea. Maybe we can find we know we have Double Tramp in hand, so that could be a potential 12. We can almost get an OTK or a one-turn quest off here if everything lines up correctly for Victor.
Yeah, and that's why that Resourceful Recruit has been kind of a card that people got excited about, and I'm excited to see it have viability because it was one of those things where all the stars have to align for it to be meta relevant, and we are here. She's very meta relevant. So now we're deciding we're keeping the Babazu Maruski, saying, listen, I got to dig a little deeper. I don't have that card in my deck, but I do have that philosophy in my heart. And so now we are going to go ahead and play, get that card in hand, draw, and see what we're able to do as far as value goes.
So coming in from the chat.
Yeah, I pointed that out.
What does a K stand for? An OTK? Or I think it stands for Katie. Yeah,
it's a one-turn Katie.
One talk to Katie there. And you can qualify for a one chance to speak to Katie from the Lore Keeper's Inn. Is that what it stands for? It stands for one-turn quest with a K. Yeah,
it's a non-copyright version of one-turn quest.
One-turn quest, as it may be. And speaking of one-turn quest for Victor, maybe I think at this point you got to grip it and rip it, dude. Victor is thinking. You can hear the wheels turning in our hooded compadre's head there. It's just like, I'm just going to grip it and rip it, dude. Live or die, or live or be banished by it. And there's 1, and there's 2. We're ripping it. I like the tenacity coming in from Victor, who's getting active as it may be. We're punching the clock. That's 12, 13, 14, 15 lore in one turn. You actually love to see it.
You do, because as we saw, Go-Go exists. So let's say that Josh says, guess what? You activated my Dale trap, and Dale comes out, and everybody starts going into challenge mode. Then you just say, well, remember that time Go-Go exists? So it's going to be something where it's definitely not over. However, it's now a good time to start beginning Under the Sea. Now would be a great time to get the steel drums fired up.
We do have that Dale in your possession as well, which could help set up some favorable challenges. But however, you do not have the ink threshold. Oh, actually, Ned, you do with the double Willow in play, so you can deploy this Dale as soon as right now. But it might be worth digging for that Under the Sea, which will completely remove all the characters off this board and set yourself up for an OTQ or a one-turn quest situation. The game could end. We are on pins and needles. This is a CCQ. It all comes down to this. You can see the players gathering around the feature match table as the pressure is on. It is mounting. Who's going to get there? Victor is all in, but he might hit the nos too quickly.
We're doing my favorite thing when they start lining up. They're like, everybody get into formation. And battle formations, we're going to get the little acorn helmets on possibly. Victor taking a sip of the energy drink saying, well, I think we're going to be here a while. It's not over. Man, Josh is just trying to see, will the math work out in his favor? Like we said, if he does the Dale plan, he completely opens himself up to the Go-Go payback.
Yeah.
So it's just one of those things where, yes, he wants to go ahead. The cleanest answer would have been Under the Sea, but I don't think that's happening for this very, very, very talented Illumineer.
Yeah, so this is tough. This is a tough spot for Josh K. I believe you could potentially develop a Tramp Enterprising dog right now Tramp Street Smart dog for free if you have it. It looks like we don't have access to it right now. We're just going to slam this Dale. So we are entering into challenge mode. Victor seeming cool, calm, and collected. We are running the numbers, seeing what we can surmise here. But there's a lot of chunky 4s on the opposition side. Snow Fort, notably, is in the discard pile. It is not in the play. That would make this tremendously more difficult for Shadows, but the math seems quite clear as you've lined up all your 4s across the board, and boom, 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 just like you drew it up, we will take our 4 challengers there to clear this board. But that's 3 more lore you can't touch, Katie.
And I think it's so interesting when Dale came out, people were trying to make sure. So it's important to note that the Dale only makes the topsy-turvy bunkus conkus ability where you have that challenging with the willpower for Josh. So it's only taking 1 damage back. So if the go-go fear, they can be alleviated a little bit because it's just 1 lore. Now Victor can go ahead and engage in some challenging on his own. But Josh now is putting the pressure on. So now it's a situation of Victor, yes, you technically can quest for 3 next turn the way things are. And you have the ability to go-go. But you can't do both. It's going to be a lot harder to pull that off. And then now Josh, he's saying, well, what turn clock are you at? I'll count with him.
And you put yourself in a position where it's go-go or bust, and you because now with
10,
that 3 lore that you gave from that tramp,
Ooh.
noticeably you couldn't challenge with that tramp because the Dale would negate that ability essentially. So you have produced 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 to come back and get up to 16, potentially more if you have more lore that you can use with this lady next turn. So we still have a game. I mean, we have turns as the Illuminaires are gathering around the venue space. It's really nice to see as the pressure is mounting. I'm exerting again, dude. Let's go for it.
I know, at that point, because, I mean, he is not the control deck. Josh can be a control deck, and Josh is in the control position. We'll go ahead, start with one of our tramps coming down. He's enterprising and thinking about what he's able to do and who he's going to add 3 strength to, and he...
I mean, you can't win right now. I think unless you can Shift Lady will get it done. If Josh is playing that, but he's not playing the Shift Lady card. Maybe Eleanor would also get it done. So you have to be careful if you got a double Eleanor situation or even a single Eleanor, as Victor is going to mark and bypass the challenging and is going to quest, putting a game in play, and we are on pins and needles as the game is imminent. Again, both of these Illuminaires are posturing. Let's see who's going to come out unscathed. We have Under the Sea lines available as well. It all comes down to this turn. Victor on the edge of his seat, everyone gathering around. Shadox surveying the field one final time. You can clear these characters off the board, but I think this is still pins and needles all around.
It is. It's basically saying, do you want to deal with my board or do you want to go ahead and do a big quest? And he has to deal with Victor's board. It's not optional. That Dale is going to make it easy, but he just has to make sure he does it in a way where, like we said, he doesn't open him up to too much of that go-go blowback there. Thomas is going to be great for minimizing that. We have a tramp coming in, which can go ahead and increase the strength, but unfortunately, Dale says you can increase the strength to whatever you want. You're challenging with your willpower.
For sure.
So it is just a body,
but I think more importantly,
nice.
You want that 3 lore from that lady.
That's a good point.
Does that put you over the top? Does that get you up to that 19? And it does not, I believe, unless we have the card of the weekend, that Eleanor. We did use our Grandmother Willow reduction cost along with that lady reduction cost to play that tramp, so you will have to pay full value. But if we play Eleanor, quest all the glimmers, I believe the game would be over there. I can't do basic math, Katie.
It's very hard. We'll do it together. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. And that's 9 plus 6 is 15 plus 2 more lore would be 17. So that would be 18 if we have Eleanor. So he's just going to draw cards. He can't win this turn, but he can stay in the game, healing exactly what he needs to do in the face of a go-go, saying, all right, I'm not going to have more than 1. We're going to have lots of 1, but 2, you're asking too much, buddy. Thomas can only go ahead and hit back for 0. So that's going to be not a problem for the go-go fears. So he's just trying to minimize the damage that's possible.
Yeah, I think if Thomas was Nala, I think you would be in a winning position now.
Yeah, and that's such a good point.
But the fact that you have Thomas in the deck, that's probably why everything kind of just fell apart. I think that's a throw essentially at this point. But I'm totally joking, by the way.
Thomas the tank engine sending it, but yeah.
I think that's a very easy fix that we could have made, as Lilo is also going to enter into the field of play, and the board is massive. I don't know if there is a way that you can win. And the handshake goes out. Grandmother Willow off the top is not going to get it done for Victor. And Shadox is going to be our CCQ winner of ETB. The Sharks are swimming. And Josh Shadox gets it done and will be going to the Disney Lorcana Challenge North American Championship taking place in August. And what a stellar performance by this Luminaire. You came out and you brought a deck, you brought a tech, and having it work out to your benefit is something that you dream of. These are what dreams are made of, and Shadox has to be happy. And if he doesn't say, I'm going to Disneyland, fake interview.
Yeah, he might say it kind of cheeky. He's like, I'm going to Universal Hollywood. Because
Yeah,
he's the
yeah,
kind of guy,
yeah.
listen, he's a funny guy. He's a great guy. He's somebody who's been a part of the community, making content, showing up to these tournaments. You see him all over the place because he has been a part of this game and now a part of Slabshark, and now a part of Canadian Disney Lorcana history and also just Disney Lorcana global history because he will be at Nationals, which is one step closer to Worlds.
And he will be the first ever ETB CCQ winner, of which I'm certain there will be more. This event has been nothing short of spectacular. The community really came together. I know the ETB team, shout out to Chris, shout out to Jay, all the love and admiration they have for their people here. So that was on full display for this tournament. So hopefully there will be more ETB CCQs in the future. And stellar, well played by our winner, Mr. Shadox, out there getting active.
And we are hearing celebration behind us. We'll have an interview momentarily, but everybody is very excited. Oh, we're singing happy birthday to somebody. We're going to find out.
I believe today is ETB Chris's birthday.
I need you to find out that is something that apparently Shadox tells people, and it's not true.
Let me kick it.
It's Shadox's birthday?
It's Shadox's birthday? He's got to be lying. It's not his birthday.
So here's the thing.
I'm gonna throw it. Transition this thing. Give me a sec. Hold up.
So a little bit, Shadox came up to me between rounds and said it's ETB Chris's birthday. And I said, is it? And Chris said no. He does that all the time. I'm signed up for so many mailing lists. So Chris just said it's Shadox's birthday. Here's the thing. It could be both their birthdays. It could be none of their birthdays. We're never going to know, but we're going to get an interview.
We're going to find out.
Or it could be everyone's birthday.
It could be someone's birthday, but what it is going to be our ETB champion. We're going to get over there. We got Cowboy Garrick over there in the interview room. So let's take it away and see what Garrick has to say about our new champion. The mic is dead.
The mic is dead.
We're gonna bring back to the booth. We're having some mic
mic
issues. We got another mic. We got another mic. Pretend nothing happened. Okay.
We can't stop Garrick. Garrick's actually unstoppable with interviews.
Okay.
Once you get him started, he can't stop. It's like Pringles.
The rule is when you grab the interview mic, you're supposed to check the mic there. You didn't check the mic. You had a dead battery there, so it's okay. It's okay. We'll take it out of your paycheck. Okay. Everything. We're gonna do everything you just did. Do it again.
Run it back.
We're going to run it back. We're going to take it.
Now we're going to throw it to Shadox, Josh, who won this CCQ. Hear from him about this exciting run. We're going to you, Garrick.
Oh, give me a sec. Okay.
I'm going to do it again. Bless my soul. Josh was on a roll. Dale off the top of the deck, getting it done in the finals with this new build. The Slab Sharks coming in, innovating on the Dogs deck, which we thought was solved. They said not so fast, not so fast. Eleanor and Under the Sea, turns out, it's a pretty good card. How are you feeling? I mean, obviously you're qualified for the North American Championship now. Your goal for the season, going to push to Worlds, but how are you feeling right now in this moment?
Amazing. Like, this day was like a roller coaster. So, like, I wasn't going to make this event because I got stopped in traffic for like an hour and it was closed out. There's a truck all over everything. I texted Chris, I texted the judges. I'm like, I'm not going to make it. You know what? Just, put me into a 5K side event. Maybe I'll make that. But I made it just on time, just enough to win the event. I want to say I did it on purpose, just for dramatic effect, but that's not what happened. I can't believe I made it. But yeah, it's feeling great.
Yeah, made it in on time. It seems like Destiny was on your side. You were able to get it done. So many of your teammates playing the same deck. All of you converted. Everyone on the deck converted into the top 32, right? So the deck's super consistent in the Swiss rounds, and then we're seeing it make it all the way to the finals, going up against a more traditional Snow Fort list that we've seen the past couple weeks. Were you able to, in your testing, find some weaknesses that you could attack that specific deck with? Because it was razor close in the final.
It was. Yeah, it was pretty close. I want to say the main thing is under the sea, obviously. Yeah. Fort helps against that. I think game 2 we saw that where Fort kept the big tramp alive. Nanis were going to live anyways, but Fort kept the big tramp alive from the under the sea, and then it just helped to close up the game. But I think the biggest thing is either if you go for like the turn 3 Eleanor line, that's really strong against them because then they have to clear out your little units, and then Eleanor is like a 3/4, so she's huge, right? And then the other one, like I said, Under the Sea. Dale's also crazy in that matchup, of course, but that one we already knew because both decks run Dale, right? But it's Under the Sea, I think, that really settles it, and Eleanor.
Yeah, Mowgli was also huge in that game number 3, able to take the Snow Fort out of the hand. If he had that Snow Fort, I think maybe things tip his way.
Scary, yeah, it's a bit scarier that way because let's see, if you get Snow Fort down, that one Mulan quest for one more, and then my trades were a bit restricted. Yeah, because his stuff was double Mulan, Thomas, and another, I think it was a lady or something.
Yeah.
But anyways, if he had Fort, I would not be able to trade efficiently because I went the 1/2s with Dale in, so it's like perfect trading. But then if Fort, I held the Mowgli. I kept Mowgli in Mulligan.
Yeah.
Yeah, just for that.
Yeah, we were able to get it done. We have Chris here who has your championship playmat. Let's bring that in. The ETB event, the beautiful artwork on that.
It is. Remember that? Congrats, bud. Thank you, man. Well done, dude.
Congratulations to the champion. Shout out to Chris and ETB for running an amazing CCQ this weekend. We still have the core constructed event is going on in the background, but it's all about the champ. The champ is in the building. The Canadian is up here defending the home turf. The Americans could not come in and take it down. Canada stands strong. They came down and won one of ours. You defended the home turf. Canada stands strong. What an amazing performance. Do you have any final shout-outs that you'd like to give before we kick it back to JDZ and Katie?
Yeah. Again, shout out to Slab Sharks. I know I had an interview earlier. Shout out to Slab Sharks. Shout out to myself. Yeah, shout out to everybody. Again, ETB. I said Slab Sharks. You guys, casters. I mean, if we didn't have casters, this game would be so much better, but I mean, I hear you back there.
Hold on.
But yeah, honestly, shout out to you guys for keeping it up, and obviously you're the best hype. Oh God! Canada number 1. Canada's the best.
And there you have it. Shadox taking it down, earning his invitation to the North American Championship. He will be going to Disneyland. Shout out to the champion. Shout out to ETB. We're going to send it back to Katie and JDZ in the booth to wrap this thing up. For all of the people watching out there, thank you so much. We will see you in the next one.
Dude, that is. I've never taken.
I've never had an anti-shout out.
I've never been taking shots here.
Yeah, it's never
from
happened.
He's a good friend. I thought he was a good homie there. He's taking shots at the.
Only a friend would joke like that. I think.
Cool.
I hope. But yes,
seriously.
it was wonderful to hear that. Everything but that.
Yeah,
everything else was great.
Congratulations to him for coming out there and getting it done. And I loved everything he had to say about his team. Really showing that if you get out there and test and train and come up with a unique strategy, you can have great success. But Katie, thoughts on the weekend overall?
I thought it was exciting because, I mean, we got to see different decks doing things that we haven't seen before. We got to see that, yes, a deck might be dominant, but you need to go back to the lab every weekend. Just because a deck is doing well, it does not ensure future performance. So I am very excited to see that people are out there still innovating, and I'm going to bet we're going to see more innovation. I imagine there were conversations on the Slab Sharks about, do we bring this tech now? Do we wait? When do we do it? They brought it here. Is there more to come? I don't know, but I'm so excited to see all of it.
Yeah, I think there's still so many more opportunities for the Infinity format. It's not solved or resolved just yet. Amber and Emerald is strong. It is a powerhouse of the cell, straight mitochondria type behavior of this color combination, and it has its it kind of has its foot on the cranium of the metagame right now. But there are opportunities there. I think there are some loopholes that can be exploited if these Illuminaires get out there into their dojos and train appropriately, as the Slab Sharks did for this unique tournament. So having Shadox at the national event, I think he's worthy, and I think he will have a good performance there. So great weekend overall. It was a great time hanging out with you and Garrick, who was slightly off screen. Garrick, you want to come in and say some words?
Garrick is behind the key lights. I'm just staring into the sun of Garrick.
Are we going? What do you guys think? Are we going to do any of the core constructed? Or are we trying to wrap this thing up and start the breakdown?
I've heard a strong thing. Chris said Canadians never play top 8. That's what he said to me.
We're getting out of here then.
Yeah, he said they never will play top 8 ever.
Let me mic you in. So Garrick is now here, and we can, I believe, hear Garrick, who can hear us hearing him. You can see us seeing you, hearing him. If you want to kind of just make your way on in here.
We can do it like a 3. This is it, the final form of the caster.
Yeah, something like that. You guys should be able to hear Garrick, and Garrick should be able to hear us. So with that, really quick, around the horn as we close the show off, any highlights of the weekend or anything you guys want to allude to before we shut this thing down and wrap it on up?
I thought it was incredible to see the Slab Sharks coming out here and innovating with this new version of the deck, the Under the Sea, the Eleanor. I loved the innovation. I loved Dale ready for his shot. What an amazing card. And all of the players on that team able to navigate this tournament and making it all the way to the finals and winning the entire thing. Huge shout out to Victor as well. Commiserations. So close. Really, the entire match was on a razor's edge. But it was an incredible weekend of Disney Lorcana. We saw a ton of different decks on stream. A ton of different decks were able to convert into the top 32. Obviously, being in the booth with you two, could not be happier here. Doing another CCQ, another event with both of you has been nothing but a pleasure. And of course, shout out to Buzz Lightyear, the iconic card.
Eric, watching him come back to the booth, it was
He's
like
right
that,
there.
it was like that BBC clip where like the kids bust into the office while that guy's casting. He like walked in like
so happy.
Yeah, and I was like, what happened? He's like, guess what? I was in my room, opened it back, got a buzz. So that is the kind of magic you have.
Highlight stuff, magic stuff for the weekend. But before any shout outs you want to have, where can we find you? What do you got coming up next? Where can I get more Garrick in the meantime, in between time though?
We have a lot of set championships coming up here shortly. I know a lot of you are interested in checking that out. Sky right now is playing in the Core Constructed event, so we will have a tournament report from that coming up soon for you on PodCana, and we'll give you a bunch of different deck lists that you can play at your local set championships. So check us out on PodCana. You can check me out, Lorcana Garrick, on Instagram, and you can check me out on YouTube as well. You can check me out on This Is Not a Podcast every Wednesday on JDZ Quest channel, as well as the Questcast when Brent Mukai is not traveling the world and being a famous voice actor.
Superstar.
Yeah, absolute rock star. And also, don't forget to check out Garrick on TikTok as well. He makes some good TikToks. He's underselling the TikTok, by the way. Get over there and support TikTok as that thing is popping off in a major way. But we also have Katie from the Lore Keepers Inn is in the building. It's so great to hang out with you on these weekends as we share our infatuation with this game. But when I need more, Katie, any thoughts on the weekend? And how are you vibing, and what are some of your highlights, and where can we find you?
I mean, JD, it's going to be harder not to find me because we're going to be pretty much all across America for the rest of the summer. You will see me at the next time I'll be out of the house is going to be in the World Class Cards, which you will be at.
I'll be there as well.
Green Bay, Go Paco, or whatever you're up to up there. Cheese. What cheese? Have a cheese about it. But you can be found if you type in Katie, the Lore Keepers in. You can find me on Twitter, YouTube. I've been trying to do more content there where I'm actually talking about the game and not just being a goofball, but also be a goofball there. You can also find me streaming on Twitch. You can find me Instagram, TikTok, all of them. And I'm here in the booth, and you'll see both me and JD and DLC in Indianapolis, which is just in 2 weeks.
Ooh,
3 weeks.
3 weeks.
Oh, yeah, 2
almost
weeks.
give me
Wake up, JD. A week just went by.
Almost gave me a heart attack. I'm not going to.
Yeah, right. Wake up.
Hold on. Let's lock in. But seriously, guys, you guys have been, we've been rocking and rolling the past few weeks, and I got to tell you, it's been nothing but a pleasure to share this time with you and share this passion with you guys. And joining me in the Quest world has been such a stellar. I can't think of anybody who I'd rather be here in the world. There's some great commentators and broadcasters in this game, but you guys are, for sacrificing your time and being here with me has been amazing. So thank you all for doing that. And as long as you're willing to continue to do this, I will love to keep having you come on these quests with me. I understand there will be a time when you will have to tell me no, and I will be sad when that eventuality happens. But in the meantime, we're going to keep running this thing as well as we can because I really enjoy the shows that we put on. So thank you both from the bottom of my questing heart to both of you, and I'm glad that you're a part of this with me. So there it is. Boom.
I was just giggling watching the camera slowly focus into Garrick. Garrick watching, because the camera like can only focus on me and JD or you, and as JD's giving this beautiful speech, it's just like focusing on Garrick like,
it's all about me. What can I say? And I'd also like to give a huge shout out to production, holding it down as well all weekend long.
Flowers.
Absolutely crushing it, absolutely killing it. And of course, huge shout out to ETB, huge shout out to Ravensburger for putting on all of these CCQs and making sure they happen. More people getting invited to the national tournament throughout the year. It's been amazing. Can't wait to cap it all off with Dortmund and Indianapolis, and then of course going into the national championships and the World Championship for Season 2 of Disney Lorcana. We're getting closer and closer every day, as Tiana would say.
Boom. Closer and closer, yeah, almost there type beats. But seriously, my love, production over here holding it down every weekend, rocking and rolling the program, and finally all of you. So I don't know if ETB Chris wants to come by. I know he's super busy, but he's going to watch this back in the future, and you guys put on a stellar show as well. So ETB, hopefully this is the first of many CCQs that we have, and everyone
He's
here.
Come in.
Yo, please get in here. Here, look,
how's it going? No, you can stay here too. It's all good.
Yeah,
squeeze in here. Perfect.
Let's see if we can get
What's up?
Yeah, it's right here. That's you right there.
Yeah. Amazing. There we go.
And we're right there. But here he is. ETB Chris is joining us in the booth as we're closing this thing off, man. I got to shake your hand one time to say thank you so much for the stellar tournament you guys ran. It was nothing short of magical, the event that you guys put on. We have our winner. Shout out to Slap Shark. I know that's kind of
No, it's fine. It's a friendly rivalry. We love those guys. Like go to events, sometimes end up rooming together and stuff like that. So
nice.
It's fun having them here to compete against, but it's also nice to see one of them take it down. And I already offered him to be roomies, so that's it. There we go.
International event, you're going to meet him there. Maybe you can take him down and get your revenge in that tournament.
Yeah, that's it.
That's the only reason that you didn't win is you weren't in this.
No. That's fine. I got lucky on the other one. Don't worry about it. But yeah, I just wanted to say thank you everybody that tuned in. I couldn't sleep last night, so I got to tune in and watch a little bit of the coverage, and it looked fantastic. I have to say a huge shout out and thank you to all three of you. When we decided to put this event on, we have 3 OGs that we love tuning into all the time, regardless of what they're doing, and it's 3 of you. And everyone was super thrilled that instantly we had all 3 to come out and do this, and we knew it would be the best production that we could ever hope for. So first of all, big round of applause. Thank you so much to all 3 of you. None of this is possible without the amazing team that we had here. My store employees have been absolute all-stars through this. Alex is a godsend. All the judges were fantastic. The booth staff was amazing. The artists were so nice and so good, and the artwork was so cool that they were pumping out over here as well too. We all just had an awesome time, and most importantly, the community. The whole weekend, every table, people had a smile on their face. Everybody was happy. Second place loses. First thing he does, hugs first place. That's what we want here.
Yeah.
Not a single incident, anything that happened, everybody was super happy, super fun, and that's really the most important thing, even though it's a super competitive tournament. So I just want to give a huge shout out to the community and say thanks so much for making the event what it is. We can put it on, but it's all about you guys, and you guys set the tone, and we appreciate it. So.
Absolutely, man. Well, again, we mentioned that earlier. You probably couldn't hear back, but we really appreciate you guys bringing us up here. We felt like we were part of the ETB family, and being in this atmosphere is nothing. We go to a lot of tournaments, and you guys really made us feel like we were welcome and a part of the team, and it was a phenomenal, well-ran event, and that just makes me proud to say that I was a part of the very first one of many. And
I am hoping this is the first of many. We would love to host many, many, many more. So.
Wonderful. Okay, that's awesome, man. So that's ETB Chris, man. Thank you so much for everything you do for your community up here, and Jay as well. We saw Jay walking around. The ETB situation here has been wonderful. Also, we're going to give a shout out to In-Game and Twin Moon Studios for their sponsorship of the ETB crew here and helping them do all these great things as well. So again, Chris, fist bump.
Thanks
all
so much,
around.
Kay. Fist bump, amazing. Garrick, you guys are all gems. I'll let you guys close it off because you're way better at this than I am. But thank you everybody for tuning in, and keep tuning into these 3. They're amazing.
Right on. I think you're underselling yourself a little bit. I think you are quite good at this. As you have,
he does natural. He did a natural end.
Yeah.
Anyway, that's the thing we're terrible at. We might ramp forever or vamp forever. You can't stop us.
You can't stop. Can't stop. Won't stop. Rockefeller Records, baby. We get down, baby. We get down, baby.
Can't stop. Addicted to the vamping.
These are bars. These are bars. Okay, now we're getting out of here. But seriously, from the bottom of my heart, hey, Out the Quest World on YouTube. Make sure you guys like the YouTube. We only had 15 likes, which is kind of crazy.
I wouldn't when I was on my break, I was like, you know what? I'm fine. I'll do it. I'll do my part.
I think we got there and also throw a subscribe on there. We'll be taking a flex back to YouTube here in the next few short weeks. I got some great videos already in the hopper that are lined up that I think I can find my way in YouTube as well. But you guys know where where my heart is. It's going to be in the Quest World on Twitch, of which I stream almost every day, at least Monday through Thursday. We've kind of been lacking on the streams due to all the traveling, but still, we have these tournament coverage, which is not my number one priority, is making sure we can have high profile, high impact, high quality digital kind of tournaments all over the country and all over the world. So if you're interested in some Quest World productions, make sure you shoot me a message and we can provide that information to you. We're working on a website. We're working on some more information to get that out there to you guys, and we can have this be a part of your reality. But with that, YouTube, you're done. Twitch, you know what time it is. It's time to get that Raid Dog Supreme going. So to you, my fellow Illuminaires, thank you guys all for being here and rocking and rolling with the Quest World production one last time as we sign this thing off. Any closing remarks one more time as we get the Raid Dog geared up and ready to rock?
You know, if you don't like dogs, beat them or
Boom.
join them.
Or stay on the porch.
Yeah,
Big dog,
stay on the porch. Yeah,
Something like that.
if you don't want to run with the big dogs,
As
stay on
Kurt
the porch. But
Spice
honestly,
would say.
you can come anywhere or you can be on either porch or not. It's up to you.
Yeah.
If you like dogs, don't play it. That's up to you. But we like you guys. Thank you for being here. Who do we have? Who's out there? I think there's a tournament somewhere.
Who's got a
we have this. Is this tournament here? Right here, we have the talk show debrief from CCQ. We're gonna go over there and see what the Fighting Frenchmen have to say. I believe we are in Canada, and there's a lot of French here, so we're gonna see what these Illuminators got going on. Make sure you hit them with the "What's up? We're coming in." Bonjour, bonjour, bonjour in the chat on the Twitch side as you guys are locked in and laser focused. Again, great weekend. Thank you guys. I'll see you on Tuesday. Until then, I'm JDZ. I'm on the Quest. Shout out to the real ones. Salute to the OGs. And we're out. Raid Dog going through. Peace. All right, YouTube, what up?
YouTube, how you doing?
What up, YouTube?
Sorry about the giveaway. We still love you.
My bad, YouTube. We'll figure out how to get YouTube.
You can
the
have like
giveaway.
a special giveaway. You can get like
Yeah.
a sticker or something.
Do
Maybe a
something for
pin.
YouTube has got to be upset with the giveaway situation there, but
still
it is
like
what it is. We still like YouTube, and we're about to get up out of here. YouTube, thank you guys again. YouTube, if I can find the OBS, we can stop that. But YouTube, peace.